Chapter 35. In the Misty School's meeting hall, the Misty Six Tigers and Zhang Qingyue were discussing the development of the faction and the meeting between Peng and the other factions on the 2nd of February. Peng was still sitting in his usual spot. He looked at his senior and junior brothers who had grown up together with him from the front. After nearly 10 days of rest, he seemed to have completely controlled his power that had skyrocketed. The light in his eyes was already restrained. Based on his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a martial arts expert. He had truly returned to his natural state. Peng was very pleased. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was happy. Aside from Zhang Qingyue, who didn't take any pills, everyone else was in a very good mood. Of course, after 10 days of cultivation, their original excitement had already calmed down. What they needed to do now was to readjust the development strategy of the Misty School and work hard to strengthen the faction. They wanted to quickly become a super faction that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Daoist Temple, Incense Sect, and Heaven's Way Union. Peng coughed and cleared his throat before saying, "Fellow disciples, congratulations again on your great improvement in martial arts." The others returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, faction leader, for your help." Peng continued, "Now that our Misty School's strength has greatly improved, I don't know what the other 3 factions are doing. Qingyue, is there any news from them?" Zhang Qingyue quickly said, reporting to faction leader, "There's news from Wanjian Peak. Sword Master Wan Qingjiu and his protectors have been in seclusion for a few days. After they came out, they were like everyone else and didn't see any outsiders. They must have improved their strength. The Tan family is a family business and the spies we send out can't enter the upper echelons, so we don't know the specific situation. As for Yanming Villa, we can't interfere at all. The servants outside know very little and don't know the situation inside the villa." Peng wasn't too happy and said, "Qingyue, you've already done a lot of work in this area, but it's not enough. We need to expand the Misty School in the future. We can't do without news. You need to speed up and use all kinds of methods to nail our spies in the various factions. Without news, we'll be blind." Zhang Qingyue's face was full of guilt as he said, "Yes, master, I'll definitely pay attention in the future." Peng continued, "This is because I didn't instruct you properly. Before, I only let you practice martial arts, but now I need to teach you more about the faction's affairs. In this regard, you should learn more from your 4th martial uncle and be more attentive in the future." Zhang Qingyue nodded. Then, Peng said, "The medicinal herbs in the secret plane, the pharmacy hall has refined another batch of medicinal pills. Now there are nearly 50 pills in total. Martial brothers, tomorrow afternoon, prepare to go into seclusion and practice. Pay attention to keep this a secret. Also, Qingyu, you should inform your junior brothers as well." Everyone nodded. Peng thought for a moment and said, "Qingyu, pick a few of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples with good aptitudes and come to the discussion hall tomorrow. The core disciples still need to be expanded." At this moment, Shangguan Laosi interjected, "Senior brother sect leader, now that our ethereal sect strength has increased greatly, we should consider how to expand the scope of our strength." Peng nodded and said, "Yes, this is also one of the topics for today's gathering." Boss Hu suggested, "4th brother, expansion isn't something that can be achieved in one bite. Do you have any ideas?" Shangguan 4th brother said, "These past few days, I've been thinking about this problem. Now I have a little idea." Peng smiled and said, "Then hurry up and say it. Who doesn't know that you're our Misty School's treasure of wisdom?" Shangguan 4th brother said, "Actually, this idea isn't that difficult. I think the first step is to follow senior's idea and raise the strength of our core disciples. We'll use these core disciples to form an elite group and assign them to the Foreign Affairs Hall to carry out the task of expanding our influence. Our southern sect strength has increased because of this opportunity. It's not suitable for us to fight with them at this stage. Moreover, senior may form an alliance with them next time, so we can't touch the south. The Luo Shui gang in the east and the Golden Crow sect in the west used to be weaker than us. They're good targets for us to make a move on. However, if we attack them at the same time, it will divide our strength. Senior needs to weigh the pros and cons. Peng thought for a moment and said, for now, let's set it as the Luo Shui gang. The Golden Crow sect is in the west and their influence intersects with the 10,000 Sword sect. I'm afraid they're in cahoots with the 10,000 Sword sect. Who knows, the 10,000 Sword sect might also be watching them. The Luo Shui gang has always been based on the Luo River. This is what we lack. Now that they're still young, we'll take them down first. Advancing on land and water will bring endless benefits to our Misty School. Boss Hu said, third brother, water is our weakness. Why don't we attack the Xian Rong sect in the east? After all, the Xian Rong sect's foundation isn't very deep. On land, we're also confident. Peng smiled and said to Boss Hu, eldest brother, you and I have been deceived by the Xian Rong sect's low profile. I just received news that the leader of the Xian Rong sect is an abandoned disciple of the Daoist Temple's law-enforcing elder. This Xian Rong sect is obviously a pawn that the Daoist Temple has planted in our Pingyang city and Yu city. We can't act blindly. Besides, although the Luo Shui gang originated from the Luo Shui gang, as long as we make a move first and plan well, our chances of success are still very high. Peng took a sip of tea and continued, moreover, our Misty School has always been on land. Pingyang City's location is also sandwiched between the Luo Shui gang, the Golden Crow sect and the Xian Rong sect. There's limited space for development. If we take over the Luo Shui gang's influence and make use of the Luo River, it'll be very beneficial for the gang's development. Everyone was silent and deep in thought. After half a cup of tea's time, Shangguan Laosi spoke, fourth brother, according to this train of thought, I don't think I've sent enough people. Peng said, I've long thought about this. The development of the Misty School requires manpower. In the past, our sect focused on elites. Now that the strength of our senior disciples has increased, the number of junior disciples is obviously insufficient. How about this, Qingyue, you consider recruiting a batch of disciples recently to strengthen our sect's strength. You can handle the details. Zhang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Then, Peng said to Zhang Qingyue, you can leave first. Inform your junior brothers that you should also rest well and prepare to improve your skills tomorrow. Zhang Qingyue's excited face was flushed red as he bowed and left. Lu Laowu, who had not interjected all this while, spoke now, isn't it just improving your skills? Looking at you, Qingyue, what's there to be excited about? Zhang Qingyue thought to himself, old master, that's improving my skills. How can I not be excited? I heard that you've improved your skills for 20 years. How can I not be excited? Of course, his mouth still said, yes, fifth Shishu is right. Martial nephew should be calm in the face of chaos. Peng said, don't listen to your fifth Shishu's nonsense. However, you shouldn't be too excited. When you take the medicine, you must use it calmly. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Zhang Qingyue quickly walked out, only wanting to quickly leave fifth Shishu's sight. When Zhang Qingyue walked out of the conference hall, Peng looked back and said to Lu Laowu with a smile, fifth Shidi, Qingyue is a steady child. Don't always make fun of him. Su Laowu also said, hee, you're still talking about him. When Laowu took the bone-strengthening pill that day, wasn't he just as excited? When he came out, he drank with the stone cow. If he wasn't happy, how could he be so drunk? Lu Laowu's face turned red as he argued, I absorbed the medicine and was tired from cultivating. Otherwise, how could I not drink as much as the stone cow? Everyone roared with laughter. Then, Peng sternly said to everyone, brothers, the medicine taken from the secret plane last time has been refined. In a few days, it will be the second day of the dragon raises its head. Our 4 sects have agreed to meet at Wudong Mountain. This time, we will discuss the next time we enter the secret plane to take the medicine. Perhaps we will discuss the alliance. What do you all think? Shangguan Laowu said, Senior, I think this alliance is unlikely. Peng said, why? Shangguan Laowu explained, of course, Wan Jianfeng and our Misty School can form an alliance. We are all Jianghu gangs. We share fortune and misfortune together. However, Yinming Villa and the Tan family, although they are in Jianghu, they basically don't participate in Jianghu affairs. They have no reason and no strength to form an alliance with us. Peng touched his chin thoughtfully and said, of course, a superficial alliance won't work. Our 4 sects can't explain to other Jianghu sects in terms of development, sphere of influence, and gang composition. If we announce an alliance, it will definitely attract the attention of other sections. At that time, we will lose more than we gain. I prefer a loose alliance, or an alliance between the 4 leaders, rather than an alliance between gangs. This way, we can share the secret of the secret plane and keep the news of the secret plane from leaking. Hu Laowu nodded and said, this idea is good. The purpose of this alliance is only for the secret plane. It is separated from the interests of the gangs. Once any party leaks the news of the secret plane, the other 3 sects will kill them together. Peng smiled bitterly and said, if the news is leaked, there will be no need for the other 3 sects to crusade. There will soon be a bloody storm in Jianghu. So, we must seize the time to strengthen our own strength. Then, Peng turned his head and asked Li Laowu, who had been looking down and not speaking, second senior, have you read the sword manual? Li Laowu nodded and didn't reply. Peng didn't care and continued to ask, how many of our Misty School's current disciples can change? Li Laowu also shook his head. Peng said a little dispiritedly, alas, it is indeed inappropriate to change halfway. 4th senior, when Xingyu recruits disciples, you can also choose some of them to practice this sword manual. At the same time, you can also ask 2nd senior to guide you. It is best if 2nd senior can take in a few more disciples. Li Laowu nodded in agreement. It seemed that since his strength improved last time, he was more focused on the cultivation of the sword and didn't speak much. Chapter 36. The main person in charge of cultivating the disciples of the Misty School was Shengguan Laosi, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Peng continued, although there are a lot of herbs in this secret plane, they are still limited. Last time I brought back some herbs, I asked Yen to take one of them and cultivate them in her Huanxi mountain villa, but I don't know if it will be effective. 6th junior brother, you have to pay attention to this. If Yen has any requests, you have to do your best to coordinate. Su Laosi smiled and said, no problem, 3rd senior brother. Yen, this girl likes to fiddle with strange things the most. Maybe we can really cultivate good herbs for her. At the mention of Peng the sister, everyone's face was full of smiles. Boss Hu also said, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Yen, this little girl is also an adult. How can we not be old? Lu Laosi, who was drinking silently and didn't participate in the discussion, also said, that's right. The little girl who peed on my head back then has now become a heroine. Peng glared and said, these words can only be said in front of the brothers. If there's an outsider or Yen present, you absolutely can't say it. Then he added, unless you don't want your big axe anymore. Lu Laosi shrank his head and said, I know, I don't want this great ant to sink my axe into the Luo River again. Everyone burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere was swept away. Everyone tasted the tea for a while, then Boss Hu said, Laosi, it's not far from the 2nd of February. You also have to prepare. Ask Laosi, and Laosi to go with you. Also pick a group of capable disciples from the 2nd generation so that they can take care of each other. Peng shook his head and said, I think this year's 2nd of February will be the same as last year. I will only bring Madame O and a few serving maids. It will look like we are going to the Dragon God Temple to burn incense. We can't let others know. Shengguan Laosi shook his head and said, 3rd senior brother, our Misty School has made such a big move, there's no way they wouldn't notice it. Maybe they don't know our real trump card, but we can't let our guard down. It's better to bring more people, just in case. Peng pondered for a moment and said, 4th martial brother, you're still looking at the situation with the same eyes as before. Right now, our martial arts are well known in Jianghu and can be ranked at the top. I believe that if I insist on escaping, there aren't many people in Jianghu who can stop me. And those few people can be counted with one's fingers. How could they lower themselves to ambush me? Shangguan Lao Si gave Boss Hu a look. Boss Hu thought for a moment and said, Lao San, what Lao Si said makes sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jianghu is full of conspiracies and intrigues. Protecting yourself is the way to go. You're the face of our Misty School, so you can't afford to have any mishaps. How about this, since you don't want to attract attention, then you don't need to bring too many people. Why don't you bring Lao Si and the girls with you? Before he finished, Peng didn't say anything. Instead, Lu Lao Wu applauded and said, Big brother, that's a good idea. That Lao Si used to be a cart driver. After not driving for a few years, he's probably itching for a fight. Moreover, his body is now like an iron shield. He can block the hidden weapons for sister-in-law. Peng had no choice but to agree and said, all right, then it's settled. I won't bring the second-generation disciples. They still need to improve their skills. Don't delay their development. As for those who don't improve their skills this time, it's useless for me to bring them along. Everyone saw that Peng had given in and didn't insist on it anymore. After arranging the sex affairs, everyone dispersed. The candles in the meeting hall were extinguished. The dark hall was like an old man in his twilight years. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yu City was the main city of Yu Country. It was a few days' journey from Pingyang City. Peng set off early the next day. Since he was going to the Longshan temple to offer incense, he had to be dressed to do so. He couldn't use his light body technique to travel alone. Just as Lu Lao Wu said, that Lao Si was an experienced cart driver. When he heard that he was going to drive the sect master's cart to Yu City, he got on the horse early and checked the condition of the cart carefully. Now, he was driving the cart smoothly and proudly on the road. He was enjoying it very much. Peng and Madame O sat in the cart. Although this cart was specially made by the sect, it was rare to see it so stable. Peng looked at the cup full of wine on the small table in the room. He couldn't help but smile and say to Madame O, this Lao Si's skills in driving the cart are not to be trifled with. We can't go without him when we go out in the future. Madame O also smiled sweetly and said, that's a waste of his talent. Peng said, what is lacking the most in the martial arts world today? Talent. This is talent. He has the ability to fight against 10,000 people and can drive so steadily. He's a compound talent. My Misty School has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Madame O rebuked, you, the sect master, are serious in the sect. Why do you have a bad smile on your face now? Speaking of compound talents, you're the best in the sect. Not only are you the best in the world at ethereal steps, but you're also the best in making your wife happy. Peng laughed and said to the outside, Lao Si, good job. You're the best at driving a cart in the sect. I can't compare to you. You're not good at making your wife happy. I'm the best in the sect. When the stone cow heard this, he laughed out loud and drove the cart even harder. Madame O blushed in the cart and hit Peng, causing the maids in the cart to laugh softly. At this time, the Lao Si's wild singing came from outside the cart. It must be because the Lao Si had traveled to a remote place and the Lao Si sang. Everyone listened carefully. The Lao Si sang, sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. I walk on the shore. Love and love, the rope swings. It was a song that the Lao Si had learned from somewhere. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. After traveling for a few days, they were about to reach Yu City. The journey was peaceful and they didn't encounter any trouble. The road outside Yu City was very wide and there were many trees planted along the road. The weather was warm now and there were some greenery on the treetops. There were also many passers-by and the cart could no longer gallop as freely as before. However, under the Lao Si's skillful driving, the speed didn't slow down. Madame O looked at the scenery outside the window and praised, this Yu City is indeed the main city of our Yu nation. It's much more prosperous than Pingyang City. Even the outskirts are so lively. I wonder if the Dragon God Temple is full of people now. When the cart arrived at the Dragon God Temple, they realized that the inside and outside of the temple were full of people. There was no place for the cart to stop. Fortunately, Peng and the rest had martial arts and weren't afraid of the crowd. They moved slowly with the crowd and soon arrived in front of the temple. Everything was the same as in the past. Peng and his wife offered incense to the dragon god, made a wish, kowtowed and gave alms. Then, they followed the crowd out of the dragon god temple. The Lao Si stood on the cart and looked around. When he saw Peng and the rest coming over, he immediately jumped down from the cart and said, "Sect Master, why are you out so soon?" Peng said, "There are so many people coming here every year. The incense is very prosperous. The monks in the temple are all busy and can't talk to their abbot. We'll talk about it when we have time." The Lao Si gestured for everyone to get on the cart and then asked Peng, "Sect Master, are we going to the U City branch now?" Peng waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry to go to the branch. Go to the restaurant next door to buy some wine and food. We'll go to Wudong Mountain now." The Lao Si agreed and went to buy wine and food. Madame O asked curiously, "Why are we going to Wudong Mountain again? Last time, you, Yanming Jusher, Wan Qingjiu and Tan Yefeng were drinking wine and discussing heroes at Wudong Mountain. Could it be again this time?" Peng smiled and said, "Yes, I didn't have enough fun last year. Of course, I have to continue this year." Not long after, the Lao Si bought the wine and food and then drove to Wudong Mountain. The Dragon God Temple was at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Not long after, the carriage arrived at a place where they could climb the mountain. There were also some wine shops and inns in this place. Peng and the others booked a few rooms and arranged for Madame O and a few maids to rest. Peng took the Lao Si and walked up the mountain path. Wudong Mountain was not too high and it was not the season to climb the mountain. There were not many tourists. Peng used his qinggong to walk in front. Although the Lao Si practiced external martial arts and also carried wine and food, he was not much slower than Peng on the mountain path. Not long after, Peng reached the top of the mountain. Then, the Lao Si also came up. Looking at the Lao Si's calm and steady breathing, Peng could not help but mutter in his heart. Although he had only used 30% of his qinggong, he was good at qinggong. This 30% of his qinggong was already very impressive in the martial arts world, but the Lao Si was not much slower than him. It could be seen that the effect of this bone-strengthening pill was extraordinary. At this time, it was almost noon. The top of Wudong Mountain was bathed in sunlight and was very warm. Peng looked under the tree at the top of the mountain. No one had come yet. Peng called the Lao Si to walk under the tree. He sat on the stone and let the Lao Si place the wine and food he bought one by one in the open space under the tree. Before the Lao Si finished placing the wine and food, Peng heard footsteps coming from the mountain path. He stood up and saw a short and strong man coming up from the bottom of the mountain. It was the Wanjian Peak sword master, Wan Qingjiu. Peng stepped forward and bowed, "Brother Wan, how have you been?" Wan Qingjiu leaped to the top of the mountain and returned the greeting. "Sect leader came really early. We agreed to meet at noon. I thought I was early, but I didn't expect someone to come even earlier." Peng said, "I came a little earlier to arrange the wine and get drunk." Wan Qingjiu said, "Sect leader is meticulous. I admire you." So the two walked under the tree and chatted. After a while, the sun in the sky was about to hang above their heads. It was almost noon, but the other two still hadn't appeared. Peng and Wan Qingjiu couldn't help but think, could it be that something happened? Just as they were thinking, they heard a voice from the bottom of the mountain. Brother Tan was half a step late. This little brother has won this round. It was Yanming Jusher's hearty laughter. Peng and Wan Qingjiu smiled at each other and turned to look at the intersection. They saw Yanming Jusher's thin figure appear on the path to the top of the mountain. A middle-aged man with a medium build and dressed like a rich man also climbed up the mountain. It was the Tan family's patriarch, Tan Yefeng. Chapter 37. When the four met, they greeted each other. Wan Xingjiu asked, "Why do you say that, Brother Yanming?" Yanming Jusher smiled and said, "Brother Tan and I met at the bottom of the mountain. When we saw that it was almost time, we made a bet to see who would reach the top first. It seems that I'm the early bird that reached first." Peng smiled and said, "Brother Tan's strength isn't in light body technique. You can compete with him in martial arts later." Yanming Jusher waved his hand and said, "I know that. I can't beat him, but today we're only talking about wine and not swords." "Chief O, you're disappointed." Tan Yefeng also spoke, "Brother Yanming has the upper hand in this bet. I'll drink 3 big bowls in a while." Peng and Wan Xingjiu laughed and said, "Brother Tan is a straightforward person. Come, Brother Yanming, Brother Tan, this way please." Everyone came to the bottom of the tree and saw the stone ox standing there like an iron tower. They asked curiously, "Who is this brother?" Peng introduced, "This is the stone ox, a disciple of the Misty School. Stone ox, come and greet Yanming Jusher and the Tan family's patriarch." The stone ox came over and greeted them. Everyone praised and said that the Misty School was really full of hidden talents. Peng also humbly denied it. Then, Peng let the stone ox guard the entrance to the mountain to prevent people from going up the mountain. Everyone sat down. Tan Yefeng first picked up a jar of wine from the ground and poured it into a porcelain bowl. He said to Yanming Jusher, "Watch carefully, I'll drink first." Then, he put the bowl to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he drank another bowl. When he drank the third bowl, Peng said, "Brother Tan, we'll drink with you too." After saying that, he also poured a bowl. Yanming Jusher and Wan Xingjiu also agreed and poured a bowl each. Everyone clinked their bowls and drank it all in one gulp. Then, they put the porcelain bowls on the ground. Tan Yefeng was the first to speak. "Brother O, you're really thoughtful. I came in a hurry, and seeing that it's getting late, I've already forgotten about the food and wine. I'm sure Brother Yanming has the same thoughts as me, right?" Yanming Jusher said awkwardly, "That's right. I didn't expect there to be so many people in Dragon God Temple. It took me a bit of time to arrange for my family members, and in the end, I ended up delaying my own matters." Wan Zhouqing laughed heartily and said, "I didn't waste any time, but I also forgot about these minor details. But Chief O is here to help us. It's fine as long as we have wine to drink. There's no need to say so much." Peng also said, "Brother Wan is right. It's fine as long as someone is prepared. Why should we care about who it is? Come, let's drink again." Everyone laughed heartily and drank another bowl. Tan Yefeng was the first to speak. "Everyone, although there aren't many tourists on Wudong Mountain right now, it's not like there aren't any. Letting the stone cows guard this intersection is only a temporary solution. I think we should return to the main topic and discuss things earlier. Once we've settled the important matters, how about we drink and chat merrily?" Yanming Jusher also said, "I have the same intention." Peng said, "Then how about we first confirm the next time we enter the secret area?" Wan Xingjiu also nodded in agreement. Tan Yefeng said, "But according to the booklet, we can only enter on the 15th of the first lunar month every year." Yanming Jusher said, "Brother Tan, don't worry. According to my speculation, the booklet said that we can only enter on the 15th of the first lunar month for 2 reasons. First, it's because of the formation formed by the jujube trees outside this secret area. A passage will only appear on the 15th of the first lunar month every year, allowing people to enter. Second, only the sunlight on the 15th of the first lunar month can accurately indicate the location of the entrance. Before I entered last time, I've already made marks on the 2 jujube trees near the entrance, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the location of this entrance. I've never heard of a formation in the martial arts world that can change with time. Moreover, there are so many days in a year, so the formation can only pass through on a specific day. This is too unbelievable. Brother Wan, Brother O, your faction has been passed down for a long time, and you've encountered many things in the martial arts world. Have you encountered such a thing?" Wan Qingjiu and Peng looked at each other and shook their heads, but Peng said, although we haven't encountered it, and the ancient books in the faction haven't recorded it, the formation is indeed lost in the martial arts world. We can't be sure that this formation doesn't have the function of a time limit. The four of them did not speak. After all, none of them had any attainments in formations. There was no such talent in the faction, and there might not even be such a person in the entire martial arts world. How could they make a decision? Tan Yefeng said, then there are only two ways now. One is to wait patiently until the 15th of the first lunar month next year, then organize people to enter. The other is to find time recently to send a few people to explore the path and see if we can enter. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu said, the matter of obtaining the treasure in the secret land is of great importance. There can't be the slightest mistake. Last time, we secretly sent the second-generation disciples there. Although we kept it a secret in advance and didn't leak the news, we can't guarantee that the other factions haven't heard of it. In order to keep it a secret, I suggest that we don't try it rashly without being absolutely sure. Otherwise, if the news is leaked, this secret land won't be the secret land of our four factions, but the secret land of the entire martial arts world. Peng also agreed and said, there are no secrets in the martial arts world. Maybe our meeting at Wudong Mountain this time has already fallen into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives. Presumably, there are already people secretly watching us on this mountain. Yanming Jusher said, are we just going to wait for a year in vain? Peng said with a smile, Brother Yanming, you don't know the value of salt and rice until you're in charge. Our faction's actions in the martial arts world can't be compared to your family's power. The composition of our faction is complicated, and it's inevitable that the good and the bad are mixed together. It's very difficult to really do anything in secret. We have to be very careful. Wan Qingjiu also nodded in agreement. Yanming Jusher still didn't give up and said, since you all have such intentions, then I'm going to find a time to explore the secret land again. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu and Peng frowned at the same time. Only Tan Yefeng was expressionless, as if he had already known that Yanming Jusher would have such an idea. Peng saw Tan Yefeng's expression and asked, what does Brother Tan mean? Tan Yefeng coughed and said, in fact, I also have this intention for a long time. I want to explore the secret land before the 15th of the first month of next year. If Brother Yanming didn't mention it, would have suggested it to you. Wan Qingjiu lowered his head and didn't speak, as if he was thinking. Peng said, before deciding whether to go to the jungle or not, I have a proposal to discuss with you and see if it's feasible. Everyone looked at Peng strangely, waiting for him to speak. Peng said, I suggest that we form an alliance and advance and retreat together in the treasure hunting of the secret land. Yanming Jusher shook his head and said, our villa can't form an alliance with your Misty School and Wan Jianfeng. The Jianghu affairs you participate in are too complicated. There are often gang bloody battles. After forming an alliance, it's not good for the development of our villa. Tan Yefeng also repeatedly agreed. Peng said with confidence, you two have misunderstood. The alliance I'm talking about is a little different from the alliance I usually talk about. First, it's not an alliance between gangs. There's no need to participate in the Jianghu affairs between each other. Second, this alliance is purely an alliance between the four of us. Although the four of us can't share weal and woe with each other, we can form an alliance to advance and retreat together in the secret land and enjoy blessings together. Third, this alliance is limited to the secret land and doesn't involve other aspects. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu said with joy, Leader O really has a bright mind. This idea is good. Let's do it. Yanming Jusher and Tan Yefeng also smiled and agreed. So, Peng poured a porcelain bowl of wine, cut his finger with a sword, and dripped blood into the wine. The other three did the same. Peng took the porcelain bowl, shook it slightly, and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he handed it to Wan Qingjiu. Wan Qingjiu still drank it. Then Tan Yefeng and Yanming Jusher all drank the blood wine. Yanming Jusher smashed the porcelain bowl. Everyone laughed and said, the alliance is a success. Everyone drank another bowl of wine together. Peng then said, since Brother Yenming and Brother Tan insist on going, Brother Wan and I will naturally advance and retreat together with you. How about this, at the end of this month, we'll still send disciples to the same place as last time. Brother Yenming will still lead the way. How about it? Yenming Jusher said, no problem. This is my duty. However, this time, do we still send each other's family members to each other's place? Peng, Wan Qingjiu, and Tan Yefeng looked at each other. Peng said, last time was the first time we cooperated, so we didn't feel at ease. Now that we've formed an alliance, we naturally feel at ease. I don't think there's any need. Wan Qingjiu and Tan Yefeng also agreed. At this time, the stone cow walked over quickly and said, Gang leader, there are a few tourists coming up the mountain path from the foot of the mountain. Should we stop them? Peng waved his hand and said, this Wudong mountain isn't our home. Of course, we can't stop others from coming. You don't have to guard it. Just wait here. After saying this, the four poured wine and talked about the strange happenings of the Jianghu with the food and wine. They seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Not long after, a few people came to the top of the mountain. It looked like they were really tourists. After touring the mountain for a while, they saw people drinking and chatting in this picturesque place. They felt disdain and didn't stay long before going down the mountain. Wan Qingjiu asked Peng, could it be that we're being paranoid? Peng smiled and said, these people aren't, but we can't say that there aren't any at the foot of the mountain. These people know that we're all from the Jianghu and have sharp eyes. How could they come up so easily? Peng suddenly thought of something and asked Wan Qingjiu, the news of the secret plane must be kept secret. We can't relax in the slightest. Where is Situ Ping of the evil tiger gang now? Wan Qingjiu smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Brother don't worry. Although I'm not as meticulous as you, I still know this. Leader Situ hasn't left Wanjian Peak since she returned with my disciple last time. I've already ordered an elder to accept her as a disciple. Moreover, I've also sent a few capable men to Lu Town. Leader Situ won't be Leader Situ anymore, but Wanjian Peak Situ Ping. Chapter 38. Peng asked curiously, what do you mean? Wan Qingjiu smiled and said, if Situ Ping wants to cultivate my 10,000 Swords Peak's martial arts, she naturally has to stay in the 10,000 Swords Peak for a long time. This 10,000 Swords Peak is quite far from Lu Town, so it's naturally inconvenient for her to deal with the matters of the gang. As her martial uncle, I naturally have to do it for her. I have already sent the elite disciples of the gang to Lu Town to take over her evil tiger gang. This kind of small gang, I am only taking care of it for Situ Ping's sake. Peng heard this and only smiled. Brother Wan really is working hard for your disciple. However, in his heart, he said, this old fox, he's still trying to act innocent after taking advantage. Wan Qingjiu also said, isn't it to protect our secret, otherwise, why would I be willing to take over this kind of shit? Everyone said, then it's really been hard on Brother Wan, let's drink a bowl. After that, everyone no longer talked about the secret plane, but talked about the blood of the pugilistic world, romance, and everything else. Only when the food and wine were finished did they split up and go their separate ways. However, they all tacitly agreed not to talk about the treasures they obtained in the secret plane and the improvement of their martial arts. Far away, in a secluded mountain village between Lu Town and Pingyang City, in the same manner that took up a lot of space, there were two people sitting in a large hall in the north. One was a skinny young man, and the other was a middle-aged man whose hair was a little white. They were the evil tiger gang Situ Liang, hall leader Situ Liang and Zhao third brother, hall leader Zhao. The two of them were currently drinking tea with their brows furrowed. Hall master Zhao drank a mouthful of tea, but did not seem to be able to taste the tea's fragrance. He heavily placed the teacup on the table and asked Situ Liang, hall master Situ, it's been almost a month since there's been any news of the gang leader. We don't even know if he's dead or alive, what should we do? Situ Liang said unhappily, hall master Zhao, what are you saying? How can you say such inauspicious things during the new year? Hall master Zhao immediately said embarrassedly, I'm not in a rush. Pei, I take back what I just said. As he said that, he spat on the ground to show that he was taking back what he just said. Then he said, without seeing the gang leader, no one had a good year, who knows what our future will be like. Sita Liang comforted him, although the gang master isn't in the gang, aren't our evil tiger gang's members still here? Everything should be the same as before. It's not like we've wiped out the gang. Hall Master Zhao chuckled and said, Hall Master Situ, you're also saying inauspicious words. Sita Liang was stunned for a moment, then he also spat on the ground and said, take it back, take it back. This is truly annoying, making me speak without thinking. Hall Master Zhao said, it's fine, it's fine. Isn't everyone worried about gang leader's safety? Sita Liang continued, in the past, there have been situations where gang master went out and didn't return, but there would still be news coming back. Furthermore, the time he went out was only a few days at most. Now, it's been so long. Could it be, he really? Sita Liang didn't dare to say any more. Hall Master Zhao continued, Hall Master Situ, when gang leader isn't here, it's the new year. Most of the gang's members are at home celebrating the new year, so there aren't many things to do in the gang. Seeing that the new year is about to end, everyone will be coming back. There are a lot of things to take care of as well. If there is still no news from gang leader, then it doesn't seem too good. At the very least, there will be people's hearts wavering. Sita Liang nodded and said, that's right. We need to have an agenda so that there won't be any large fluctuations. Just as they were talking, someone came to reporting to Hall Master, there are 7 people rushing towards us from 10 li away. It seems like they're from Jianghu. Sita Liang was stunned. He looked at Hall Master Zhao and said, at this time of the year, who could it be? The gang that we're on good terms with already came here before the new year. How could they know about this place if they're not familiar with it? Could it be that they're just passing by? Hall Master Zhao said, perhaps. However, could it be that they're here to cause trouble for us? Sita Liang shook his head and said, the numbers aren't right. If they're here to cause trouble, how could a mere 7 people be a match for our entire evil tiger gang? Although most of the gang members aren't in the gang, there are still a few dozen of them. Hall Master Zhao was also confused and said, then why are they here? Sita Liang said, let's just wait and see. We'll keep an eye on them first and see if they're here for us. However, we need to make preparations to welcome them. Someone, notify the brothers in the gang to make preparations to welcome the guests. Also, prepare signal fireworks. If there's a need, notify the brothers that aren't in the gang to come back and help. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another person came to reporting to Hall Master Situ, those 7 people are about to reach the entrance of the village. There isn't a large group of people behind them. Sita Liang stood up and said to Hall Master Zhao, let's go. This road in our village only allows people to enter and not exit. It seems like they're here for our evil tiger gang. Hall Master Zhao also stood up and said, let's go, we're going to welcome the guests. These 7 people really did come quickly. When Sita Liang and the others arrived at the entrance of the manor, the sound of their horses' hooves could be heard. Looking from afar, the 7 people were all dressed in black and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only when they got closer could everyone see that the 7 people were of the same height, but they were all different. The one at the front was a young man with delicate features. He was as skinny as Sita Liang, but he carried a large sword on his back. They only saw them arrive at the entrance of the manor and dismount together. Their movements were very nimble and uniform. It was obvious that they had been trained for a long time. When they dismounted, 6 people stood there holding the reins without saying anything. The young man at the front threw the reins in his hands to the person beside him and walked forward himself. He bowed to Sita Liang on the stairs and said, may I ask if you are the evil tiger gang Sita Liang, Hall Master Situ? Sita Liang also quickly bowed and said, that is me. May I ask who you are? The young man said with a smile, this one is Chu Xiang Feng of the 10,000 Swords Peak. I have come under the orders of my family's sword master to deliver news about your gang master, Situ Ping. When Situ Liang heard this, he was shocked. This 10,000 swords peak was not something the evil tiger gang could afford to offend. When did the gang master have any relationship with the 10,000 swords peak? He said with a smile, "May I ask if Xiaoxia Chu has any proof?" Chu Xiangfeng did not get angry. He took out a token from his chest and handed it to Situ Liang. Situ Liang took it and looked at it. It was the gang master Situ Ping's token. He could not help but reveal a smile and said, "It really is the gang master's token. Xiaoxia Chu, please come in for a chat." "Please." However, he did not return the token to Chu Xiangfeng. Chu Xiangfeng did not seem to mind. The group of 7 followed him into the manor. The horses were naturally given to the evil tiger gang to take care of as they entered the inner hall. In the main hall, everyone sat down as the servants brought in tea. Chu Xiangfeng did not pick up the teacup. Instead, he took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Situ Liang, saying, "Gang Master Situ has not returned for many days. The gang must be very worried. This is a letter from Gang Master Situ to your honorable gang. Hall Master Situ, please open it." Situ Liang smiled as he received the letter. He opened it and looked at the contents. His calm face revealed a bit of shock. After reading it, he handed the letter to Hall Master Zhao, who was beside him. Hall Master Zhao was also very surprised. After reading it, he looked at Situ Liang and nodded slightly. Situ Liang turned around and said to Chu Xiangfeng, "Xiaoxia Chu, this token is correct. The words on the letter were also written by our gang master. However, the things in the letter are not things that we can immediately reply to. Can I ask Xiaoxia and the others to rest in our gang for a bit and discuss it with us?" Chu Xiangfeng said, "Of course. However, I ask Hall Master Situ to reply to us as soon as possible." After saying this, he stood up with the other 6 people. Situ Liang quickly had the servants arrange for Chu Xiangfeng and the others to rest. After Chu Xiangfeng and the others left, Situ Liang and Hall Master Zhao immediately had their subordinates release the emergency signal for the evil tiger gang to gather the upper echelons of the gang back to the villa to discuss how to deal with the situation. When the signal was sent out, the 2 hall masters finally let out a sigh of relief. Hall Master Zhao sat in the main hall. Situ Liang excused himself and returned to his room first. Situ Liang quickly walked back to his small room that was not too far away from the main hall. He turned around to take a look before pushing open the door and entering. This small room was very clean. There was a bookshelf near the wall that was filled with books. There was a desk near the window that was filled with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Situ Liang walked in front of the desk and sat on the chair as he looked outside the window. The tree branches outside the window had already turned green and were swaying in the spring breeze. They were full of life. Situ Liang's eyes, however, swept past the signs of spring and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. After a while, he shook his head and rubbed his temples. He took out Situ Ping's tablet and used the light coming in from outside the window to carefully examine it. Suddenly, he stood up from the chair and placed the tablet on the table. He quickly walked in front of the bookshelf and gently took out a few books. There was a small box behind the bookshelf. Situ Liang carefully placed the box on the table and opened the lid with one hand, revealing a small porcelain bottle inside. Then, he skillfully picked up a brush and opened the lid of the porcelain bottle. He dipped the brush in some liquid and picked up the tablet with one hand. He used the brush to carefully brush a part of the tablet. Sure enough, on that small part of the tablet, 3 words gradually appeared. It was actually, peaceful endurance. When Situ Liang finished tidying up the things on the table, the words on the tablet had also disappeared. He put the tablet back into his pocket and sat on the chair as he frowned and thought. In the time it took to eat a meal, the sky had already turned dark. Situ Liang was still sitting there without moving at all. At this time, someone lightly knocked on the door. Situ Liang replied, "Come in." Someone lightly pushed open the door and came in to report, "Hall Master Situ, Elder Chu, Hall Master Xing and Hall Master Zhang have already returned. They are currently talking to Hall Master Zhao." Hall Master Zhao told me to inform Hall Master Xing, Situ Liang said softly. All right, I got it. I'll be there soon. Situ Liang waited for a while and seemed to have made a decision. Only then did he calmly stand up and tidy up the clothes on his body. Slowly, he walked out of the room. The room was not very far from the main hall, but Situ Liang did not walk quickly. The path in the dusk was no different from usual. However, Situ Liang knew that the evil tiger clan today was different from the evil tiger clan of the past. Chapter 39. When Situ Liang walked into the hall, there were 3 people whispering to each other. Hall Master Zhao silently sat in his original position and drank tea. It was as if he hadn't moved at all since Situ Liang left. Situ Liang's footsteps caused the 3 of them to stop talking. The 3 of them exchanged glances. The white-haired old man did not get up from his chair, but the other 2 stood up. One of them had a medium build and looked like a very capable man. The other was a slightly taller build and had a clean face. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. They walked to the center of the hall to welcome Situ Liang. The 3 of them greeted each other. Situ Liang asked, Hall Master Zhang, Hall Master Xing, how was your New Year's at home this year? The rich middle-aged man said, it was all right. New Year's with my family is naturally interesting. Compared to Hall Master Situ staying alone in the gang, I feel a bit uneasy. Situ Liang waved his hand and said, I am alone. Isn't it the same wherever I go? Do you want Brother Zhang, who has a bunch of wives, to stay with me? I heard that Brother Zhang just found a young concubine before the New Year's. The capable man's face was a bit red as he hurriedly said, Hall Master Situ, you have wronged me. I am only a mortal. I cannot cut off my emotions and desires. I cannot compare to Hall Master Situ who has received the teachings of an immortal. You can cut off your mortal fate and leave the world of mortals. Hearing this, Situ Liang said with a strange expression, Brother Zhang, do you think I am a monk? I am still preparing to find someone to carry on my family line. Hearing this, the 2 of them said, that's good. We have been waiting for that day. While the 3 of them were chatting, Elder Chu was getting impatient. He lightly coughed. Hearing this, Situ Liang quickly walked over and bowed. Elder Chu frowned and nodded, indicating for Situ Liang to sit. Only then did Situ Liang walk over to the chair across from Elder Chu and sit down. Before he could sit down, Elder Chu impatiently asked, Little Liang, is there any news about Ping, er? This Elder Chu was an elder in the gang. He had basically watched Situ Ping and Situ Ping grow up. Normally, in the hall, he would call them Gang Master and Hall Master. Now that he suddenly called them by their nicknames, it seemed like he was very worried about Situ Ping. Situ Liang's heart warmed up, and he hurriedly said, Elder Chu, my cousin is fine, she is just temporarily unable to return to the sect. Hall Master Xing also asked, what is going on here? Gang leader has always been a steady person. Something must have happened this time. When I asked old Zhao just now, he wouldn't say anything no matter what. He wanted to wait for you. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Situ Liang nodded and took out the letter from his bosom. He stood up and handed it to Elder Chu. Elder Chu took out the letter and read it carefully. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. After that, Hall Master Xing and Hall Master Zhang also carefully read the letter. After everyone finished reading the letter, the hall fell into a dead silence. Elder Chu was the first to speak, asking, Little Liang, this letter is real, right? Situ Liang nodded and said, this is indeed my cousin's handwriting, and the time matches as well. It shouldn't be fake. Hall Master Zhang continued, but this is strange. Why would Myriad Sword Peak accept the gang leader as a disciple? The gang leader has already passed the best time to practice martial arts. Now that she has joined the Myriad Sword Peak, how can she stand out? Hall Master Xing also said, the most suspicious thing is that the gang leader actually allowed the Myriad Sword Peak disciples to temporarily manage the gang's affairs while she is away? What does this mean? Situ Liang also said, if gang leader joins the 10,000 Swords Peak, then we will naturally become a branch of the 10,000 Swords Peak. To our evil tiger gang, this can be considered a blessing from the heavens. However, the gang leader can't come back immediately. Could it be that she needs to cultivate high-level martial arts? Elder Chu frowned and said, our little bit of power to the myriad sword peak is like a piece of meat on a fly. Why would they care about it? They even let a few disciples take over? Aren't they placing too much importance on it? Hall Master Zhao was silent for a while before saying, there are too many suspicious points in this matter. We should at least let the gang leader come back and give a detailed explanation. Just by finding a few people and a letter, they want us to give our hard-earned territory to others. Isn't this just child's play? Situ Liang gave a bitter smile and said, then what should we do? Can we not endure it? The word, endure, seemed to be especially clear. The rest of the people did not say anything. That's right, what else could they do? In front of absolute martial arts, any schemes or resistance would be futile. However, seeing that everyone was silent, Elder Chu asked, where are the myriad sword peak disciples? Situ Liang said, they've all been arranged to rest. They should have finished eating dinner by now. Elder Chu said, then let them come over for everyone to meet and discuss the details. Situ Liang nodded and sent people to invite Chu Xiangfeng and the others. Not long later, the 7 people from the myriad sword peak arrived at the main hall. The people from the evil tiger gang came forward to greet them. After greeting each other, they sat down. Elder Chu said warmly, Xiaoxia Chu, we are in a remote area here and are lacking in things. I wonder if you can get used to it. Chu Xiangfeng quickly said, Elder Chu is too courteous. My generation has traveled the Jianghu and it is normal for us to sleep in the wilderness. There is nothing we can't get used to in your gang. Elder Chu stroked his beard and said, that's good. Then he asked, can Xiaoxia Chu explain in detail the situation of our gang leader Situ? Chu Xiangfeng smiled and said, senior sister Situ is very fortunate. She was coincidentally chosen by our myriad sword peak's elder Yunfeng and taken in as a disciple. She is currently cultivating in seclusion at the myriad sword peak. Elder Yun is a famous expert in our sect. I'm sure that senior sister Situ's martial arts will improve even further and enter the ranks of the Jianghu experts. As for the details, Chu is not too clear either. Everything will have to wait for senior sister Situ to return and ask her in detail. Chu Xiangfeng's words were watertight, and no one was able to get any clues from him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Chu Xiangfeng smiled and said, Chu is here on orders from my master to temporarily take over the affairs of your gang. May I know how the discussion went? Although these words were spoken to the crowd, Chu Xiangfeng's eyes were fixed on Elder Chu, who was sitting at the head of the table. Elder Chu saw Chu Xiangfeng's gaze and was about to speak when someone else spoke first. Young hero Chu wants us to listen to your commands with just a letter. How can we be convinced? Chu Xiangfeng turned his head and saw Hall Master Xing. Chu Xiangfeng asked, Hall Master Xing, what do you think we should do? Hall Master Xing said, no matter what, you have to get past me first and let me experience the swordsmanship of the myriad sword peak. Elder Chu hurriedly stopped him, Hall Master Xing, you can't be so rude. Chu Xiangfeng replied, it's fine. It's a little inappropriate for us to make your faction obey our orders so easily. Since that's the case, I'll spar with Hall Master Xing for a bit. I'm sure that you'll be convinced of our superiority. Situ Liang hurriedly said, Xiaoxia Chu, Hall Master Xing, since we're all on the same side, let's not go to the practice field. Let's spar in the hall and not harm each other. Is that all right? The two of them nodded in agreement. Hall Master Xing shouted to the outside, bring my weapon over. Not long after, someone brought in a steel spear that was 8 zhang long. It was Hall Master Xing's famous weapon. Hall Master Xing received the spear with one hand and shook it forcefully. The tip of the spear drew a few arcs in the air, and the long body of the spear emitted a woo-woo sound. The members of the evil tiger gang couldn't help but think to themselves, even though Hall Master Xing's figure has become chubby, he hasn't dropped his martial arts. In contrast, the members of the myriad sword peak didn't seem to have noticed the commotion at all. Chu Xiangfeng unsheathed the large sword on his back and walked to the center of the hall with one hand. Hall Master Xing looked at Chu Xiangfeng and muttered in his heart. There were many swordsmen in the pugilistic world, but it was rare for one to use such a large sword. Furthermore, it seemed that the sword was quite heavy, and Chu Xiangfeng was able to carry it with one hand. While Hall Master Xing was deep in thought, Chu Xiangfeng spoke up, "Hall Master Xing, please." Hall Master Xing didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Very well. Xiaoxia Chu, watch my spear." After saying those words, Hall Master Xing leaped forward and thrust his spear toward Chu Xiangfeng's heart. Chu Xiangfeng didn't seem to be in a hurry. He waited until the tip of the spear was right in front of him before taking a step forward and twisting his waist. Still holding his sword with one hand, he lifted it up along with the tip of the spear. Hall Master Xing immediately felt a powerful force coming from the tip of the spear, and his body couldn't help but sway to the side. Thus, he stomped his foot and stabilized himself with a movement technique. Just as he was about to take a breath to regain his balance, he saw Chu Xiangfeng making use of the momentum of the sword to leap into the air. After reaching an extremely high point, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands and swung it down toward Hall Master Xing. Hall Master Xing was shocked. He only knew how to stab and hack with a sword, but who would have thought that someone would actually use it as a saber? Grabbing the tip of the spear with both hands, Hall Master Xing raised his heaven-burning form to meet the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the sword and the spear collided, and a loud "quang dang" sounded. Chu Xiangfeng's sword bounced off the shaft of the Damascus steel spear, and Hall Master Xing was forced to retreat 3 steps. Barely managing to stabilize himself, Hall Master Xing saw Chu Xiangfeng swinging his sword once more, making use of the momentum from the rebound to slash at him once more. Hall Master Xing couldn't help but feel bitter. There was no time for him to change his stance, so he could only raise his heaven-burning form to meet the attack head-on. However, with another "quang dang," Chu Xiangfeng's sword bounced off the shaft of the Damascus steel spear. This time, however, Chu Xiangfeng didn't follow up with another move. Instead, he stood there leisurely with the tip of his sword pointed toward the ground as he stared at Hall Master Xing. On the other hand, Hall Master Xing was forced to retreat 4 steps. This time, he wasn't able to hold on to the Damascus steel spear anymore. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. Unable to hold on to the Damascus steel spear in his hands anymore, he tossed it aside. When Hall Master Xing finally stood back up, he realized that the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been torn. A wave of fear welled up in his heart as he muttered, "I wonder how much strength is hidden in that skinny body of his. What a godly strength. It's fortunate that it was a sparring session, or else I would have been killed by the other party's attack." Seeing the ashen expression on Hall Master Xing's face, Chu Xiangfeng clasped his fist and said, "I admit it." Hall Master Xing returned the gesture and said, "I'm impressed." Chapter 40. The exchange between the two could not be said to have happened in an instant, but it had only taken a few breaths of time for victory and defeat to be decided. This caused the jaws of the evil Tiger Gang members to drop to the ground. On the other hand, the 6 people from the 10,000 Swords Peak had normal expressions. From their point of view, this was completely normal. Hall Master Xing sat on the chair with an ashen face, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Situ Liang and the others did not go up to comfort him. Their minds were also quickly turning. They originally felt that they had no choice but to accept the 10,000 Swords Peak sending someone to take over the evil Tiger Gang, but when they saw that it was a youngster, they naturally wanted to give him a show of strength so that he would not look down on the evil Tiger Gang. This way, when the authority of the gang leader was distributed, they would have an advantage. So when Hall Master Xing raised his objection, no one stopped him and instead chose to watch from the side. However, the result was too unexpected. In just 3 moves, Hall Master Xing was defeated. Thinking back to Chu Xiangfeng's 3 moves, the timing of the moves was very clever. Each move was something that Hall Master Xing had no choice but to take on. The positions of the moves were not too tricky and were even wide open. However, the most important thing was the strength of the moves and the power contained in the large sword. It was something that Hall Master Xing could not compare to. It was a great coincidence. If it had been anyone else from the evil tiger gang that went up, they would also have had the same result. No wonder the evil tiger gang only sent 7 people. These 7 people were equivalent to half of the evil tiger gang. Seeing the evil tiger gang members' uncertain expressions, Chu Xiangfeng did not give them too much time to think. He held the large sword in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, if there is anyone else who has objections, please stand up and speak." Situ Liang and the others exchanged glances. Elder Chu stood up and said, "Xiaoxia Chu, please put away your sword. We do not have any objections." Chu Xiangfeng saw Elder Chu speak, so he put his large sword back on his shoulder. However, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he looked at the evil tiger gang members and asked again, "Does anyone have any objections to my 10,000 swords peak temporarily taking over the evil tiger gang?" Situ Liang and the others all said, "Yes, we will follow the gang leader's orders and listen to 10,000 swords peak Xiaoxia Chu." Then, Situ Liang invited Chu Xiangfeng to take a seat, saying, "Clan Master Chu, please take a seat. We will listen to Clan Master Chu's orders." Chu Xiangfeng wasn't polite. He walked to a chair in the front of the hall and sat down. He then said to the evil tiger gang members, "Everyone, please sit." Thus, everyone sat back down. Chu Xiangfeng said, "Everyone, please do not have any misgivings. I am following my sword master's orders to temporarily take over the evil tiger gang. All matters will be handed over to clan leader Situ once she returns. Moreover, before clan leader Situ returns, the matters of the gang will still be handled by Elder Chu, Hall leader Situ, and the others. We will not interfere. We only ask that Hall leader Situ give us an explanation before you do anything." Situ Liang and the others were very puzzled. What was this? Taking over the position of clan leader and not using the clan leader's strength, he did not care about the matters of the gang. Hall Master Xing even looked at his cracked palm in regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have competed with this person and lost his face for nothing. However, everyone had their own explanations. The evil tiger gang was their entire world in their eyes and could not be violated. However, in the eyes of this person, they were nothing more than chicken ribs. This Chu Xiangfeng probably didn't want to come, but because of his master's orders, he decided to not interfere and let them develop on their own. Thinking of this, everyone revealed expressions of relief. Chu Xiangfeng saw that everyone understood his intentions, so he didn't want to stay in the hall for too long. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone with the matters of the evil tiger gang in the future. We will temporarily stay in the place arranged for us this afternoon. If there is nothing important, do not disturb our cultivation." After saying this, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to the evil tiger gang members. The group of people returned to their living quarters. When they returned to their living quarters, Chu Xiangfeng had everyone enter their own rooms and left one person to guard the door. Looking at the 5 people in the room, Chu Xiangfeng said with satisfaction, "Today, the matters of the evil tiger gang have been settled. From today onwards, we will guard this place and wait for the sword master's next orders. 2 junior brothers Wang, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will go to Lu Town and watch over that place. If any Jianghu people appear, immediately inform us." 2 of them cupped their hands and agreed. Afterwards, Chu Xiangfeng ordered the rest of the people, "The rest of you will follow our habits in the 10,000 swords peak and continue to practice martial arts. Do not slack off." Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Situ Liang and the others were in the hall. After a moment of silence, Elder Chu opened his mouth and asked, "Little Liang, where have you arranged for young hero Chu and the others to stay?" He did not address them as Sect Master Chu. Situ Liang said, "Arrange for them to be in East Room 1 to East Room 7. Elder Chu said, "It's better to let them stay in the VIP rooms." Situ Liang replied, "All right, I will immediately arrange for people to take care of it." At that time, it was because I read the letter that my heart was in a mess. That's why the arrangements were inappropriate. Elder Chu then said, "How about this? Everyone is tired today. Let's go back and rest first. If there is anything else, we can discuss it tomorrow morning. How about that?" Everyone also left. Situ Liang leisurely returned to his own room. The room was not lit up with an oil lamp, so it was completely dark. He walked into the familiar darkness and closed the door tightly. He walked in front of his desk and just stood there. He looked at the moon covered by dark clouds outside the window and did not move for a long time. After a while, he seemed to have sorted out his thoughts. Only then did he light up the oil lamp. The bean-sized flame quickly filled the room with light. Situ Ping picked up a pen and paper and carefully wrote a letter with very small handwriting. Then, he carefully rolled it into a small paper stick and placed it into a metal ring. Following that, he took out 2 empty metal rings and placed 2 small paper sticks into them. Then, he placed the 3 metal rings into his pocket. Only then did he blow out the oil lamp and walk out of the room. After Situ Liang walked out of the room, he did not walk far away. Instead, he walked into a slightly bigger room right next to his room. When he opened this room, he could hear the goyalu sounds of pigeons. So this was a place to raise carrier pigeons. He walked to the innermost corner with familiarity. From a pile of pigeon cages, he found 3 slightly smaller ones and opened them one by one. He took out the metal rings from his pocket and very skillfully put them on the ankles of the 3 pigeons. Finally, he took the 3 cages and walked to the window. He opened the window and opened one of the cages first. He then released a pigeon. That pigeon flew in the air and circled around a bit before landing on the windowsill. It seemed like it did not want to fly out. However, Situ Liang grabbed the pigeon and threw it into the air again. This time, the pigeon circled around a bit before flying out in one direction. Situ Liang did not immediately release the second pigeon. He waited quietly for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When he did not hear any movement, he released the second pigeon. After the second pigeon flew away, he released the third pigeon. The 3 carrier pigeons all flew towards the same place. In the pitch-black night, they carried some sort of mysterious mission. Chu Xiangfeng and the others' rooms were quite a bit of distance away from Situ Liang's room. They were in different parts of the hall, so they did not notice anything. The evil tiger gang members were already used to the pigeons flying out, so the sound of the 3 pigeons flying out did not catch anyone's attention. After Situ Liang finished doing all of this, he returned to his own room. This time, he did not light a lamp. Instead, he walked to the side of the Kong bed and slept with his clothes on. Everything in the evil tiger gang fell silent under the moonlit night. Occasionally, there would be a gang member on duty who would walk past unsteadily with sleepy eyes. Everyone had fallen asleep with their own thoughts. In the Zhang family's courtyard in the Guozhuang house, everyone was also sleeping peacefully. Only waves of suppressed coughing could be heard from Grandma's room. Grandma was lying on the Kong bed and using the blanket to tightly cover her mouth. Her ears were turned to the side, but she would occasionally listen in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Although the moonlight outside the window was bright, the room was still very dark. There was no movement from Zhang Xiaohua's side, but Grandma was worried that she would wake up her beloved grandson and disturb his sweet dreams. However, with her disappointing body, she felt very stuffy in her chest and could not help but cough. She could not walk out of the room, nor did she want to disturb her grandson, so what could she do? What made her feel gratified was that Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping very peacefully. She thought that perhaps she should tell her child's mother to let her live in her relative's wooden hut tomorrow. Only then would she be able to feel at ease. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have turned over. Grandma quickly closed her mouth and suppressed the coughing that was already close to her throat. However, how could she suppress this kind of cough? Grandma's throat was itchy and her face was red. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was no longer moving, she carefully coughed out. However, because she had suppressed it for a while, the coughing became much more intense. Grandma even felt that some liquid had been coughed out onto the blanket. In the middle of the night, Grandma did not fall asleep. After waiting for the rooster to crow a few times, she felt that it was already dawn. Grandma quickly got up and groped her way out. The small courtyard was still very quiet. Grandma did not hear any other sounds. Presumably, Guosufei and Lu Qian had not woken up either. Grandma did not walk to the center of the courtyard. She leaned against the wall outside the room and used a towel to cover her coughing. After the time it took to eat a meal, Grandma heard the door to the central room creak open. Someone came out from inside. Then, she heard Guosufei's voice, "Mother, why are you up so early? It's cold outside." Guosufei walked over and wanted to help Grandma back to the room. However, Grandma refused to go back and said, "I'm always coughing. I'm afraid that I'll wake Xiaohua up." Guosufei's eyes immediately turned red and said, "Then, Mother, come to the central room first." She helped Grandma to the central room. At this time, Lu Qian also got up. She was also very surprised to see Guosufei supporting Grandma. She quickly opened the door to the central room and let the two in. Listening to Grandma's continuous coughing, she could not help but think, "I don't know if this spring water really works. Grandma's condition is getting worse." Chapter 41. A new day had begun, and everyone was busy with their own matters. Grandmother was also sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the rare sunshine. Guosufei saw that the weather was very good, and the sun was shining brightly. She wanted to take out the quilts and mattresses in the house to dry. First, she hung the quilts in her room and Zhang Xiaolong's room to dry. Then, she went to Grandmother's room to tidy up Grandmother's and Zhang Xiaohua's quilts. But after she walked into the room, the family outside heard her cry out. Grandmother's ears were sharp, and she said, "What's going on?" "Guosufei." Then, Guosufei's voice came from the room, "It's nothing, Mother. There's a mouse." Zhang Kai, who was fiddling with the farm tools, laughed and said, "You're already so old. Why are you still afraid of that little thing? It's a bit funny." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he quickly bounced over and said, "Mother, where's the mouse? I'll help you. I'm the best at catching mice." But he ran into the room and saw his mother sitting by Grandmother's Kong. She was holding Grandmother's quilt and sobbing softly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this scene, he carefully walked over and asked his mother in a low voice, "What's wrong, Mother?" Guosufei sobbed weakly and did not speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the quilt in his mother's hand and realized that the top of the quilt was black. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what was going on and asked his mother, "Mother, why are you holding the quilt? Isn't it just dirty? I'll help you wash it, okay?" Hearing her son's obedient words, Guosufei was even more sad. She suppressed her sobs and said with a hoarse voice, "Xiaohua, this quilt isn't dirty. It's your grandmother who coughed up blood." Zhang Xiaohua felt a buzzing sound in his head. He was in a daze. He quickly asked, "Then, is Grandma going to die?" Guosufei listened to her son's innocent words and her heart felt like she had eaten Chinese gold thread. She said, "Good son, Mother doesn't know either." Zhang Xiaohua said with a sad face, "I don't want Grandmother to die." Guosufei stretched out her arm and pulled her son into her embrace. She stroked her son's hair with her other hand and said, "Mother also doesn't want to, but look at Xiaohua. She's almost catching up with Mother. Mother is also old. Grandmother, she will leave us sooner or later." Zhang Xiaohua was about to cry as she said, "I don't want to grow taller, Mother. I don't want Grandmother to leave me." Guosufei had already held back her sobs. She hugged her son and sighed softly. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Lu Qian's words. He asked, "Mother, Sister Lu told me that there are immortals who can live forever. If we find them, will Grandma not leave us?" Guosufei said, "Maybe, Xiaohua. That's what the stories say, but no one has ever seen an immortal before." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then I'll go find the immortals and ask them to save Grandma." Guosufei said lovingly, "Good boy." Then she looked at her son. Looking at his clear eyes and anxious expression, she said, No one knows where the immortals are. Where are you going to find them? And it's too late to find them now. Why don't you accompany Grandma and let her hear your voice more? Zhang Xiaohua nodded vigorously when he heard this, as if he really understood. At this time, Zhang Kai shouted outside, Xiaohua, have you killed the mice? Guo Sufei also shouted, they've all run away. Where are we going to kill them? Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, let's go out, but don't cry when we go out. Don't let your grandmother know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Guo Sufei walked out of the house with the quilt in her arms. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind her with his head down. Guo Sufei went to dry the quilt. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Grandma and said, Grandma, are you thirsty? Shall I get some water for you? Grandma smiled and said, yes, I'm a little thirsty. Xiaohua, go get some water for Grandma. You're so obedient. Be careful not to burn your hands. It seemed that in Grandma's heart, Zhang Xiaohua was still a 4 or 5-year-old child. Zhang Xiaohua went into the house to get water for Grandma. Guo Sufei originally wanted to dry Grandma's quilt in a slightly hidden place. But after thinking about it, she took a basin and wanted to wash the blood off the quilt first. Lu Qian saw that Guo Sufei wanted to wash the quilt and hurried over to help. When she saw the stain on the quilt, she was also stunned. Guo Sufei saw that Lu Qian saw it. She thought for a moment and said in a low voice, go and call Xiao Long and the others over. Quietly. Lu Qian nodded and went over to signal a few people to come over. When everyone came over and saw the stains on the quilt that Guo Sufei had placed in the basin, they all stopped talking. The warm sunshine just now couldn't warm their hearts even a little at this moment. Zhang Xiaohua brought the water to Grandma. She first tasted the water with her mouth before putting it in Grandma's hand. Grandma took the water and drank a mouthful. There was a smile on her face as if she was drinking sweet honey water. Grandma took a long breath and coughed a little. When everyone saw this scene under the sun, their hearts were warm. The coldness in their hearts had long been driven away. Everyone seemed to know what they should do. They all walked back to Grandma's side and sat around her. While they were busy with their own things, they looked at their beloved family members. They wanted to imprint her voice and smile deeply in their hearts. Grandma didn't know what others were doing. She just sat in the chair at ease, basking in the warm sunshine. A comfortable smile stayed on her face. She was very peaceful and happy. Guo Sufei was busy washing the quilt and drying it. She also sat beside Grandma and said softly, Niangqin, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Grandma thought for a moment and said, make streaky pork. Guo Sufei said strangely, Niangqin, you don't usually eat such greasy food? Grandma said, I'm hungry today. I want to eat some. Guo Sufei said, okay, I'll go to the village entrance to buy some meat later. Zhang Xiaolong immediately said, Niangqin, I'll go. I should go out more. Guo Sufei agreed. Lu Qian also said, I'll go with you. Don't always carry heavy things with your arms. Be careful not to have problems again. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, it's enough to buy 2 caddies of meat. How can I not be able to carry it? Lu Qian smiled and didn't say anything. So the two went out together. Grandma narrowed her eyes and guessed that Zhang Xiaolong and them went out. Then she said to Guo Sufei, Sufei, I want to tell you something. Guo Sufei said, okay, Niangqin. Wait a moment. I'll get you a cup of water to moisten your throat. Guo Sufei poured another cup of water for Grandma. Then she moved a stool and sat opposite Grandma. She asked Grandma, Niangqin, what do you want to say? Grandma said, Sufei, did you vomit on my quilt? Guo Sufei's face was shocked. She immediately said, no, Niangqin, no. It's just a little dirty. I'll wash it. Grandma sighed and said, Sufei, you don't have to hide it from me. I vomited on my own. How can I not know? It's just that I'm not sure. You can ask Xiao Kai and the others to go over and take a look. I can hear it. I know in my heart. Guosufei said, Nyangqin, don't think too much. Your cough will definitely get better. Grandma said with a smile, you silly child. Why are you like Xiaohua? You're already 40 or 50 years old. You're still comforting your Nyangqin. Guosufei began to wipe her tears again. She cried and said, Nyangqin, Grandma continued, Sufei, you have to be more open-minded. Birth, old age, illness, and death are unavoidable. That year when your father passed away, I was also sad for a long time before I woke up. At that time, I was only sad for myself and didn't care about you. This time, it's my turn. I have to make you sad again. There's no other way. Your father and I worked hard our whole lives and didn't let you live a good life. With Xiao Kai taking care of you, I'm relieved. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Hua are all good children. After I leave, don't let them miss me too much. Be busy with farm work. Will pray to the gods to protect you all in the underworld. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached when he heard this. He hugged Grandma and said, Grandma, don't worry. I'll protect Nyangqin well. Grandma stroked Zhang Xiaohua's hair and said kindly, I know that Xiaohua will grow up to be a man and will protect the family. I'm very relieved. Then, Grandma said, Sufei, I don't have any wishes in this life. I'm satisfied to see you and Xiao Kai live a comfortable life without quarrels. It's just that before I leave, I don't see Xiao Long get married and hold a great-grandchild. It's a bit regretful. I think Lu Qian is a good child. You must find a way to marry her. That's our family's Xiao Long's good fortune. Everyone surrounded their grandmother and listened to her speak. In their sadness, they did not notice that there were two people who were walking to the gate of the small courtyard. When the two of them heard the two words Lu Qian, they stopped in their tracks and listened carefully to what their grandmother was saying in the small courtyard. Guosufei continued, Nyangqin, you're right. Lu Qian is a good child. There's nothing to nitpick about her words and actions. Moreover, her appearance and figure are 1 in 100. Being able to marry into our family is because Xiao Long accumulated good karma in his previous life. But Guosufei wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't want to disturb her mother's good dream. However, there was a big gap between their family and the Lu family. If she rashly promised her mother now and couldn't fulfill it in the future, wouldn't her mother be unable to rest in peace in the afterlife? Grandma seemed to know what she wanted to say. She patted Guosufei's hand and said, Sufei, Lu Qian isn't a child who despises the poor and loves the rich. If she likes our family's Xiao Long, she would have already married him. Mr. Lu is educated and reasonable, I think he would agree. You should find time to sound Lu Qian out. If she doesn't have any feelings for our family's Xiao Long, then forget it. Don't force her. I heard from Xiaohua that Xiao Long's injury will be healed soon. You should also let her go back quickly. Staying in our family is not good for Lu Qian's reputation. Although we saved her, she has also taken care of our family for so long. Guosufei said, Okay, Nyangqin. I'll tell Lu Qian tomorrow and let her go home quickly. Grandma heard this and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. At this time, someone ran in from outside and said, Qian is not going home. Chapter 42. The person who came in was Zhang Xiaolong. The two of them stood at the door and listened to the conversation between grandmother and mother. Lu Qian's face was red with embarrassment. Zhang Xiaolong listened and looked at Lu Qian's expression. When he saw grandmother's disappointed expression, he couldn't help but pull Lu Qian's hand and rushed into the courtyard. He said with a happy heart, Qian won't go home. Lu Qian blushed and wanted to withdraw her hand, but for some reason, she didn't do it. Instead, she obediently followed behind Zhang Xiaolong and ran into the courtyard. As he ran, he thought to himself, thank the gods and Buddhas, this layer of window paper has finally been pierced through. Some time ago, I was still worried that if Guosufei asked me again, how should I deal with it? Now, it's all gone because of Zhang Xiaolong's impulsiveness. This Zhang Xiaolong is really my lucky star. It's fate. Everyone looked at the two people who rushed into the courtyard inexplicably. When they stood in front of grandmother, they saw Zhang Xiaolong holding Lu Qian's hand. Their faces immediately showed an understanding expression. So it was like this. Zhang Xiaolong saw everyone's ambiguous gaze and then noticed Lu Qian's soft and smooth hand in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know whether to let go or continue holding it. Guo Sufei saw her son's embarrassment and quickly asked, Xiaolong, just now you said that Qian won't go home. Is it Qian's idea? Zhang Xiaolong pulled a long face and didn't know how to answer. At this time, the little hand in his hand gently scratched his finger. He understood and said happily, Yes, mother, it was Qian who told me. Everyone was overjoyed. Grandmother was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Guo Sufei walked in front of Lu Qian and asked in disbelief, Qian, this is a lifelong event. You have to think carefully. Don't regret it in the future. Others didn't think too much about it. They knew that Guo Sufei wanted to confirm Lu Qian's thoughts. Lu Qian was happy in her heart. This family was really simple. This should be the advice of her family, but they said it first. Lu Qian also knew that this time, she couldn't hesitate like last time. She finally nodded slightly, then broke free from Zhang Xiaolong's hand and ran out. Guo Sufei saw and quickly pushed her son and said, Why aren't you chasing? As if awakening from a dream, Zhang Xiaolong said, Okay. But after taking a few steps, he came back and said, Father, give me some money. We went out to buy meat and didn't bring any money. Zhang Kai hurriedly took out some silver from his bosom and gave it to Xiaolong. Xiaolong took it and quickly ran out to catch up with Lu Qian, who was obviously waiting for him outside the courtyard. When Grandma heard that Zhang Xiaolong had run far away, she smiled and said, This child is really fated with Qian. Even without money, he can still turn it into an opportunity. When I heard what you said just now, I thought that there was no chance between him and Qian. Guo Sufei also said emotionally, Yeah, last time I asked Qian for her opinion, but she seemed to be unwilling. I didn't know how to ask again. Now it's all settled. Zhang Kai also said happily, Xiaohua, go to the entrance of the village and get me some wine. Let me be happy too. Zhang Xiaohua said, Okay. She got up and ran out. When she ran far away, Guo Sufei asked, Did you give Xiaohua any money? Zhang Kai said gloomily, No, I'll wait for him to come back. In the next few days, the Zhang family was a scene of joy and harmony. Lu Qian would slightly blush when she saw Zhang Xiaolong and deliberately avoid him. Zhang Xiaolong would also be inexplicably at a loss and made a lot of jokes. The family looked at the awkwardness between the two and shared the sweetness of their love. Grandma's expression was also very good, but she was getting thinner day by day. After not seeing her for a few days, she could feel that she had lost a lot of weight. Guo Sufei was happy for her son and sad for her mother. Others couldn't understand Grandma's situation, but Zhang Xiaohua could feel that Grandma's situation was not good. One day, he couldn't help it and secretly pulled Guo Sufei and said, Mother, I want to talk to you about something. Guo Sufei was very puzzled by her youngest son's actions and said, What trouble did you get into? Why are you so sneaky? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, Mother, when did I get into trouble for you? Guo Sufei touched his head and said with a smile, Then what's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, Mother, I can feel that something is floating away from Grandma's body. It floats away a little, Grandma is a little thinner, and I also feel that there is not much of it left on Grandma's body. Guo Sufei said angrily, You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xiaohua argued, That's right, Mother, I really feel it. I told Sister Qianxian before and she believed me. What did Sister Qianxian say? Guo Sufei asked curiously. Sister Qianxian said that it's because Grandma loves me the most, and I care about Grandma the most, so I can feel her physical condition. But she said that it's not easy to explain, anyway, some close relatives can know. Zhang Xiaohua answered seriously. When Guosufei heard this, she left Zhang Xiaohua and hurried to find Zhang Kai. Zhang Xiaohua saw that his mother cared about what he said and was not like what he thought, so he was very happy and went to accompany grandma. Guosufei saw Zhang Kai and told Zhang Xiaohua's words to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I've heard of such things before. What Xiaohua said may be true. It seems that we have to make some preparations first." When Guosufei heard this, she could only nod sadly. However, she immediately asked Zhang Kai, "What about Qianxian and Xiaolong's matter?" Firstly, mother wants to see Xiaolong get married. Secondly, if mother really goes, then Xiaolong and Qianxian's matter will have to be pushed back. I don't know what will happen. Zhang Kai said, "Why don't we go to Lu Qian's house to propose marriage in a few days? It's best if we can do it before mother leaves. If not, we can settle this matter first." Guosufei also nodded and said, "Then I'll ask Qianxian's opinion first." That night, Guosufei told Lu Qian about the marriage proposal. She thought that Lu Qian would refuse like last time, but unexpectedly, although Lu Qian was very shy under the light, she still nodded without hesitation. This made Guosufei feel very gratified. She was a good child who could pick up and let go. Knowing that grandma wanted to see her and Xiaolong's happiness, she no longer had any scruples and made a wise choice. This also made Guosufei firmly believe that the daughter-in-law that her whole family fancied was really the best daughter-in-law in the world. The next day, Zhang Kai prepared a gift and took Zhang Xiaohua to Lu Qian's house in Bali Gully to discuss the engagement. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. She missed Butcher Lu's streaky pork very much. Bali Gully was some distance away from Guozhuang House. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua hurried. When they arrived at the village entrance, it was already late in the morning. Zhang Kai's body was really a bit tired after his illness. He sat on a big stone at the village entrance to rest. Zhang Xiaohua was as if nothing had happened. Even her breathing did not change. This made Zhang Kai envious of the young person's body. In fact, the last time Zhang Xiaohua came, she was also panting. Compared to Zhang Kai, she was much better. However, she definitely did not feel that she was not tired at all. After Zhang Kai rested, the two of them got up again. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, the two of them came to Mr. Lu's house. Mr. Lu's house was still the same. The door was also open. However, Zhang Xiaohua shouted for a long time, but no one answered. Zhang Xiaohua thought that there was no one in the house. So, she went in with Zhang Kai with the gift. Walking into the courtyard, Zhang Kai saw the picturesque flowers and plants in the courtyard. Although spring had not arrived and there were no flowers blooming, he could still see the exquisiteness of the courtyard and the owner's elegant taste. He could not help but sigh. Only such an environment could raise such an outstanding child like Lu Qian. Of course, he also had expectations in his heart. If his small courtyard could also be like this, he would be satisfied in this life when he was old and could retire in such an environment. While Zhang Kai was looking at the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes went to the side room next to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua's logic was very simple. Since the courtyard door was not locked, then he must be at home. And after shouting for a long time and no one answered, then he must be busy with something. What could a scholar be busy with? It was nothing more than writing and drawing. Lu Qian said that there was a study room next to the central room. Perhaps Mr. Lu was in the study room. Sure enough, in the side room on the right, she saw a familiar back. It was Mr. Lu. His back was facing the door and he was writing something on the table. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her father who was walking towards the central room and pointed at Mr. Lu's back. Only then did Zhang Kai stop. Turning around, he followed Zhang Xiaohua to the door of the study room. Zhang Xiaohua was about to walk in, but she was stopped by her father. Zhang Kai gestured for her to be quiet and then stopped. Zhang Xiaohua knew what her father meant. He was afraid of disturbing Mr. Lu, so she quietly stood beside her father. The father and son stood at the door of the study room and waited for a while. Mr. Lu was still doing his own thing and had no intention of stopping. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit bored and was about to say something to her father when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the courtyard door. The two turned around to see that it was Lu Qian's brother, Lu Kai, who had returned. Lu Kai entered the house and saw two people standing in the courtyard. After careful identification, he discovered that it was Zhang Kai and his son. A smile appeared on his face as he hurried forward to greet them. Looking at his father who was busy in the study room, he said to Zhang Kai and Lu Qian with embarrassment, "My father is like this. When he is busy with his own things, he throws all of the surrounding matters to the back of his mind. When he is done, he will naturally come out. Uncle, please come to the central room." He then took the gift and politely led Zhang Kai and Lu Qian to the central room and poured tea for them. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua had walked for almost the entire morning and were really thirsty. Taking the tea, they gulped it down. As they drank, they thought, the taste of this tea really isn't as good as ours. Lu Kai saw that the two had finished drinking tea and rested for a bit before asking, "Uncle, why did you suddenly come to our house today? Didn't Xianxian come back with you? Is she all right?" Zhang Kai hurriedly said, "Xianxian didn't come back with us today. She is fine at our house. I'm here today to discuss something with Mr. Lu." Chapter 43. Lu Kai casually asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I'll tell Mr. Lu later." Lu Kai also smiled and nodded. He then asked Zhang Kai about Lu Qian and Zhang Kai answered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua also called him Brother Lu and said a lot of good things about Lu Qian. Lu Kai listened with a smile. Lu Kai sat with Zhang Kai for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, he said to Zhang Kai, "Uncle and Xiaohua, please sit here for a while. I don't know when my father will be done. I have to go to Uncle's place to say hello. It's better to go to his place for lunch." Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, "Nephew, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat whatever you want." Lu Kai stood up and said, "That won't do. It's not easy for Uncle to come here. We have to be the hosts. I remember that Xiaohua likes to eat red braised pork. I'll let you eat to your heart's content this afternoon." Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and said, "Then, thank you Brother Lu." Lu Kai smiled and said, "You sweet-tongued brat." After saying that, he quickly walked out. Only Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua were left waiting in the room. The two drank tea as they waited. After waiting for a while, Mr. Lu still didn't come out. At this time, a loud voice came from outside the door, "Brother Zhang, you're finally here." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua both smiled. It must be Butcher Lu. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua quickly stood up. Just as they walked to the door, they bumped into Butcher Lu who was walking briskly towards them. Butcher Lu affectionately held Zhang Kai's hand and said, "Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few days. I really missed you. Is your leg okay?" It looks like it's healed." Zhang Kai also smiled and said, "That's right. Thanks to younger brother, my injury has already healed. As a matter of fact, my leg didn't hurt too much when I walked from the Guozhuang house to here this morning." Butcher Lu said, "Heaven helps the worthy. Brother Zhang is an honest man, he will definitely be rewarded." "Oh right, how are your two sons' injuries?" Zhang Kai said, "Little Tiger's injuries are all healed, and Little Dragon is almost there." Butcher Lu said, "That's great. It's going to be spring plowing soon, so we won't have to worry about the family anymore. Let's go inside and talk." Only then did everyone return to their seats. Just as they sat down, before Butcher Lu could even take a sip of water, Mr. Lu also entered the room. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up again and went forward to greet him. Mr. Lu returned the greeting and invited them to sit down. Mr. Lu said apologetically, "Brother Zhang, you've been here for half a day. I was in the middle of painting, so it was rude of me not to welcome you." Zhang Kai hurriedly said, "It's okay, younger brother was busy with work. We'll just wait in the room." Besides, there's still Lu Kai. He was chatting with us and just left. Younger brother, are you done with your painting? Mr. Lu glanced at Butcher Lu and said, almost. This fellow's loud voice interrupted my train of thought. Let's continue in the afternoon. Butcher Lu said innocently, I didn't know you were painting. Besides, I was born with a loud voice. If I didn't wake you up, you would have left Brother Zhang hanging here. Mr. Lu said, you're always right. I won't talk about you anymore. Then he said to Zhang Kai, I also have this problem. When I'm writing or painting, I forget about the things around me. It's been like this for a long time, and it can't be changed. Come, please have some tea. After he finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said regretfully, this tea is much worse than Brother Zhang's. I really miss the tea I drank last time. Zhang Kai smiled and said, then younger brother Lu should go to the Guozhuang house more often. Otherwise, you can move in there and drink it every day. Mr. Lu smiled and said, many things are easier said than done. The few of them sat and chatted for a while. After asking each other about the situation, Mr. Lu asked, Brother Zhang, why did you come to Bali Valley this time? Zhang Kai said, younger brother Lu, I came this time because I have something very important to discuss with you. Mr. Lu nodded and said, elder brother, tell me about it. Zhang Kai continued, Xianxian has stayed in our house for so long. Everyone in our family likes her very much. Also, my eldest son, Zhang Xiaolong, is in love with her. I came this time to discuss with you whether we can become in-laws. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he stared at Mr. Lu, hoping to see a smile or joy on his face. However, he didn't see any expectant expression. Instead, Mr. Lu was clearly stunned. Then he frowned, as if he wanted to refuse. Butcher Lu, who was beside him, had always been a straightforward person. This time, he didn't interrupt. His gaze moved from Zhang Kai to Mr. Lu, and then from Mr. Lu to Zhang Kai. It was a bit thought-provoking. After a while, Mr. Lu opened his mouth and said, Brother Zhang, you're a straightforward person. I'll get straight to the point with you. Let's say whatever we have to say and not hide anything. What do you think? Zhang Kai naturally agreed. Mr. Lu continued, before Qianqian's mother passed away, her only wish was for me to find a good husband for Qianqian. These years, many people have come to our house to propose marriage, but I haven't agreed to any of them. First, Qianqian isn't satisfied. Second, I don't think they can bring happiness to Qianqian. Also, I know that Qianqian has liked to read since she was young. Her wish has always been to find a knowledgeable husband. I know that Xiaolong is a good child and I'm not worried about his character. However, he doesn't seem to be literate. I'm afraid that when he's with Qianqian in the future, their interests won't be the same. Also, Qianqian hasn't done farm work since she was young. Needlework is naturally no problem for her at home, but when she's with Xiaolong in the future, she won't be able to do farm work. Also, Qianqian and Xiaolong have only known each other for a month or so. How could they fall in love so quickly? Qianqian may have a good impression of Xiaolong. This is normal. After all, Xiaolong saved Qianqian before. If Qianqian wants to marry him because of this, it's too childish. When Zhang Kai heard these words, the expression on his face was a bit awkward. He thought that based on his previous experience of dealing with Mr. Lu, he felt that he was a very easy person to talk to. Moreover, he seemed to admire Xiaolong very much. Since Lu Qian had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems here. However, Zhang Kai was wrong. His admiration was limited to the admiration of a hot-blooded farmer in the countryside. It wasn't from the perspective of a father-in-law. Moreover, Xiaolong and Lu Qian lived in different worlds. Although they were both in the countryside, one was studying, and the other was farming. They really didn't have a common language. It was inevitable that there would be estrangement in their future life. Everything was natural for Zhang Kai, who was marrying a wife, to see. However, Mr. Lu, who wanted to marry his daughter, had to think very carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. He also didn't expect that Mr. Lu, who looked very amiable, would refuse. However, he didn't know what to say. He could only look at his father and hope that his father could persuade Mr. Lu. Zhang Kai said, "Mr. Lu worries too much. In marriage, the first thing is that both parties are in love. Since Xiaolong and Xianxian are willing, then they can definitely live a good life. Brother, you said that there is no common topic. I think that in the future, I will let Xianxian teach Xiaolong more. Won't it be cultivated slowly? There is also farm work. Xianxian doesn't know how to do farm work. Naturally, we won't let her do it. Our family has 4 strong laborers. We definitely won't let Xianxian work in the field." Mr. Lu sighed and said, "Didn't I just say that some things are easier said than done? In addition, Lu Kai hasn't gotten engaged yet. Lu Qian, as the younger sister, getting engaged first isn't too good." Zhang Kai also forgot this point. Yes, farmers had the habit of marrying the elder brother first and then the younger sister. The elder brother's marriage hadn't been settled yet. As the younger sister, she naturally didn't have the qualifications to consider it. Zhang Kai was also a bit speechless. At this time, Lu Kai returned. He didn't notice the awkward atmosphere in the room. He said to Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu, "Father, second uncle, the food is ready. Please invite Uncle Zhang and Xiaohua over to eat." Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Kai and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, let's go. Let's put this matter aside for now. You and I will think about it again. Let's go eat first." Butcher Lu also pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eating is most important. Does Xiaohua want to eat red braised pork?" Butcher Lu's wine and food were naturally more sumptuous than Zhang Kai's, but Zhang Kai didn't have a good appetite. In the face of Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu's attentive hospitality, he didn't eat too much. Only Zhang Xiaohua ate the most. Firstly, he was still growing and had a good appetite. Secondly, in his opinion, his elder brother and sister Qianxian were very compatible. The two of them would definitely be very happy together. He firmly believed that this marriage would definitely happen. Therefore, he was only a bit depressed about Mr. Lu's rejection just now. Now that he had put it aside, he didn't have the same worries as his father. As for the table full of food, of course he would let go of his cheeks and eat as much as he could. Seeing that he was eating so happily, Butcher Lu's wife and Lu Yeye were also smiling like flowers. They kept putting delicious food into his bowl and urged him to eat more. Although Zhang Kai didn't have an appetite, seeing his son eating so happily, he was also slightly happy. Mr. Lu beside him would chat with him from time to time. Butcher Lu also frequently raised his cup to him. Lu Kai had already asked his father in private earlier and knew the reason for Zhang Kai's unhappiness. Therefore, he didn't say much at the table and only ate by himself. The meal was quickly finished. Everyone rested at Butcher Lu's house for a while. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua bid farewell to everyone. Mr. Lu wanted to ask them to stay for a while longer, but seeing that it was already late and that they still had a long way to go, he didn't force them to stay. The group of people sent Zhang Kai and Lu Yeye to the village entrance before turning around to leave. At this time, Butcher Lu's family members also knew the purpose of the Zhang family's visit. Lu Yeye said to Mr. Lu, Uncle Zhang is right. My elder sister really likes Zhang Xiaolong. She even mentioned it the last time I went over." Mr. Lu sighed and said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. But this matter of living life isn't something that can be solved with just feelings." Chapter 44. On the way back from Bali Go, Zhang Kai kept thinking about what Mr. Lu said. "I agreed to let Xianxian take care of Xiaolong because I wanted her to repay my kindness. The hero saves the beauty and the beauty repays the hero with her body. That is a legendary story. I never thought about it. Now that Xiaolong's injury has recovered, I want to bring Qianxian back in a few days. It's not good for her to always stay at Brother Zhang's place. What could Zhang Kai say? There was a gap between his family and the Lu family. Xiaolong was a farmer. Compared to Lu Qian, a well-educated girl, he was indeed unworthy. These days of getting along, in the eyes of the Zhang family, Lu Qian was a golden phoenix. The Zhang family didn't have a parasol tree, so how could the phoenix fall? Although Lu Qian really liked Zhang Xiaolong and was willing to live with the Zhang family, who knew what it would be like when they really lived together in the future? Rather than being upset in the future, it was better not to be together now. It was a pity for Lu Qian, this good daughter-in-law, and Xiaolong's infatuation. Zhang Kai sighed as he walked. He sighed all the way to the Guozhuang house. His brows didn't loosen. At home, Zhang Xiaolong and the others were naturally waiting, hoping that Zhang Kai could bring back good news. But when they saw Zhang Kai enter the door with a gloomy face, they knew that things didn't go well. Zhang Kai entered the house and sat on the chair. Zhang Xiaolong quickly poured water for him. Zhang Kai drank the water and rested for a while. Then, he told them about what happened at Mr. Lu's house. Everyone was nervous and didn't speak. Guosufei asked Zhang Kai, "Do you want to tell mother about this?" Zhang Kai thought for a while and said, "Don't tell her first. Mother knows that we went to Bali Go. If there is good news, she will be the first to tell. Since we don't tell her, she must know that it's not good news." "Oh right, where's Lu Qian?" Guosufei pointed to the inner room and said, "When she saw you come back, this child was shy and hid first. I'll call her out now and tell her what her father said. Let her pack her things first." Zhang Xiaolong said from the side, "Mother, I'll go call her. I don't think Qianqian will go back. There's no need to pack her things first." Guosufei looked lovingly at Zhang Xiaolong, who was in love, and said, "Okay, you go. Maybe Qianqian can persuade her father." Not long after, Lu Qian followed Zhang Xiaolong out of the room. Her face was a little pale. She looked at everyone and didn't say anything. She quietly sat down on a chair in the corner. Everyone also sat down and looked at Lu Qian quietly. Actually, in Lu Qian's heart, she was racking her brains and could not understand what her father meant. Ever since she was young, her father had always followed her wishes and had never gone against her wishes. She had the final say in the matter of transferring her husband. In the past, there were countless people who came to propose marriage, but her father had never expressed his opinion. However, based on her own likes and dislikes, this was indeed strange. She had decided, but her father wanted to oppose it. Could it be that he was afraid that Uncle Zhang would cheat him? However, it shouldn't be. Could it be that he really wanted her brother to get married first and then consider her? Thinking of this, Lu Qian was also troubled. Lu Kai's vision was surprisingly high. He didn't even like the girls in the nearby villages. If she waited for him to get married first, wouldn't she become an old lady? Lu Qian raised her head and looked at everyone's eager eyes. She forced a smile and said, "I don't quite understand what my father means. In a few days, when my father comes to pick me up, I will ask him properly." Then she looked at Zhang Xiaolong and nodded at him. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong reveal a trace of a smile from his face. This night was destined to be a depressing night. Everyone didn't eat well for dinner. They hurriedly ate a little and then cleaned up. When Guosufei was delivering food to her grandmother asked if Zhang Kai had brought back good news. Just as Guosufei was about to stutter, her grandmother said, "It's okay, Sufei. I know our family situation very well. These children are very outstanding, but our family situation is like this. It's normal for others to dislike us. Let the children leave it to fate. If it's not a family, they will enter the same house. Our daughter-in-law will marry over sooner or later." When Guosufei heard this, she was both happy and worried. She was happy because her mother could see more clearly than herself. She was worried because her mother's last wish could not be fulfilled. She was a bit unfilial. She was worried because her mother's last wish could not be fulfilled. After dinner, everyone was not in the mood to work. They chatted for a while and then went to sleep. Only Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei discussed in low voices in the central room for a long time before returning to their own room. There was no oil lamp in the inner room. Guo Sufei groped around in the dark and got on the Kong. She laid there and was still thinking about the things that she discussed with Zhang Kai. At this time, she heard Lu Qian tossing and turning and couldn't sleep well. She asked her, "Are you thinking about your father's words?" "Yes, Auntie." Lu Qian answered vaguely. Guo Sufei said, Qian, in fact, your father is also good to you. After all, you are still young and haven't experienced many things. Your life experience is also lacking. Your father has his own ideas and hopes that you can live a happy life. We all understand. After all, a family like ours can't give you much. When your father was young, it was because of the family's financial situation that he didn't let your mother take good care of her body. This caused his lifelong regret, so he values this very much. Most importantly, I think he wants to find a scholar for you. He and your brother are both scholars. Naturally, they hope that your husband is also a scholar. You too can recite poems and write couplets. This kind of life is what you should have. As for Xiaolong, he is my own son. Of course, I think that he is very good. However, our family's financial situation was indeed not good back then, so we didn't let him study. This was also forced by life. Who doesn't want their children to be successful? I know, Auntie. I now vaguely understand father's intentions, but in my heart, I still feel that reciting poems and being romantic is bliss. You fetch water and I water the garden, you plow the field and I weave cloth is also a kind of bliss. The two people in the family have the same heart and love each other. Although they are somewhat poor, they can change it through their own hands. I grew up in the countryside, so I don't have to worry about my mother's health. My body is very good. Although I haven't done farm work since I was young, I believe that if I do, I won't be worse than others. Lu Qian said, very unconvinced. Guo Sufei smiled and said, Qian, you are really a child who doesn't admit defeat. In fact, marriage is often not just a matter between two people. You have to integrate into a new family and adapt to their life. You also have to let them accept you. It is not just your husband who can accept you. Moreover, there are many small things like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and other small things in the family. Any small thing will make your life unhappy. Lu Qian said, Auntie, I know all about these things. When I was at home, father and brother didn't know how to do housework. I did everything. I believe that I am fully prepared for all of these. And during the time I lived here, I feel that the atmosphere at home is very good. It is very harmonious. I can feel a feeling here that I can't enjoy in my home. I feel that I can integrate into this family very well. Her voice became softer and softer, as if she was embarrassed. Also, the most important thing is that I think Xiaolong is very good. He is very good in all aspects. I don't want to lose the opportunity to make my life happy because of family circumstances. In fact, I have hesitated before. I feel that Xiaolong is illiterate and there is nothing to say to me. I also thought that I can teach Xiaolong to read and write. He also agreed. I think that we will live a good life and you won't have to worry. Lu Qian's voice was so low that it could not be heard. Fortunately, it was dark and Lu Qian's face was already red. She was able to say all these words. Guo Sufei was very gratified when she heard this. She also comforted Lu Qian, Qian, today you have said all these. Auntie is very happy. You also saw that our family likes you very much. Not only Xiaolong, your uncle, and I also sometimes see you as our daughter-in-law. Xiaohua and Xiaohu also want to call you sister-in-law. We will do our best to marry you. Do you still remember the last time in Lu Town? Didn't that bully compensate us with money? Lu Qian said, Oh, yes. If you didn't mention this, I would have almost forgotten. That is not a small sum of money. Guo Sufei said, Just now, I discussed with your uncle. If your father is really poor because our family is poor and doesn't have enough money to let you live a good life, we plan to exchange the banknotes. I believe that this amount will definitely satisfy your father. Lu Qian immediately stopped her. She said, Auntie, this money must not be used now. If the bully has an ambush in Lu Town's bank, then wouldn't we be walking into a trap? If we are not 100% sure, we must not do this. Otherwise, we will not be able to live a normal life, let alone let my father be relieved. Moreover, my father is not a person who only cares about money. He must have other ideas. Everything will wait for him to come. Guosufei also said, That's right. I also said that to your uncle. But your uncle seems to have drilled himself into a dead end. He is afraid that your father will take you away, so he thought of this method. Later, when your father comes, we will properly ask him about his thoughts. Anyway, I feel that if Xiaolong does not look for you, he will not take a fancy to other girls. Maybe he will not look for other girls for the rest of his life. Lu Qian smiled and said, Auntie, look at what you are saying. How can I be that good? It is also our fate that I can meet Xiaolong. Guosufei said, Yes, it is fate. But fate is determined by the heavens. It depends on the person to be able to turn fate into a real family. The heavens do not care about this. We should go to bed early and have enough energy to take care of our family. Lu Qian said, Okay, Auntie. You should also go to bed early. Lu Qian told Guosufei about her worries. She felt very relaxed and fell asleep in a short while. Guosufei heard Lu Qian's light snoring and felt happy. Even if this kind of girl could not be her daughter-in-law, she wanted to wish her happiness. Thinking about it, she also fell asleep. Only in the opposite house, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong could not fall asleep. They did not know when they fell asleep. Chapter 45. The next morning, the sun still rose. The Zhang family was preparing for the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaolong was obviously absent-minded. He looked at Lu Qian from time to time, but Lu Qian acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Qian's calmness made Zhang Xiaolong's heart more and more uneasy. He finally found a chance to pull Lu Qian to the side and asked her softly, What do you plan to do? Lu Qian also had some intention of teasing him. She smiled and said, What do you mean? Zhang Xiaolong was a little unhappy and said, Your father is coming to pick you up. Are you preparing to go home? Lu Qian said, Yes, my father is coming to pick me up. Naturally, I want to go back to my own home. Zhang Xiaolong's face was a little pale and said, I knew it. The words you said before were all to comfort me so that my injuries would heal sooner. Now that my injuries are healed, you won't lie to me anymore. You want to go back to your stable home. Our small courtyard probably doesn't have anything to attract you. Lu Qian saw that Zhang Xiaolong was really taking it seriously. She quickly put away her teasing expression and said, Xiaolong, look at what you're saying. Do you think that what I said before was to comfort you? Don't you know what I'm thinking? Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, It's not that I don't believe you, but at this juncture, you're so calm, and my heart is so anxious that it's about to burst into flames. Of course, I want to ask you what solution you have. Lu Qian smiled and said, You usually look very smart, but in the end, you've fallen into a cliché. Isn't there a saying, when the water comes, escape through the earth, when the soldiers come, block them? Of course, my father wants me to go back and will come to pick me up. But whether I go back or not, isn't it up to me? Usually, my father goes along with my matters. This time, it's a little unexpected. I think I should wait for my father to come and ask him properly. Once I know the reason, there will naturally be a solution. Why are you in a hurry? Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, I'm not as confident as you are. Of course, I'm confused because I'm concerned. Moreover, I think that we should take the initiative to talk to your father. It's better than waiting here for your father to find us. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong and praised, "You are right. If we take the initiative to attack, we will have the initiative in our hands. When my father comes, we will be at a disadvantage. Maybe there will be other changes. And, why don't I go home first and see the situation first?" Zhang Xiaolong was embarrassed and said, "I just had a little idea. I didn't think as deeply as you did. Moreover, I was thinking that I should accompany you. My injuries have already recovered, so walking for half a day shouldn't be a problem." Lu Qian pondered for a moment and her eyes lit up as she said, "Your idea is even better. Let's go find my father and see what he's up to." Zhang Xiaolong said worriedly, "Qianqian, what if your father doesn't change his mind and insists that you go back?" Lu Qian said slyly, "That won't happen. I naturally have a way to deal with my father. He will agree." Zhang Xiaolong was still worried and said, "I'm talking about if." "What if?" Lu Qian said seriously, "Brother Xiaolong, you must know my thoughts. There are many things that we haven't said to each other clearly. However, you must believe me. I will accompany you." At the end, her face turned red and her head couldn't help but lower. Zhang Xiaolong gathered his courage and reached out to pull the soft hand in front of him. He said in a low voice, "Qianqian, you are so good." This time, Lu Qian didn't let him pull her. She broke free from his hand and said, "You should think about when to go to 8 Mile Grove first." After saying that, she ran away. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Qian's back and savored it for a long time. The uneasiness in his heart had long disappeared. When Zhang Xiaolong returned to everyone's sight, the horn of war had already sounded in his heart. He walked in front of Zhang Kai and said, "Father, Lu Qian's father didn't say when to pick her up." Zhang Kai looked at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "That's right. He just said in a few days. He didn't say a specific date." Zhang Xiaolong said, "It's like this. Father, I want to go to 8 Mile Grove with Lu Qian and have a good talk with Lu Qian's father." When Zhang Kai heard this, he was stunned. He frowned and said, "Is this your idea or Lu Qian's idea?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "It's my idea. I also discussed it with Lu Qian just now. She also agreed." Zhang Kai's frown immediately loosened. He smiled and said, "Good boy, you have a way. When father was young, he didn't have such courage. Not bad, hee hee." While laughing, Guosufei walked over and asked, "Child's father, what's so funny?" Zhang Kai said, "Our son is promising. He knows to find a wife for himself." Guosufei didn't quite understand what he meant. Zhang Kai told Guosufei what Zhang Xiaolong said to him just now. Guosufei was also very happy and said, "This idea is not bad. When do you and Qianqian plan to go?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "Mother, didn't Mr. Lu say that he will be here soon? I think we should hurry before he comes. I think we should go now." Guosufei looked at the sky and said, "If we go now, we won't be able to come back today. Why don't we wait until after lunch? I'll go cook with Qianqian. Sigh, if I don't have Qianqian's help in the future, I won't be able to cook. Xiaolong, you have to leave Qianqian behind." Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Okay, mother. I will definitely." Lunch was naturally finished in a hurry. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian packed up and prepared to go. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu said, "Big brother, it doesn't seem safe for the two of you to go out. Why don't I go with you?" Moreover, Zhang Kai also said, "Xiaolong, you should also bring something. It's not good to go empty-handed." Zhang Xiaolong said, "I know, father. When we reach the village entrance, I'll go buy some." When Lu Qian heard that Zhang Xiaohu wanted to go, her eyes lit up. She said to Zhang Xiaolong, "Let Xiaohu go with us. It's safer for the three of us to go. Moreover, you don't have to buy anything. It's good enough to bring some of the well water at home to my father." Zhang Xiaolong slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me. Your father loves this water the most. I forgot." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up from the chair and said, I'll go pick some fresh ones. You guys prepare something to hold the water. When Xiaohua returned with the well water, Zhang Xiaolong borrowed a sealed bottle from a neighbor and filled it to the brim with well water. This bottle of water was naturally taken by Zhang Xiaohu. Thus, the three of them went on their way. There were 2 roads from the Guozhuang house to Baligo. One was along the river, through a bamboo forest, and then climbing a few hills, passing by the side of a few villages. The other was on a small bridge. There was a large road in the direction of Benlu town. After walking to a village, it was still a large road that led to Baligo. The small road was rugged and not easy to walk on, but it was short. Although the large road was easy to walk on, it was 2 to 3 times the distance of the small road. Zhang Xiaolong and the others naturally chose the small road. Now that it was spring, the river water had long been frozen. The gurgling stream flowed slowly, and the sound was indescribably pleasant to the ears. The birds were also active, chirping. Along with the sound of the water, it made their footsteps particularly relaxed. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian walked in front hand in hand. It seemed that they no longer had the scruples of being at home. They wantonly enjoyed the feeling of each other's hands. They looked around and admired the spring scenery while talking non-stop. Zhang Xiaohu, who was some distance away from them, fell behind. He held the bottle of water in his hand and smiled as he looked at his elder brother and future sister-in-law. In his heart, other than envy, there was also a trace of expectation. He was looking forward to a beautiful encounter in Baligo. Zhang Xiaolong's heart was smeared with honey. He hoped that this long journey would never end, so that he could enjoy the happiness of this afternoon forever. He had never felt that walking was such a happy thing, nor had he felt that the mountain scenery that he had been tired of looking at on weekdays was so beautiful. He had never thought that Lu Qian's words were better than the sound of the river and the birds. He had never thought that Baligo was so close to him from the Guozhuang house. It seemed that they had arrived at the place as soon as they started walking. When Lu Qian pulled back her hand, he was still dizzy and asked why. It was not until Lu Qian shyly said that Baligo, where she grew up, was in front that he realized that the journey of walking in the clouds had come to an end. Lu Qian led Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu into the village. From time to time, people who knew Lu Qian greeted Lu Qian. Some girls and aunties even stared at Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu's faces unscrupulously and scanned their bodies. Not only did Lu Qian's face turn red, but Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were also at a loss. After all, they did not ask who Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were. Naturally, Lu Qian could not explain. Although she wanted to let them think what they wanted, she did not want them to think blindly like this. However, her house was still very far from the village entrance. Presumably, not long after she reached home, the topic of Zhang Xiaolong would probably spread throughout the village. When Lu Qian brought Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu home, it was very coincidental that Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu were drinking tea and talking in the small courtyard. As soon as Lu Qian entered the door, she saw Mr. Lu sitting on a small stool under the eaves. He was holding a teapot and pouring tea into a teacup. Butcher Lu, on the other hand, was holding a wine gourd that he usually used. From time to time, he would bring it to his mouth and take a sip. When Lu Qian saw her father, the rims of her eyes seemed to turn red. She shouted, "Father," and ran over. Mr. Lu was also stunned. When he saw that Lu Qian had returned, he was naturally happy in his heart. He put down the teapot and stood up to welcome her. Although it had not been long since they last met at the Zhang family, this time, Lu Qian had returned home. The feeling was naturally different. Lu Qian threw herself into her father's embrace and hugged her father's arm like a child. Mr. Lu lovingly stroked her hair and only said, "You're back. It's good that you're back." Chapter 46. The splint on Zhang Xiaolong's arm had already been removed, but it was still secured with a belt and other things. He placed it in front of his chest, while his other hand hung naturally by his side. He stood not far behind Lu Qian, watching the touching scene of Mr. Lu and his daughter reuniting. His relationship with his father and mother was very good, but he had never experienced separation, so he naturally didn't know how it felt. Now that he saw his beloved act like this, he felt gratified for her and knew that his decision this time was probably the right one. Zhang Xiaohu stood beside Zhang Xiaolong, still holding the bottle of water in his hand, but his eyes were looking around the courtyard, as if he was looking for someone. Mr. Lu lovingly stroked his daughter's hair, and his eyes also looked over Lu Qian's head towards Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu. He smiled and nodded at them, and his hand also moved away from his daughter's head, waving slightly at them to express his apology. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu naturally also nodded in acknowledgement, and waited at the side. When Butcher Lu saw that Lu Qian had returned and Mr. Lu had gone up to greet her, he didn't get up and continued to drink his little wine. When he finished his wine, he saw the two brothers standing at the door, so he stood up and said with a smile, "I was wondering who sent Xian back, so it's our two great heroes. Come in quickly, have a few drinks with uncle." Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu smiled and walked towards the square table under the eaves. Lu Qian, who was being intimate with her father, heard the two words drink, and raised her head, saying to Butcher Lu, "Second uncle, Xiaolong's injuries haven't completely healed, so he can't drink for the time being. If you want to drink, look for Xiaohu." Butcher Lu said loudly, "You little girl, now you're siding with an outsider." Lu Qian said sweetly, "Second uncle." Butcher Lu said, "All right, don't call me that, I know, I don't usually see you call me second uncle." Mr. Lu, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the farmer boy who was walking towards him. His youthful face was full of vitality. He did not look like a yes-man like the other farmers, nor did he look as careful as Zhang Kai. His eyes seemed to be very bright. The clothes on his body were very shabby, but they were very clean. They fit him very well. His footsteps were also very steady. Each step left a footprint, which made people feel very at ease. Mr. Lu naturally knew why Lu Qian brought Zhang Xiaolong back. Although he strongly disapproved of this marriage, he did admire Zhang Xiaolong. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu also walked in front of Mr. Lu and respectfully bowed to him. Mr. Lu didn't stand on ceremony this time. He simply gestured and said, "You've come a long way. Seeing that it's getting late, it's not likely that you'll be able to return to the Guizhuang house today. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? You can go accompany my second brother first. I'll go after talking with Qianqian." After the two brothers agreed, they walked under the eaves and each picked up a stool to sit down. They chatted with Butcher Lu. Mr. Lu then said to Lu Qian, "Qianqian, let's go to the study to talk." Lu Qian let go of her father's arm and said, "Father, you go first. I'll go make some tea for you. Xiaolong and I specially brought this from the Guizhuang house. Do you want to drink it?" Mr. Lu didn't say anything. He helplessly shook his head and smiled as he went back to the study. Lu Qian walked under the eaves and took the bottle of water from Zhang Xiaohu's side. She glanced at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "You two go chat with second uncle first. I'll go boil some water in the kitchen. I'll also make some side dishes and snacks while I'm at it. After walking for the whole afternoon, you must be hungry." Lu Qian went to the kitchen and put the well water on the fire to boil. When the water was ready, she looked around the empty kitchen and picked up some ready-made items to make two simple dishes. She couldn't make any snacks and only had a few leftover biscuits. She took them out along with the side dishes to satisfy the two brothers' hunger. Butcher Lu happily ate the side dishes and drank a little wine. He even poured a cup for Zhang Xiaohu from time to time. He really didn't drag Zhang Xiaolong to drink. Not long after, the water boiled. Lu Qian carefully brewed the tea and carried the tea set and water to the study. Before entering the study, she turned around to look at Zhang Xiaolong. The two of them looked at each other and Lu Qian nodded. Her eyes were full of certainty before she turned around and walked into the study. In the study, Mr. Lu was absent-mindedly reading a light book. When he saw Lu Qian walk in, he put the book down and sniffled, saying, "The water in the Guizhuang house is really different from the rest. The tea is so fragrant. It's rare. Lu Qian placed the teacup in front of her father. She watched as her father sniffed the tea fragrance and tasted the tea sip by sip. He then closed his eyes to savor the taste and didn't open his mouth to speak. After Mr. Lu drank for a while, she said, "Father, how's the tea?" Mr. Lu said, "Ai, this tea is naturally much better than what I usually drink. However, it's still not as mellow as the one I drank at the Guizhuang house last time. It's probably because it's been stored for too long. It's not as good as fresh water." After that, Lu Qian didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Lu only focused on tasting the tea and didn't open his mouth to speak. The two of them sat across from each other for a while. Mr. Lu thought for a while and smiled, opening his mouth first. "Qian, this time you came back in a hurry. Is there something you want to tell your father?" Lu Qian blushed and said, "Father, you're asking the obvious. If I didn't come back, wouldn't you be coming to pick me up in a few days?" Mr. Lu sighed and placed the teacup on the table, saying, "Qian, ever since you were young, your father has always let you have your way. I haven't interfered much with you. This time, your father didn't listen to you. You should know your father's painstaking efforts." Lu Qian thought for a while and said, "I'm guessing that father's intention is that you're afraid that I'll suffer in the Zhang family and have to do farm work every day. You're also afraid that Zhang Xiaolong is a rough village man. You're afraid that my life won't be as good as it was at home?" Mr. Lu nodded and said, "This life isn't a problem of one person. It's the life of two people. If one person likes to study and the other wants to do farm work, then the direction of life will diverge. Naturally, life will be boring and won't last long. Moreover, the Zhang family is very poor. You should know in the time you've been there that it won't be as comfortable as living in 8 Mile Valley." Lu Qian also nodded and said, "Father, you're right. I've considered all of this. I've even told Zhang Xiaolong's mother. She said something similar to what you said. She also hoped that I would consider it carefully." Mr. Lu asked curiously, "She really said that?" Lu Qian said, "Of course. I didn't think that auntie, a village woman who doesn't know many words, would be so reasonable." Mr. Lu sighed and said, "That's really rare. No wonder she could raise such a magnanimous child." Following that, Mr. Lu said, "Actually, you can't understand all of this. It's just that we've experienced it before. With your personality, even if we say it, it might not be useful. Only when you hit a wall will you understand father's painstaking efforts. However, although your mother's matter happened a long time ago, it's still vivid in my mind. If I had the ability, I wouldn't have let your mother suffer and leave us early. Therefore, I don't want your mother's tragedy to happen to you again." Lu Qian naturally had a card up her sleeve and said, "Father, perhaps you're too stubborn on this point. If you had the ability, would you still be the current you? Can Yangqin be happy with you? If she wasn't happy, then what's the value of living for a lifetime? But mother respects you, loves you, and has only been with you for a short 10 years. However, the happiness that she has is something that others can't get in their lifetime. Tell me, which is her choice?" Lu Qian continued, "Father, actually, I've always thought that life's fate has already been arranged. Whether you're sad or happy, it's all a kind of life. A person's life is a kind of trajectory. When all sorts of trajectories are intertwined together, it's the whole life. Mother's trajectory is destined to involve you, and your trajectory is also destined to lead you and mother's happiness. You've always blamed mother's death on your ability, saying that you couldn't take good care of her. In fact, that's not the case. From the moment mother met you, our family's life had already been created. Mother's happiness and ending was already predetermined. Any change would be futile. If father was obsessed with politics back then, you would naturally have neglected mother. Mother wouldn't have left us early, but would she have lived happily?" Seeing Mr. Lu fall into deep thought, Lu Qian continued, "Actually, I've always been thinking about my meeting with Zhang Xiaolong. I've told you before that from the moment I met Zhang Xiaolong in the textile shop, our trajectories have been intertwined. I'm sure father knows about the things that happened during that time. There's no need for me to go into detail. I can only use the word fate to describe my relationship with Zhang Xiaolong. Also, there's a very important thing that father doesn't know about. Mr. Lu was stunned and said, "What is it?" Lu Qian said mysteriously, "Father, do you think that the water in this Guizhuang house is especially delicious?" Mr. Lu said, "Yes, so what?" Then, Lu Qian told Mr. Lu about her grandmother's illness and how she went to Lu Town to see a doctor. Mr. Lu was clearly shocked and asked, "Are you sure that this is the effect of the well water?" Lu Qian said, "Of course. Just look at Zhang Xiaolong's arm and you'll know. Have you ever seen a broken arm heal so quickly in a short month? Also, the last time you came to see me, she said that my skin is much better than before. I can feel it myself now." Mr. Lu frowned and didn't ask any more questions. Lu Qian then continued, "Father, think about it. This well water is a priceless treasure. Your body has always been very weak. Ever since mother passed away, you haven't been well. To be able to make you healthy has always been my wish. Now that we have this well water, living a long life is no longer an extravagant hope. This well water was dug out by the Zhang family and belongs to the Zhang family. Don't you think that this is a chance given to me and Xiaolong by the heavens? Also, Big Brother hasn't gotten married yet. I don't know if my future sister-in-law will be virtuous. If I move to the Zhang family and you move to the Guizhuang house, on one hand, I can serve father and on the other, father can enjoy the blessings of the heavens. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Would it solve all the problems in my heart?" Chapter 47. Mr. Lu then said, "Qian, whether or not father drinks this well water, whether or not his health is good, whether or not he can live a long life are all small problems. You being able to live a peaceful and happy life is what father wants to see the most." Lu Qian said, "Father, then if I can live a peaceful life and at the same time take care of you and ensure your health, then why wouldn't I do that? Moreover, marriage is a gamble. You may be able to see a person's nature with a single glance, or you may never be able to see it. You can only judge whether someone is good or bad based on their appearance. If you gamble correctly, then happiness is yours. Those so-called matching families are just people's interpretation of those successful marriages in the past. How many unhappy lives in this world are the result of matching families? Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's beauty is only a legend. Perhaps when it comes to real life, they may not be as loving as father and mother. Although Zhang Xiaolong does not have Liang Shanbua's style and elegance, he surpasses Liang Shanbua in his steadiness and kindness. Those scholars in the past, I can only see their surface and it is difficult to go deeper. As for Xiaolong, I can see his nature with a single glance. I am willing to continue my fate with him." Mr. Lu was stunned hearing this and said, "Qian, teaching you to read and read since you were young, I don't know if it is correct. You have read so many books that I have no words to refute you." Lu Qian smiled and said, "Father, I am just feeling a little. Compared to your knowledge, I am still far from it." Mr. Lu smiled and did not speak anymore. However, Lu Qian continued, "Actually, there is one thing that moves my heart in the Zhang family. It is their family's harmony and the tolerance of the elders. Marriage is not only a world for two people, but it is also a process of integration with Xiaolong's family. During the time I was in the Zhang family, I received a lot of care from the two elders, including Xiaolong's grandmother. I feel that they are very reasonable and will always think of others first. Only this kind of family can let the younger generation obtain happiness and truly live a good life. I think that I can also have the same freedom and happiness in the Zhang family as in 8 Mile Valley. Sometimes I can even feel that I may be more comfortable than in 8 Mile Valley." At this point, Mr. Lu laughed again and scolded, "You little girl, you haven't even left yet and you're already talking bad about Bali Valley. No wonder people say that girls side with outsiders." Lu Qian sweetly said, "Father, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying that I can get things that I can't get in 8 Mile Valley. Maybe it's because there's no mother at home." Mr. Lu was dejected and said, "That's right, Qian. It's been hard on you. You didn't have a mother to dote on you since you were young. Your second aunt is also a big uncouth woman. She doesn't even care about Yaya, let alone you. This is also father's mistake. Lu Qian comforted Mr. Lu and said, Father, don't be sad. I've already grown up. Perhaps in the future, there will be someone who will dote on me. You always say that second aunt is uncouth, but Xiao Long's mother is also uncouth. However, she is especially meticulous and has a gentle personality. The difference between people is so huge. Of course, I'm not saying that second aunt is not good. Isn't second uncle's family managed by second aunt? Maybe it's because I hit it off with Xiao Long's mother. Right now, I feel like a mother. Mr. Lu nodded and said, You've always been competitive. It's rare for someone to be so subdued by you. It seems like this is also one of the reasons why you chose Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Qian blushed and nodded. Mr. Lu let out a long sigh and said, This Zhang Xiaolong was able to meet you and save you. This can be considered a heavenly opportunity. This Zhang family was able to dig out immortal water from the well. This can be considered a geographical advantage. The Zhang family and you hit it off very well. This can be considered a harmonious relationship. Lu Qian happily said, Then, Father, does this mean that you agree? Mr. Lu smiled and said, You've already stayed in the Zhang family for more than a month. Those who know say that you're benevolent and righteous. For those who don't know, they don't know what to say. For you to have such an ending is also very good. It's the best of both worlds. Moreover, with your personality, if I don't agree, will you imitate Cui Yingying? Lu Qian charmingly smiled and said, Father, isn't that bigoted old Madam Cui? Mr. Lu said, Don't be so talkative. When I saw that you came back, I knew that you were fully prepared to persuade your father. Otherwise, you would have already hidden in the Zhang family and refused to see me. Lu Qian said, How could I, Father? Didn't your daughter take the initiative to come back? The father and daughter chatted for a while. Mr. Lu said, It's already late. Quickly go and arrange dinner. Let your second aunt and you come over to help. Today, we'll have a reunion. Oh right, you should also quickly go and tell Xiao Long. I'm sure he's feeling uneasy right now. When Lu Qian heard this, she happily said, Then Father, come with me. You guys can also chat and get to know each other better. Soon after, Lu Qian helped her father out of the study. The sky outside was already dark. An oil lamp had already been prepared under the eaves. Butcher Lu and the other two were still sitting and talking. There was a person sitting with his back facing them. It was Lu Qian's eldest brother, Lu Kai. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes had already swept across the study door countless times. He didn't hear what Butcher Lu and the others said. He was only worried about himself and Lu Qian. At this moment, when Lu Qian and Mr. Lu came out, he was naturally the first to see them. He subconsciously stood up. When Lu Qian saw Zhang Xiaolong stand up, she gave him a sweet smile and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaolong knew that it was a success and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this time, Lu Kai also noticed the movement behind him. He quickly turned around and saw his sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He was naturally happy. He got up and ran over. When he was in front of her, he carefully sized her up. He couldn't help but ask Lu Qian, Qian, I haven't seen you in so long. Why do I feel that you're completely different from before? Not only have you become fairer, your eyes have also become much clearer. Your temperament has also become much more elegant. How is this caring for other people's injuries? When Lu Qian heard this, she happily looked at Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu also understood and nodded. Lu Qian said, How is that possible? Big brother, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. After a few days, you'll find that your sister is no different from before. Lu Kai suddenly understood and said, That makes sense. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will have a whole new level of respect. Perhaps this is the reason. Lu Qian skipped this topic and said, Big brother, how are we going to eat tonight? Lu Kai jumped up and said, I was talking to second uncle and Zhang Xiaohu just now and forgot about this matter. I'll go to second aunt's house to inform them. Lu Qian stopped him and said, Father wants us to eat at our house. It can be considered a reunion. I'll go to the village entrance to buy some things. You go to second aunt's house and see what they're cooking. Bring it together and ask them to come over and help. Lu Kai agreed and hurried off. Lu Qian wanted to go out to buy things and Zhang Xiaolong naturally wanted to go with her. However, he was stopped by Mr. Lu. He said, Xiaolong, don't go yet. Come with me to the study room. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu followed Lu Qian to the village entrance, leaving Butcher Lu to drink alone. This guy looked at the busy people and happily drank his wine. He felt that life was really colorful. Zhang Xiaolong was a bit nervous as he followed Mr. Lu into the study room. Lu Qian's eyes just now had already told him that she was satisfied with the result. This future father-in-law seemed to want to show off his power and give him some things. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt that there was a small person in his heart that kept on pumping water. Mr. Lu entered the study room and had Zhang Xiaolong sit down. However, he did not sit down. He frowned and paced around the study room. After walking around 2 or 3 times, Mr. Lu opened his mouth and said, Xiaolong, you probably know my attitude. Zhang Xiaolong carefully said, yes. Mr. Lu continued, then, I won't say much. Actually, I called you over because I want to say something. Zhang Xiaolong respectfully said, please say it. This little nephew has already engraved it in his heart. Mr. Lu seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Xiaolong's attitude. He smiled and said, Qian Qian grew up in Bali Gully. Although our family can't be said to be rich, Qian Qian has not suffered much since she was young. She knows very little about farm work. This is different from your family's living environment. In the future, you have to be more tolerant in this area. Zhang Xiaolong followed up and said, you don't have to worry about this. Our family's farmland is small to begin with. Xiaohua's plot of land is also on a hillside. There isn't much farm work. I can't guarantee that I won't let Qian Qian work in the fields. However, I will definitely do the most heavy work. Qian Qian can just do the side work. Mr. Lu said, you're telling the truth. You didn't say anything about not letting Qian Qian work. Actually, Qian Qian isn't a child who can't endure hardships. It's just that she wasn't allowed to work in the fields in the past. In the future, when you two live together, you just have to take good care of her. I don't expect you to give her a good life. I just want you two to be harmonious and sweet. Also, you haven't read too many books. In terms of knowledge and experience, there is a large gap between you and Qian Qian. This is your weakness. In the future, it will definitely have an impact on your life. I don't expect you to become a scholar or take 3rd place. I only hope that you can recognize some words and read some good books. When you're together with Qian Qian, you can have common topics to talk about and communicate well. In addition, although acting courageously for a just cause isn't bad, in the future, you won't be alone. Your shoulders bear the safety of your entire family. Whenever you encounter injustice, you must first consider in your heart whether or not it's within your ability to deal with it. Otherwise, if you have regrets, it will be the sorrow of your entire family. Afterwards, Mr. Lu chattered on endlessly. Zhang Xiaolong could only nod his head in agreement. Although he didn't agree with some of the points, he also knew that this future father-in-law was doing it for his own good. He couldn't refute. Just like this, one spoke and one listened. The sky gradually darkened. It felt like he couldn't see anything. Just as Mr. Lu was about to light the lamp, someone knocked on the door of the study. Chapter 48. When Mr. Lu opened the door, it was Lu Qian. Dinner was already prepared outside. Although tonight's dinner was rushed, it was still sumptuous. Most of the dishes were already prepared by Lu Ye's family. Some of the dishes and desserts made by Lu Qian were also the icing on the cake. It made everyone who had not eaten her cooking for a long time very hungry. During the dinner, the guests and the host were very happy and chatted a lot. Butcher Lu and his family knew Mr. Lu's intention and were also very happy for Lu Qian. They also said a lot of words of blessings. It was just that they were not officially engaged with the Zhang family, so they were still very reserved when they spoke. Everyone was very happy. Only Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Lu Yeye from the corner of his eyes from time to time. Unfortunately, Lu Yeye's attention was not on him, making him inevitably disappointed. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Lu Qian, who had walked for the whole afternoon, was already yawning. Therefore, Lu Kai arranged for Zhang Xiaolong and his brother to rest for the night. Butcher Lu and his family also went home to rest. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaolong and his brother were going to bid farewell and return to the Guozhuang house. Lu Qian considered that she had not been home for a long time and wanted to stay for a few more days. Moreover, Zhang Xiaolong was going back this time to discuss the engagement with his parents. She was too shy to follow, so she did not go back with him. Mr. Lu specially instructed Zhang Xiaolong to go back and explain his feelings to Zhang Kai. He did not want him to have a knot in his heart because of his previous rejection. He also asked Zhang Xiaolong to pick an auspicious day to settle the engagement. Zhang Xiaolong naturally agreed. Therefore, under Lu Qian's reluctant gaze, the two of them went on their way. The journey here was filled with sweetness, and the journey back was filled with joy. Returning to the Guozhuang house, from afar, one could see the Zhang family standing in the small courtyard through the low walls of the Zhang family. They looked at the entrance of the village from time to time. It was estimated that except for Zhang Xiaohua, the others did not have a good rest last night. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu appear in the field of vision, Zhang Xiaohua was the first to jump up and quickly ran out. She ran to Zhang Xiaolong and asked cheerfully, "Big brother, how's the situation? Where's the good news that we were all looking forward to? Why didn't Sister Qianqian come back? Is it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to continue asking. Before Zhang Xiaolong could open his mouth, Zhang Xiaohu snappily said, "Can't you see that big brother's face is like a peach blossom? He's so happy that he can't close his mouth. You should take the bottle in my hand first. I've been carrying it all the way." Zhang Xiaohua was happy. She didn't take the bottle in Zhang Xiaohu's hand. Instead, she turned and ran home to report to her parents. After receiving the good news, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also very happy. They ran to the entrance of the courtyard to welcome their son. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were like heroes as they were escorted into the small courtyard of the Zhang family. After Zhang Xiaolong sat down on the chair, he took the water that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he began to talk about the situation in 8 Mile Valley. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei listened with joy. They were secretly relieved. When Zhang Xiaolong proudly said that Mr. Lu had apologized and asked the Zhang family to pick an auspicious day for the engagement, the two of them listened with mixed feelings. They were happy that they didn't misjudge Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu was still a good friend that they could have a deep relationship with. Of course, they would be in-laws in the future. He was a good in-law that they could rest assured. They were worried that there should be betrothal gifts for the engagement. With their family's situation, this was a problem. If they gave too little, their face didn't matter, but Mr. Lu's family's face would be affected. If they gave too much, they really couldn't afford it. It would add more difficulties to Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian's future life. However, these were all to be considered in the future. The key now was that they could celebrate a little. They had to set a date first. Guo Sufei also happily told this good news to her bedridden grandmother. Her grandmother was so happy that her face became ruddy. In the next few days, the Zhang family was immersed in joy. When spring returned to the earth, Zhang Xiaolong's spring had also arrived. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were busy with the engagement. Zhang Xiaolong and his brothers were busy with the spring plowing and planting in the fields. The weather was getting warmer day by day. The soil in the fields had already been frozen. The warm spring breeze blew on their faces, reminding them that spring plowing was never too early. The custom of the engagement was also very simple. The father and mother of the man would bring various gifts and prepare the man's birth characters. They would go to the woman's house. The woman would accept the gifts and give the woman's birth characters to the man. Then, the engagement would be completed. Of course, the time of the marriage would be set at that time. Most of the time, they would come again to discuss the marriage in the future and set the time again. In fact, the betrothal gifts were just some gifts of various colors. However, people originally had a competitive mentality. The gifts were compared with each other. At this time, many people directly gave silver, sometimes it was also called iridescent gold. As a matter of fact, Zhang Kai and his wife were worried about iridescent gold. Zhang Kai thought that Lu Qian was a good daughter-in-law. He should give her more iridescent gold to show that the Zhang family had a precious daughter-in-law. Moreover, Mr. Lu would also have a lot of face. Guo Sufei thought that there should be something to show, but her family's conditions were limited. It couldn't be too precious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live before they married her. Zhang Kai actually knew about this situation. He also thought so before, but when it came to the matter, he hesitated. After all, there were still a few hundred taels of silver banknotes hidden at home. With this possibility, of course, he wanted to do things better in his heart. When Zhang Kai talked about the banknotes, Guo Sufei also hesitated. When she talked to Lu Qian before, she also decided to use the banknotes, but she was stopped by Lu Qian. At this time, since there were banknotes, why not use it? Moreover, more than a month had passed, and no one had come to make trouble at home. Presumably, the other party really took this money as compensation. In this way, this money was her family's. Why not use it? The disagreement between the husband and wife seemed to disappear. They were both inclined to use this banknote. Therefore, Guo Sufei took out the banknotes and the token hidden at the bottom of the box. Then, she called Zhang Xiaolong into the inner room. Zhang Xiaolong's injury healed rapidly. In these few days, he didn't need to fix his arm anymore. It was just that his injured arm couldn't carry heavy objects. Zhang Xiaolong entered the inner room and asked, "Father, Mother, what's the matter?" "I'm preparing to go down to loosen the soil." Guo Sufei said lovingly, "Your arm hasn't recovered yet. It's better to do less work. Let Xiaohu and Xiaohua do more work." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "I've been in bed for a long time this month. My bones feel like they're going to rust. It's really comfortable to move around now. Moreover, Xiaohua is still young and growing. How can I let her do more work?" Zhang Kai said, "I know that you're full of vigor now. We don't intend to stop you, but the future is long. You have to pay more attention to your body." Zhang Xiaolong replied, "I know. Father, what's the matter? It can't be as simple as letting me rest." Guo Sufei said, "Oh, it's like this. Your father and I are preparing to go to Baligo in these few days to settle the marriage between you and Xianxian. However, our family can't come up with a good betrothal gift. We plan to take out the banknotes from last time to exchange for some." After he finished speaking, he placed the two banknotes and the token in front of Zhang Xiaolong. He pointed at the token and said, "Take this thing with you. If something happens during the exchange, take this thing out. It might be useful." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his father and mother's eager faces and the banknotes and tokens in front of him. He sighed and didn't pick them up. He said, "Father, Mother, didn't we say that we won't use these banknotes again?" Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, that's what we said at the time. However, the situation is stronger than the person. If we don't come up with a good betrothal gift, won't Lu Qian's family lose face?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "Father, if we're talking about good or bad family background, there are many people in this area that are better than us. The number of people who went to the Lu family to propose marriage is even greater. How can we compare? Lu Qian was willing to marry into our family not because of our family background. The day before yesterday at the Lu family, Mr. Lu told me a lot. He is very clear about our family's situation and didn't mention anything about betrothal gifts. I think we don't have to puff ourselves up at our own cost. Guo Sufei said, Xiaolong, they didn't mention it, but that doesn't mean they don't care. It's not strange to have too many gifts. We should be prepared. Zhang Xiaolong said, No, mother. I can't ruin the family just because I want to marry a wife. These banknotes are a disaster. We must not use them. Guo Sufei said, Your father and I have also discussed this. They haven't come to our door for so long. It should be fine. Moreover, we have this token. They may not dare to do anything to us. Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, Mother, this token was given to us by heroine Su to protect our lives. It only says that if there are bullies who come to find trouble, we can use it to prove that she is here to protect us. Moreover, didn't heroine also say that? Don't touch these banknotes. When the bullies come to our door, we must quickly return them. If they come to our door in the future and we don't have any banknotes to give them, what will we do? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were speechless. In fact, it's not that they don't know these things. They are confused because they are concerned. When it comes to matters concerning their son, it's inevitable that they will be confused. Zhang Xiaolong said again, The Lu family doesn't admire us for things like money. Moreover, don't we have something more precious than money in our family? If there is a chance in the future, we can just give it to Mr. Lu. Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, What is better than money in our family? How come I don't know? Zhang Xiaolong smiled mysteriously and said the following words. Chapter 49. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, It's our well water. When I saw Mr. Lu drinking tea that day, he was happier than if we gave him 10 taels of silver. In the future, we can give him more well water. Not only can it satisfy his appetite, but it can also ensure his health. Isn't that better? Oh right, father, when you go this time, if you have the chance, tell Mr. Lu to move to the Guozhuang house. I saw that he had this intention last time, but he still had some misgivings. This time, Lu Qian came, so I think he would be willing to come. This way, Lu Qian and I can also take care of him. What do you think? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at each other and said, When I go, I will definitely say these words. How about this, you keep these banknotes and tokens first. If you really need them, you can exchange them. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and said, Okay, then I'll keep them first. After he finished speaking, he put the banknotes and tokens into his pocket. Since Zhang Xiaolong didn't agree to use banknotes, the Zhang family's betrothal gifts were much simpler. They just prepared a few simple gifts according to the local customs. Early in the morning, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei put on new clothes and took the prepared gifts. They set off to Baoligo to prepare for the most important engagement in Zhang Xiaolong's life. When Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei arrived at Mr. Lu's house, they received a very grand welcome. When they presented the simple betrothal gifts, Mr. Lu didn't care and respectfully accepted them. He didn't look down on them or turn hostile because of the simplicity of the gifts. This made Zhang Kai and his wife feel relieved. There was no one else in the Lu family's hall, only Butcher Lu and other family members. It seemed that Mr. Lu really wasn't the kind of person who liked to be extravagant and formal. There was no sign of Lu Qian in the hall. The whole process of the engagement was simple. Everything was carried out according to the customs of the countryside. Nothing was overdone. When the ceremony came to an end smoothly, it was time for the two parties to discuss the wedding. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei asked Mr. Lu to make the decision. They only had one request, which was to get married as soon as possible. Because their grandmother's health couldn't wait too long, her last wish was to see her grandson's wedding. Mr. Lu pondered for a long time. He took out the almanac and carefully examined it. His brows were slightly furrowed. Zhang Kai and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. After a while, Mr. Lu raised his head and said, Look at this date. Recently, the end of this month has been an auspicious day. After that, it will be June. Isn't the end of this month too rushed? At the end of June, the old lady. Mr. Lu did not finish his sentence. As expected, Zhang Kai and Guosufei also frowned. Guosufei did not give up and asked, "Are there no good days in between?" Mr. Lu said, "There are many good days in between, but there aren't any that match Xiaolong and Xianxian's birth characters." Zhang Kai let out a long breath and said, then, there's only June. There are only a few days until the end of the month. There's no sign of the house for the wedding. It's just a few days, how can we prepare it?" Mr. Lu also nodded and said, "That's the only thing we can do." "But what about the old lady?" At this time, a voice came from outside, "Father, I think it's better to set it at the end of this month." Everyone looked and saw that the person who came in was Lu Qian. It turned out that she had been listening outside the entire time. Lu Qian's face was a bit red as she said, "Uncle, Auntie, seeing Xiaolong's wedding is grandmother's last wish. As the younger generation, we should satisfy her. Actually, the simplicity of the wedding is also up to us. There's no need for overly complicated ceremonies. It's also not realistic for us to hold a grand wedding. I think you don't need to buy a new house for the time being. Let's just find a place first. Moreover, Father, aren't you also planning to move to the Guizhuang house? Take this opportunity and find a place next to the Zhang family's courtyard. Build a few houses and surround it with a courtyard wall. Wouldn't that be a home? When this courtyard is ready, you can move there. Xiaolong and I will also move there. We can take care of you on one hand, and we can also take care of Uncle and the others on the other. What do you think?" Lu Qian's idea seemed very unimaginable, but after careful consideration, it was still very feasible. Grandmother's health should not last until June. When the old lady passed away, this morning's ceremony was likely to delay the wedding. The old lady was eager to see her grandson's wedding, so this wedding should be held at the end of February. With the Zhang family's family background, it was not realistic to hold a large-scale wedding. It was also very easy to prepare a simple wedding. It was not a big problem to ask for help from familiar people in the village for a few days. The most difficult problem was the new house. It was supposed to be a new house for the newly married couple. If they started preparing now, it was estimated that it could be done in a month. If Mr. Lu also wanted to move over, then he had to build a small courtyard again. This would take a few months. Lu Qian also wanted to take care of her father. Of course, this courtyard had to be built, so it was better to put it together. However, what Zhang Kai was thinking now was that Lu Qian wanted to separate from Xiaolong before she married into the family. She wanted to live with her father. It seemed that she wanted to separate from the family. Could it be that she had other thoughts? However, after that, Zhang Kai denied this idea. What did his family have that Lu Qian coveted? It was nothing more than that well. Lu Qian persuaded her father to go there because she wanted to consider her father's health. This was filial piety. Xiaolong and Lu Qian would live alone. To be honest, it was a matter of time. There were 3 sons in the family. How could they not separate from the family? It seemed too early to mention it at this time, but after thinking about it carefully, it was still appropriate. At least, it would let others see Lu Qian's vision. It would not let Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua have a knot in their hearts. Mr. Lu naturally had no opinion in his heart. He was originally thinking about how to retire. He was a teacher and was respected everywhere. He heard that there was no teacher in the Guizhuang house. He would definitely be popular if he went there. Moreover, there was a daughter to rely on there. He could also protect his daughter. Why not? He was still thinking about how to bring up the matter of moving to Zhang Kai. His daughter brought it up at this time. It was really timely. There were people who objected. That was Butcher Lu's family. Butcher Lu raised his voice and said, "Big brother, why do you want to go to the Guizhuang house? You didn't even discuss it with me. The 2 of us grew up in Bali Valley." Mr. Lu said gently, "Second brother, I'm also thinking about it. Xianxian is going to marry into the Guozhuang house far away. She is unfamiliar with the place and there is no one to take care of her. Lu Kai and I are at home alone. There is no woman to take care of us. Lu Yaya interrupted and said, Uncle, don't you still have me? Haven't I been helping at home all this time? Mr. Lu said with a smile, Yaya, I know that you are working hard at Uncle's house. But after all, it is not a long-term solution. Look at your sister's engagement. She is about to get married. Are you still far away? Even if you find a husband in Bali Valley, you can't come over every day to look after the house for Uncle. Moreover, Lu Kai also needs to find a wife to live with. This house should be given to him quickly. If I don't force him, who knows when he will find a wife? Lu Kai said with a red face, Father, look at what you are saying. I haven't found a suitable one yet. Mr. Lu glanced at him and said, Then you should look for a good one for me. Strive to settle the matter with your sister this year. We will have a double happiness. Lu Kai did not say anything. Then, Mr. Lu said to Butcher Lu, second brother, although this Guo manor is far, it's actually only half a day's journey. Even if I move there, it'll still be very convenient for me to move around in the future. Moreover, that business of yours as a butcher has nothing to do with my teaching. You and I have a brotherly relationship, so we can just move around every 10 days to half a month. We definitely won't drift apart because of time. In the future, when you are tired of staying in Bali Valley, you can also move in with me. Mr. Lu knew that Butcher Lu was outspoken and could not keep secrets in his heart. Therefore, he did not mention a word about the well water. Of course, if the water was really effective in the future, Mr. Lu would definitely bring Butcher Lu and the others over. Mr. Lu saw that no one had any objections, so he set the date with Zhang Kai. It was the day at the end of February. Then, he discussed the details with Zhang Kai. Lu Qian did not listen in and left. Lu Yaya also followed her out. When they arrived at Lu Qian's boudoir, Lu Yaya teased, Elder sister, do you think that Xiaolong is in such a hurry to marry over? Lu Qian said, it is not what you think. This Zhang family's grandmother does not have many days left. The last time I was at his house, she was already coughing up blood. The old woman has worked hard all her life. I think we should still fulfill her last wish. Moreover, you also know his family's situation. Doing things in such a hurry is actually a kind of relief. It does not give me and Xiaolong too much of a burden. My decision is beneficial to both him and me. Lu Yaya said, the last time you told me, I also thought about it for a long time. This fate is really strange. You have known each other for less than 2 months and you are going to eat at the same stove. Now that I think about it, it is really magical. Lu Qian smiled and said, you can do it too. I saw that these few times when Zhang Xiaohu saw you, his eyes could not leave you. I think he also wants to eat at the same stove as you. Lu Yaya blushed and said, elder sister, don't tease me. Last time at the Zhang family, I also told you that I don't have any feelings for this Zhang Xiaohu. Although he did save me, I am only grateful. In your words, there is no fate between us. Moreover, a few days ago, Mr. Zhao from Shuezhuang sent someone over to propose marriage to his second son, Zhao Yuzhao. I have seen Zhao Yuzhao before, he is also a scholar with a decent appearance. It is only because he has been busy with your matters that father has not agreed for the time being. Once your matters are settled, I estimate that the marriage will be set. When Lu Qian heard this, she was very happy and said, you little girl, you are still hiding this secret in your heart. You only told me today. I have seen this Zhao Yuzhao before. His appearance and knowledge are really good. He is very suitable for you. Yeah, your luck is not bad. Chapter 50. Lu Yaya giggled and said, no matter how good your luck is, it can't be compared to your fate. That was given by the heavens. You just wait to slowly enjoy your happiness. I just want to persist in my dream. I want him to read me poems that I like and write my own poems. When I'm free, I'll look at the small bridge and the flowing water. When night comes, I'll give him incense. Lu Qian said, Yeah, in fact, love is sweet. Life is realistic. I have the same dream as you. Unfortunately, the heavens have arranged Zhang Xiaolong for me. I can only choose my village wife's life. Different people have different ways of living. I hope that we will have our own happy life. Lu Yaya said, Sister, I also believe that we will be happy. However, elder sister, have you really decided? I still want to ask you one last time. Have you really decided to marry an illiterate farmer in such a hurry? Decades later, when you look back, won't you regret today's decision? When Lu Qian heard this, she tugged at Lu Yaya and said, Yaya, there are some things that cannot be decided by reason. Even though there are millions of people who will continue to move forward, perhaps today's decision will lead to a different life for me. Perhaps in a few decades, I will regret today's decision. However, right now, I do not regret it. When you are afraid of the slightest thing and do not know when to advance or retreat, you have lost the right to choose. Life is the combination of many choices. Different choices are different lives. If you and I both make the same choice, then wouldn't there be no joy in life? Although Xiaolong is a farmer, he is not illiterate. He is not a rotten wood that can't be carved. I think that our lives are a process of mutual influence and change. He may not write poems for me, but I can read for him and teach him how to write. We don't have a small bridge and flowing water. Maybe we can have a man plowing and a woman weaving. Although I can't give him incense, how can the bedroom be just drawing eyebrows? I can let him grind ink for me. In short, we will gradually change and make our lives happier. Lu Yaya also smiled and said, Elder sister, your homework was better than mine when you were young, and you read more books than me when you grew up. I can't win against you, but I always feel that you will suffer a lot if you marry into the Zhang family. Why do you want to make yourself uncomfortable? However, Lu Qian said, You are still a little stubborn. The word happiness is the same for everyone. The happiness of the poor is no different from the happiness of the rich. It doesn't mean that your happiness is better than others just because you are rich. So, when I choose to be poor or rich, I am choosing happiness. There was happiness in suffering, and there was happiness in enjoying. As long as one felt happy, why would one be afraid of suffering? Even if it is pain in the eyes of others, how can you know the sweetness in it? As the saying goes, if you are not a fish, how can you know the happiness of the fish? There is only so much happiness in this world. The more happiness you have, the less happiness others will have. If you feel unhappy every day, then others will have more happiness every day. Instead of sharing your happiness with others, why don't you live happily every day? Lu Yaya listened and frowned. She understood something in her heart, but she immediately let go and said, Elder sister, I am here to persuade you, but what you said made me think differently. However, even if you are right, I do not have the slightest interest in that Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qian said, You little girl, I am just telling you my own thoughts. I am not prepared to be a matchmaker. Not to mention the two sisters quarreling in the room, the two prospective in-laws in the hall had already discussed the specific details. At this time, it was already late. If they rushed back to Guizhuang, they would have to travel at night. Naturally, Mr. Lu would not let them leave like this. Dinner was eaten at Mr. Lu's house. After the engagement, they were now considered a family. This meal was naturally eaten to their heart's content, and both the host and the guest were happy. Early the next morning, when the sky was still hazy, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei said goodbye to Mr. Lu and hurried back to the Guizhuang house. There were only a few days until the end of the month. They still had to hurry back to prepare for the wedding. The task was very difficult. When the two elders rushed back to the Guizhuang house and told Zhang Xiaohu the good news, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua, who were waiting at the side, were so happy that they almost jumped up. Their impression of this future sister-in-law was really good. They did not expect that they would be able to see this sister-in-law in a few days. It was really unexpected. When Grandma heard Lu Qian set the date a few days later, she kept nagging, good child, good daughter-in-law. If there was a memorial tablet, she would have burned a few sticks of incense to thank the ancestors for finding such a good granddaughter-in-law. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's family had a very good reputation in the Guozhuang house. Moreover, there had never been any big events in the family. This time, for their eldest son to marry a daughter-in-law, the villagers naturally did their best to help. Many people had also seen Lu Qian. Although the Zhang family did not admit the relationship between Lu Qian and the Zhang family before, everyone had a lot of gossip behind their backs. This time, they could marry Lu Qian legitimately, which was also something that everyone expected. However, they did not expect that the time would be so short. Some people even thought in the wrong direction. But when the people with good intentions mentioned grandma, they immediately understood and could not help but give Lu Qian a thumbs up. When the villagers came to congratulate them, they would receive them in the big shed. The new house needed to be prepared. For the time being, they would use the house where the three brothers lived. Zhang Xiaohu was forced to squeeze together with Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong bed. The house and the small courtyard also needed to be slightly repaired. Fortunately, the firewood was good. With the help of the villagers, everything was completed within the scheduled time. On the day of the wedding, the entire small courtyard of the Zhang family was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Before dawn, the small courtyard of the Zhang family was filled with a hubbub of voices. Many people came and busied themselves with their own things. Some of the women in the village came to help tidy up the tables and chairs, and help to clean up the vegetables. The chef also started a fire and began to prepare the meal. Zhang Xiaolong was also woken up early. After tidying up, he prepared to ride a big horse, bring the bridal sedan chair and the band to Bali Gully to marry Lu Qian. The route of the wedding was naturally not the small path that they usually took. It took longer than usual. Moreover, they had to rush back before noon. Of course, they had to set off through the stars and the moon. When everyone was ready to set off, Guo Sufei found that the best man, Zhang Xiaohua, was missing. She hurriedly asked Zhang Xiaohu. He also felt very strange. In the middle of the night, he heard someone in the courtyard and got up early to help. When he got up, he also called Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that he did not get up. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly went back to the room to take a look. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was still sleeping soundly on the Kong. No matter how Zhang Xiaohu called, he did not wake up. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu ruthlessly poured water on him. He even turned over and went back to sleep, leaving everyone at a loss. However, the matter of the best man had been handed over to him yesterday. They could not find anyone else temporarily. Fortunately, there was a sedan chair. Moreover, grandmother also knew that Zhang Xiaohua slept until the sun came out. Everyone carried Zhang Xiaohua into the sedan chair and let him sleep. Now, her sister-in-law had not even sat in the sedan chair, but her brother slept first. In this way, the wedding procession carried Zhang Xiaohua sleeping in the sedan chair to Bali Go in the dark. When the procession had traveled more than half the distance, the sky was like a fish belly. When the sun peeked out from the horizon, that ray of sunlight swept over the sedan chair. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua open his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he found that he was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment. Surprised, he lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Only then did he realize that he was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment. He stopped the sedan chair and Zhang Xiaohua came down from the sedan chair. He ran in front of Zhang Xiaolong's horse and hurriedly apologized to his elder brother. Zhang Xiaolong pulled him to ride on the horse and hugged him, saying, "Xiaohua, it's okay. You were sleeping to grow. You didn't delay anything, so why are you apologizing? However, this time I really opened my eyes. How come I didn't know that you could sleep so much that you couldn't even wake up with water?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said embarrassedly, "I don't know. Maybe I used to sleep like this before, but I never got up so early." Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and felt that it was true. He and his younger brother had always slept together. In the past, he didn't find anything unusual. Moreover, he never got up so early. Maybe Xiaohua had always been sleeping like this. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with him. He didn't need to get up so early in the future, so he didn't ask anymore. The rest of the journey was not far. With the two brothers chatting in Zhang Xiaolong's excited mood, they quickly finished the journey. The village entrance of Ba Li Go could be seen from afar. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong stop the horse and let the wedding procession rest for a while. Then a special master arranged for people to set off the firecrackers and let the band play music. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly and obediently jumped down from the horse. She took the horse's reins from her elder brother's hand and walked to the front. She led the horse forward slowly. The people of the Lu family were naturally waiting at the village entrance early. When they saw the wedding procession, someone hurried back to report to Mr. Lu. The wedding band also broke the silence of the early morning. The villagers of Ba Li Go were all awakened by this festive sound early in the morning. Before the wedding procession entered the village, many children and villagers stopped them and asked for candy and other things. The Zhang family was naturally prepared. Someone took out the prepared things and scattered them to the crowd. Everyone picked up the candy and dispersed in a hubbub. They let the wedding procession move forward. In the short distance from the village entrance to the Lu family, the wedding procession was stopped several times. However, everyone was very happy and didn't get angry because of this. It was the custom of the countryside. When a family had a happy occasion, everyone wanted to share the joy. The more joy they shared, the bigger the family's happy occasion. The wedding procession couldn't wait to be stopped as much as possible. Chapter 51. When the wedding procession arrived at the Lu family's gate, the sky was already bright. There were already many people waiting at the gate. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse to the front of the crowd before stopping. When Zhang Xiaolong got off the horse, Zhang Xiaohua handed the horse's reins to the Lu family members who came over. Everyone cupped their hands to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Groom, congratulations, congratulations." Zhang Xiaolong also happily returned everyone's greeting. Then, everyone opened up a path. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a wooden shelf next to the gate. On the shelf, there was a bow. This was the custom of the countryside. The first thing the groom did when he got married was to shoot 3 arrows into the sky at the bride's gate. It meant to drive away all the evil spirits. In the past, when other people were getting married, they had seen this before. However, although Zhang Xiaolong's arm injury was healed, the work in the field was still a problem. How could he draw the bow and shoot arrows? It seemed that this matter could only be done by the best man, Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was only a 12 or 13-year-old child. Letting him draw the bow was too far-fetched. Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and walked forward, preparing to take the bow. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She quickly rushed forward and pulled her brother, saying, "Big brother, your arm just healed. How can you pull this thing? If there is any injury, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Let me do it." Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just drawing the bow and shooting. I still have the strength. You're still young. How can you draw the bow and shoot arrows?" Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Big brother, you're looking down on me. I can work in the field myself. How can I not have the strength? Let me try. If I can't do it, you can do it. We won't lose face, don't you think?" Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and agreed. Anyway, the best man did things for the groom during the wedding. If Xiaohua really couldn't draw the bow, then he could only do it himself. Mr. Lu probably knew that his arm wasn't good enough. The bow on the shelf should be a soft bow that didn't need too much strength to draw. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the shelf and took the big bow from the shelf that was as tall as him. He felt that it was very heavy. He had never used a bow before, so he thought that all bows were very heavy, so he didn't care. Then, he picked up an arrow without an arrowhead from the shelf and put it on the bow. He turned around and asked Zhang Xiaolong, "Big brother, where should I shoot?" Zhang Xiaolong pointed to the sky outside the village and said, "Over there." Zhang Xiaohua agreed and imitated the way he used to look at people. He got into a horse stance and then faced the sky and pulled the bowstring with all his strength. However, the bowstring was very tight. Zhang Xiaohua pulled it about 30% full and he couldn't pull it anymore. He couldn't help but blush. Normally, he should release his hand and shoot the arrow. But this was his first time shooting an arrow. Moreover, he used to see others pull the bowstring like a full moon, so he thought that it must be completely pulled. So, he took a deep breath and moved his two arms. Sure enough, he felt a force coming from his arms. He shouted and the bow was immediately pulled into a full moon shape. He confidently looked at the morning glow outside the village and released the tight bowstring. The arrow flew out like a meteor with a "so" sound. Looking at the arrow flying far away, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of joy in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua used the same method for the remaining 2 arrows and shot them far away from 8 Mile Gorge. After the 3 arrows were shot, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his arms were sore and numb. He couldn't lift the bow and couldn't put it back on the shelf. At this time, everyone was applauding and praising Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Only Zhang Xiaolong saw the abnormality. He quickly walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and took the bow. He was about to put it back on the shelf, but unexpectedly, his hand felt heavy. He quickly exerted some strength and caught it. Zhang Xiaolong was very surprised in his heart. Why is this flexible bow so heavy? However, at this time, everyone had already surrounded him. He didn't have time to think carefully and just put the bow on the shelf. He was surrounded by people and walked into the Lu family's courtyard, leaving the bow alone on the shelf. Just as Zhang Xiaolong was being crowded into the Lu family's courtyard, Hunter Zhang at the north end of 8 Mile Gorge was packing up and preparing to go hunting in the mountains. He walked into the small house where he kept the bow and arrows. Not long after, he came out in a flustered and exasperated manner and asked his wife, Boy's mother, where did the bow on the shelf go? His wife asked curiously, which bow? How would I know? I've never entered that small house. Hunter Zhang was anxious and said, it's the 5-pickle bow that was passed down from my ancestors. It was on the top of the shelf on the right. I saw it the day before yesterday, but it's gone today. Could it be that there was a thief at home yesterday? His wife was preparing breakfast on the stove when she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran out, saying, I remember now. Boy's father, Teacher Lu sent someone to borrow a flexible bow yesterday. It must be for his son-in-law today. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw it, so he specifically asked for it. At that time, I was packing the child's clothes, so I asked someone to get it himself. I remember you said that there was one on the shelf that you made for fun, so I told him. Hunter Zhang asked, did you see it when he took it out? His wife said shamefully, he did tell me, but wasn't it just a toy that you made blindly? I was too lazy to look at it, so I let him take it away. Hunter Zhang immediately scolded, you prodigal woman, you didn't even take a good look at what you borrowed. He took away our ancestral bow, and you were too lazy to look at it. Moreover, Teacher Lu has always been very good to us. All the children in our village were taught by him. There must be a reason why he specially came to borrow a flexible bow. Look at you now, you gave him a bow that no one has been able to draw for more than 10 years. Aren't you purposely making him lose face? I'll see how I'll deal with you when I come back. After saying that, Hunter Zhang hurriedly ran out in a panic. When he ran to the Lu family's main gate, Zhang Xiaolong and the others had already entered the courtyard. The strong bow that had been passed down from his ancestors was placed on the shelf at the entrance. In his opinion, it must have been thrown there because no one had been able to draw it. At this moment, he just happened to see someone poking his head out from the Lu family's main gate. He said thoughtfully, Lu-san, tell Teacher Lu that I'm taking this bow and arrow. The person inside responded, okay, got it. Hunter Zhang hurriedly took the bow and hugged it to his chest like it was a treasure. He hurriedly left with a guilty look on his face, afraid that someone would stop him and scold him for using a bow that no one had been able to draw. With his mind preoccupied, he did not notice that the 3 arrows without arrowheads that should have been placed on the shelf had all disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, had already walked to the door of Lu Qian's boudoir. According to the village's rules, if the groom wanted the bride to open the door, he must answer the bride's question. Only when the answer was satisfactory could the groom open the door. In fact, most of the people who asked questions were the bridesmaids and the others. The bride would not make things difficult for her future husband. Zhang Xiaolong was also facing the same problem now. Mr. Lu had always treated people with poetry and literature. Most of the people in this courtyard were also scholars. There was not a single person who knew martial arts. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua's shocking 3 arrows would not have gone unnoticed. Although Mr. Lu had told his friends and students in advance that his son-in-law came from a peasant background and they should not make things too difficult for him, to be honest, Mr. Lu's smart and virtuous daughter had more than 1 or 2 people in mind. Today, she was actually married by someone who was not in her circle. There were a few guests who felt indignant in their hearts. However, of course, they could not be very obvious in front of Mr. Lu. There were a few nosy people who were thinking about how to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaolong on the bride's issue. Lu Yeye was of course Lu Qian's bridesmaid. This girl had always been a person who was not afraid of trouble. Moreover, she never thought before doing things. Thus, her first question was, let Zhang Xiaolong write a few words to show off his calligraphy. When this question came out, Lu Qian, who was in the boudoir, glared at Lu Yeye and asked, whose idea was this? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Yeye said in a sweet voice, Sister, it was a group of people outside who said it. It's okay to make brother-in-law Lu's face now. It's also good to urge him to learn calligraphy properly in the future. What do you think? Lu Qian smiled bitterly in her heart. What can I say? Your question has already come out. Can I take it back? Sigh, I just don't know if Xiaolong will blame me in the future. Mr. Lu's face in the hall was also a bit ugly. This was obviously making things difficult for his son-in-law. However, marriage was about liveliness. No matter how much nonsense they made, they could not be blamed. It was better to see how Zhang Xiaolong would deal with it. If he really could not do it, he would just write something. It was not a big deal. After all, it was not a big deal anyway. Zhang Xiaolong and his brothers' faces were also very strange. What they were afraid of came true. Zhang Xiaolong sighed in his heart. He walked forward and prepared to write a few words to deal with it. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua once again pulled her elder brother's arm and said, Don't be impatient, elder brother. Let me try. Can you do it? Zhang Xiaolong was a bit doubtful. Zhang Xiaohua patted his hand and said, It's still the same words. If I can't do it, you try again. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said to everyone, it's still the same old words. My elder brother's arm injury has not healed yet. Let me write this for him. After he finished speaking, he walked in front of the prepared ink and paper. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He raised his head and said, Everyone, for today's liveliness, we will not use this ink and paper. Everyone asked curiously, Then what should we use? Zhang Xiaohua asked, Is there a ready-made mop? Today, I will use the mop to write a few big words for everyone. Mop? How do you write it? Someone asked curiously. While they were talking, someone had already brought the mop over. Zhang Xiaohua found a basin and poured the ground ink into it. She then placed the mop into the basin and dipped it in. She held the mop with both hands and carefully pondered in her heart. She picked up the mop and wrote 2 big words on the limestone slab in Mr. Lu's courtyard, Misty. These 2 words were written in an ancient style. It was very elegant and full of charm. Zhang Xiaohua wrote it in one go, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. In the hall, Mr. Lu heard the commotion outside and suddenly came out of the hall. When he saw the 2 words on the limestone slab, he did not say anything. He carefully thought about it and was also stunned. Speaking of a Misty, these two words were originally the words on the token. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua asked someone to recognize it, she had simulated, tasted, and practiced more than once how to write it. Other words, such as Zhang Xiaohua, he would not be able to write it no matter what. However, these two words had already been deeply engraved into her heart. Naturally, she could write it at her fingertips. Of course, because she did not have the ability to enter the school, she would definitely be ridiculed if she wrote with a brush. But using a mop to write, she naturally did not have to worry about things like technique. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 52. The word Misty was written in an ancient style, full of elegance and charm. Zhang Xiaohua wrote it in one go, making the surrounding crowd stunned. Mr. Lu, who was in the hall, heard the clamor outside, and suddenly became abnormally quiet. He also came out of the hall, and when he saw the two words on the bluestone board, he didn't say anything. He tasted it carefully and was actually stunned. Speaking of the word Misty, it was originally the word on the token. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua asked someone to recognize it, he had simulated, tasted, and practiced how to write it more than once in his heart. Other words like Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaolong were words that he couldn't write no matter how hard he tried. However, these two words had been deeply engraved in his heart, so naturally, he could write it at his fingertips. Of course, based on his standard that hadn't entered the school, writing with a brush would definitely be ridiculed by others. Using a mop to write, he naturally didn't have to care about techniques and such. Suddenly writing it was really shocking. Of course, there were also people who didn't know the value of the word. That butcher Lu was the first to speak. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it good or bad? Say something. These words immediately woke everyone up. Everyone clapped their hands and praised together. Good words, good words. The meaning is casual, the ancient charm is long, rare, rare, rare. A few people who had ulterior motives couldn't help but praise. They muttered in their hearts, this Mr. Lu, the younger brother's standard is already so amazing, not to mention the older brother. He even said that he was from a bumpkin background. Isn't he too low-key? If this standard is considered a bumpkin, then what is our standard? Mr. Lu's gaze also moved from the bluestone board to Zhang Xiaohua. He naturally knew of Zhang Xiaolong's standard, but this Zhang Xiaohua at such a young age actually had such standard. He really hit it deeply. He had treated him as a child before, but it seemed like he had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. He had to dig more in the future. Actually, Zhang Xiaolong was also very surprised, but now wasn't the time to be surprised. He still had to face the bridesmaid's second question. Sure enough, the second question was still a literary question: compose a poem. Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qian, and Mr. Lu broke out in cold sweat. Who was so shameless? Lu Yeye was also very innocent. She said with her big eyes, it's all the revenge of those disappointed people. Sister, if you want to blame someone, blame your charm. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to step forward again, but she was stopped by Zhang Xiaolong, who said, Xiaohua, look at big brother this time. Zhang Xiaolong lowered his head and pondered, pacing back and forth. Not long after, he raised his head and said to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just a man who grows crops in the fields, I can't be compared to all of you. However, I've always believed that everyone in this world has their own role to play in survival. Scholars have their own uses, farmers have their own uses, no one can be missing. Today, I'll pretend to be cultured, and reluctantly compose a poem. After saying that, he raised his voice and said, I was originally a banished immortal in the heavens, wandering in the mortal world for decades. I was just waiting for the opportunity to meet the hidden dragon and soar into the heavens. This time, the crowd was stunned again. Logically speaking, this poem did not rhyme at all, and the word count was also wrong. However, the concept contained within was very distant, and the momentum was boundless. The crowd did not know how to evaluate it. At this time, Mr. Lu interjected and said, "Nephew, this poem's concept is very good. The momentum is overwhelming. I hope nephew will study hard in the future and reach a higher level." When everyone heard this, they could not help but say, "Mr. Lu, you're still calling him nephew. Shouldn't you change your way of addressing him?" The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone said their own words. This second question was passed. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua gave Zhang Xiaolong a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and used his hand to wipe his forehead. It seemed that he was already sweating. When Zhang Xiaolong once again walked to Lu Qian's boudoir, the third question appeared. If the bride was compared to an object, what would you want it to be? This question was very tricky. Everyone's answer would be different, and no matter how they answered, it could be said to be a very good answer. It was also this kind of question that looked easy, but on the contrary, it was not easy to answer. Many people in the crowd were thinking in their hearts. If they were to answer this question themselves, what would they say? However, this question seemed to be too simple for Zhang Xiaolong. He did not even think and immediately answered, "I hope that Xian is a mirror given to me by the heavens. When I make a mistake, she can remind me and correct me. I hope that Xian is a lotus flower given to me by the heavens. We can be harmonious, respect, and love each other forever. I hope that Xian is a crutch given to me by the heavens. When we are both old, we can support each other and grow old together." Zhang Xiaolong's answer was so simple and straight to the heart. Everyone could not help but sigh in their hearts. Lu Qian indeed had a unique insight and found her true love. Originally, there were some people who were dissatisfied, but at this moment, they also felt Zhang Xiaolong's sincerity towards Lu Qian. They could not help but applaud and cheer. Lu Yaya, who was listening in the room, also had stars in her eyes. She smiled and said to Lu Qian, whose face was red and her eyes were sparkling, "Sister, other people are all sour scholars. This future brother-in-law has not studied for a few days. How can he be so sour? Could it be that sister's few days in the Zhang family can make this Zhang Xiaolong so sour? What kind of distance is that?" Lu Qian scolded, "You're thinking too much." Lu Qian scolded with a smile, "You little girl, you're always thinking in the wrong direction. I didn't think that this little dragon would have such literary talent and accomplishment. I didn't teach him these. I only thought that he had the potential in this area. It seems that I didn't misjudge him. Yaya, why aren't you opening the door?" After that, she put the red veil on her head. Lu Yaya said, "Yes, bride." After that, she opened the door wide. The people outside the room saw the door open and knew that the bride's side had passed. Naturally, there was a burst of cheers. Then, Zhang Xiaolong entered the room. Under the accompaniment of the bridesmaid, Lu Yaya, he carefully brought Lu Qian out. They walked into the Lu family's hall together. In the hall, Mr. Lu was already sitting there. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian walked in front of Mr. Lu and knelt down together to kowtow 3 times to the old man. After they finished, Mr. Lu quickly stood up and helped them up. At this time, Lu Qian was already sobbing. She felt the pain of leaving home. It was also because she had gone to other places in the past. In the end, she had to return to her home. No matter where she was, she always had this root in her heart. From today onwards, this was no longer her home. She did not need to think about coming back. She inevitably felt a sense of loss in her heart. Thinking about the place where she grew up and thinking about her mother not being able to see this scene, how could she still control her feelings? Mr. Lu walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong quickly called him father-in-law. Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaolong's eyes and put Lu Qian's hand in his hand. He said, "Xiaolong, I'll leave Qian to you. You must remember what you said to me before. Treat her well and don't let her down." Zhang Xiaolong took Lu Qian's hand and said seriously, "Father-in-law, I treat Qian sincerely. In the future, you can look at me. I will definitely not let you down." Then, Mr. Lu walked in front of Lu Qian and took her hand. He said, Qian, in the future, you are a member of the Zhang family. You must serve your in-laws well and live a good life with Xiaolong. I don't want to say anything else. I just hope that you can grow old together and live a happy life. Lu Qian cried and said, I know, father. We will do it. Then, Mr. Lu said, okay, you should go back quickly. They must still be waiting. After saying this, Zhang Xiaolong took Lu Qian's hand and sent Lu Qian to the bridal sedan that had been waiting for a long time at the door. Then, he got on the horse and let Zhang Xiaohua lead the horse. Lu Yeye accompanied by the bridal sedan. She led the bridal sedan and walked slowly from the Lu family's gate to the village entrance. Mr. Lu watched from afar as the wedding crowd walked further and further away. He couldn't help but cry. The daughter that he had raised for such a long time was going to be married off in the blink of an eye. Even if she would live with him soon, she would not be the same person at that time. At that time, she would first be the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Mr. Lu couldn't help but think of his deceased wife. It was a pity that she passed away early and couldn't see the scene of his daughter getting married. At this time, Lu Kai also came over. He supported his father and comforted him. Father, Xiaolong is a very good child. The people of the Zhang family are also very reasonable. Sister won't suffer any grievances when she marries over. Moreover, aren't you moving over to live with them soon? If there is anything, you will be the first to know. It's not much different from sister living at home with you now. Mr. Lu sighed and nodded. Then, he shook his head and turned back to the house. Zhang Xiaolong and the others took the bridal sedan out of the village entrance of Balagu. Looking at the sky, it was already late in the morning. He said to Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Yeye, looking at the time, it's already late. We have to hurry. Xiaohua, you ride with me. Yeye, you also sit in the sedan. It's only right for the bridesmaid to sit in the sedan. The two also followed Zhang Xiaolong's arrangement. One rode a horse and the other sat in the sedan. Only then did the wedding procession speed up and prepare to reach the Guozhuang house before noon. When Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua were dealing with the bride's family, the other people in the wedding procession had already been arranged to eat and drink. Even the horse that Zhang Xiaolong rode had been fed well. After coming out of Balagu, the horse no longer played music. At this time, everyone was full of energy and was ready to hurry. They still walked on the main road back. At this time, there were more people. Everyone was very interested in the wedding procession. Along the way, many people pointed at the wedding procession and commented on Zhang Xiaolong as the groom from time to time. They also guessed the appearance of the bride. It was a pity that the curtains of the bridal sedan were covered. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would look there, hoping to see the beauty of the bride. Chapter 53. The wedding procession hastened their journey, and after walking for a while, they arrived at the main road that led to the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaolong looked at the sky and said, it's still early and we're already halfway there. There shouldn't be a problem for us to rush back to the Guozhuang house. Let's rest for a while so that we can rush back in one go. Other than Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qian, and Lu Yeye, the rest of the group were all walking. Putting aside the fact that the sedan bearers were already exhausted from carrying people, the band members were also carrying a few kilograms of heavy instruments. They were also very tired from rushing all the way. When they heard the word rest, they immediately walked to the side of the road and sat down on the grass. They poured out water from their gourds or leather pouches to quench their thirst. The sedan was carefully carried by the sedan bearers to a big tree by the side of the road, and the sedan bearers walked away to rest. Zhang Xiaolong also dismounted and walked to the side of the sedan with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong took 2 leather pouches from beside the stirrups and handed one to Zhang Xiaohua for him to drink. He held the other pouch in his hand and walked to the side of the sedan. He said to the person in the sedan, Qian, you must be thirsty. Do you want to drink some water? Lu Qian did not speak, but it was the bridesmaid Lu Yeye who spoke first. Elder sister probably isn't thirsty. She's still reminiscing about the twin lotus flowers on one stalk. Why are you thinking about your bride? Isn't I still in this sedan? Why are you asking me if I'm thirsty? Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Yeye had only met a few times and had heard from Lu Qian that this cousin of his had a straightforward personality. Now that he saw her mocking him, he did not mind and only said, "Isn't she the elder sister? You're the younger sister. Of course I should ask the elder first." Lu Yeye continued, "Oh, I didn't expect brother-in-law to be so quick-witted. Why didn't I see it before? TSK, elder sister's eyes are really sharp." Then she curled her lips and asked softly, "Elder sister, do you want to drink some water?" Lu Qian's head was still covered with a red veil as she said in a low voice, "I'm not too thirsty, but I still want to drink some to moisten my throat." "If you're thirsty, you can drink first." Lu Yeye said, "All right then, I'll drink it first. I've been busy with your matters since I woke up this morning. I haven't had a single drop of water. Just now, I've talked a lot with them in your room. My mouth is already dry. Wait for me to finish drinking it, then I'll give it to you." After saying that, Lu Yeye lifted the curtain of the bridal sedan chair and walked out. Zhang Xiaolong was standing beside the sedan. When he saw Lu Yeye come out, he quickly handed over the leather bag filled with water. At this time, from the direction of Lu Town, a few people on horses galloped over. The three in front were very handsome horses. The three people on the horses looked very similar. Their faces were charred black, their eyes were squinted, and they had a lecherous look. They were about 40 years old and wore very bright clothes. The four people behind them were ordinary tall horses. The people on the horses were of different height and weight, but they were all dressed in black and had weapons at their waists. Their eyes occasionally wandered around the road, and they seemed to be very careful. These people saw Zhang Xiaolong and his group of people who were listening and resting at the side of the road from afar. They didn't care and hurriedly took a few glances before passing by. Coincidentally, one of the three in front was tilting his head and waving his whip when Lu Yeye came out from the bridal sedan chair. She used her hand to take the leather bag handed to her by Zhang Xiaolong and gave Zhang Xiaolong an angry smile. That Lu Yeye was originally round and smooth, and her eyebrows were delicate. Today, she was Lu Qian's bridesmaid, so she dressed up even more beautifully. Zhang Xiaolong didn't think much of this smile, but the person on the horse had a burst of lewd light in his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a "ee" sound. Immediately, he tightened the reins in his hand and gradually slowed down the horse. The two people beside him saw him slow down and immediately turned their heads to ask, "Lao Er, what's wrong?" That person said, "Big brother, something wonderful has come." "What do you think of the woman beside the bridal sedan chair?" The boss looked up and couldn't help but smack his lips and say, "Tsk tisk, she's really not bad. Although she's not an outstanding beauty, she's still a pretty girl from a humble family." Another person followed up and said, "Big brother, these past few days in Lu Town, you've been having a lot of fun." These words are used very well. That second brother said, "Big brother, last year you found a beautiful woman in that Exine manor. You obtained both wealth and beauty and had a fat new year. I, your brother, have seen you make her the wife of your stronghold. My heart itches. Although this Lu Town girl is interesting, she's still a woman of romance. She won't last long. I think this woman isn't bad. Why don't you get her into the stronghold and let her be my concubine?" The boss said, "The deal before the new year was indeed a good deal. I thought it was his family who dug up the jewels from the mountain and we just took the jewels. Who knew that the woman in his family was so beautiful? How could I let her go? However, second brother, this place is not far from Lu Town and is on the official road. I'm afraid that our actions will attract the attention of the authorities." Another person said, "Big brother, you worry too much. Although it's not far from Lu Town, there are not many people here. Just the few bumpkins who came to escort the bride don't seem to be from this town. If they robbed someone, then so be it. It's not the first time we've done this. After we've done it, we don't have to kill anyone. If we leave our names behind, I'm sure they won't dare to report it to the authorities. Let's hurry back to the village. Even if we catch them, the authorities will know. The second brother said, Lao Er's words are very reasonable. Big brother, let's do it. The boss looked around and seemed to be hesitating. Lao Er said, second brother, the woman in front of the sedan chair is yours. The bride in the sedan chair is mine. Today I'll be the groom. Ha ha ha. Lao Er said, hee hee, the woman in the sedan chair still doesn't know whether she's fat or thin, beautiful or ugly. I'm not interested. This chick has soft skin and tender flesh. I think she suits me. Lao Er said, second brother, you don't know this. If the bride isn't beautiful, why would she choose such a beautiful girl to be her bridesmaid? I think the bride must be more beautiful than her. Lao Er said, Lao Er is clever. However, if I didn't turn around and see it, how can you be the groom today? Tonight before you enter the room, you have to toast me 3 big bowls. Lao Er said with a sinister smile, same to you. Let's go to the bridal chamber together. The 3 of them talked from afar and looked at the sedan chair from time to time. It seemed that they already had a plan in mind. The 4 people next to them didn't say anything. They surrounded the 3 of them in a circle as if they were used to it. Lao Er saw that the boss was still hesitating and said unhappily, Big brother, what's there to think about? We brothers don't have any fresh girls to serve us this new year. We can't compare to you. You have a beautiful woman in your bed. Lao Er saw that Lao Er was unhappy and Lao Er was eager to try. He laughed and said, well said, who have we she chui 3 wolves been afraid of? Big brother has meat to eat. We can't let the brothers drink only soup. Let's go. Today we'll do a good job and let the brothers eat meat. Finished speaking, the 3 of them turned their horses around and rushed towards Zhang Xiaolong and the others. The other 4 people also came from the side. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had finished drinking water and handed her leather bag to Lao Er. His ears were very sensitive. He heard the sound of horses galloping away and then turning back. He immediately looked up and saw 7 people rushing towards him. He became alert and quickly said to Zhang Xiaolong, Big brother, be careful. The group of people who just passed by are back. Is there something wrong? Zhang Xiaolong was just talking to Lu Qian and Lu Yeye. He didn't notice the horses passing by. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohua's reminder, he immediately looked up and saw the Shi Chui 3 wolves looking at him with lustful eyes. He shouted in his heart, not good. Why did I encounter such a thing again? Just as he was about to have Lu Yeye hide inside the bridal sedan chair, the horses had already arrived in front of him. Zhang Xiaolong frowned and pulled Lu Yeye behind him. He cupped his fists and said, what orders do you have for me? The one who rushed at the front was the second brother of the Shi Chui 3 wolves. He saw Zhang Xiaolong salute but didn't answer. He didn't even slow down the horse. Borrowing the horse's momentum, he lifted his leg and kicked towards Zhang Xiaolong's chest. Although Zhang Xiaolong didn't practice martial arts, he was still a young man. He was agile. He quickly moved sideways and got Lu Yeye out of the way. The second brother's leg kicked below his shoulder. Zhang Xiaolong screamed and his body flew out. He fell on the side of the road far away. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and he fainted on his back. The water bag was also thrown far away, allowing the water to gush out. Zhang Xiaohua saw that his big brother was injured. He was shocked and wanted to run over. The third brother of the Shi Chui 3 wolves rode a horse and rushed towards him. He raised his hand and whipped. Zhang Xiaohua saw the whip coming and quickly dodged. He raised his hand and wanted to grab the whip. However, he had exhausted all his strength to pull the bow and shoot arrows this morning. At this moment, his arms were still sore and he couldn't use any strength. He watched the whip hit his face and could only tilt his head as much as possible. The whip fell on his shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua also screamed, "Ah," and fell to the ground. The whip on his body was burning hot and he couldn't help but cry. After the second brother and the third brother of the Shichui three wolves succeeded, they didn't stop. Instead, they rushed to the rest of the people resting on the side of the road and raised their whips to hit them. The eldest brother ran to the front of the sedan chair. He didn't move forward. Instead, he tightened the reins and stopped. Seeing the second brother and the third brother running to the others, he said to the other four people around him, "Go and help them." The other four people immediately pulled out their weapons from their waists or horses and outflanked them from different directions. They shouted as they walked, "Shichui Mountain is working here. Those who have nothing to do with it should leave quickly." There were still some people on the road. When they saw these people rushing over and injuring people, they felt strange. There were also some busybodies who stopped to watch the fun. When they heard this, they immediately scattered like birds and animals and fled. The rest of the wedding procession was also very angry when they saw several people on horseback injuring the groom and the best man. They wanted to stand up and pick up the weapons in their hands to win with numbers. However, they didn't expect that the other party had knives and spears. Moreover, they were the bandits of Shichui Mountain. How could they still have the courage? They didn't have time to care about the others. They were all shouting "Mother" and "Father." They didn't even want to eat anymore. They threw away everything in their hands and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were no extra people on the busy road just now. There were only Zhang Xiaolong lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua struggling to get up, Lu Yeye who was panicking and didn't know what to do, and the people of Shichui Mountain who succeeded in their plot and were complacent. Chapter 54. When the people of Shichui Mountain saw the wedding procession running away, they didn't chase after them. They knew that these villagers were timid and wouldn't come back for a while. If they didn't kill them, they wouldn't resist. When they had the courage to come back, they would have returned to Shichui Mountain. Lu Qian, who was in the bridal sedan, didn't know what had happened. She heard Zhang Xiaolong's words after Lu Yeye went out, so she knew that someone was coming. Then she heard Zhang Xiaolong scream. She felt pain in her heart and wanted to get out of the bridal sedan. However, the custom in the countryside was that the bride couldn't take off the red veil before entering the bridal chamber, so she hesitated. Then she heard Zhang Xiaohua's scream and the shouts of the people of Shichui Mountain. She immediately knew that something was wrong. She made up her mind, tore off the red veil, opened the curtain and walked out. What she saw was Lu Yeye's trembling shoulders and the head of Shichui Mountain's lecherous and regretful eyes. At this time, Lu Qian, who had been nourished by the well water of the Zhang family, was not at the same level as Lu Yeye. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyebrows were beautiful, and her almond-shaped eyes were charming. If she was not very beautiful in the eyes of young ruffian Lu Jin a few months ago, now she was a beauty. In particular, her temperament, which was changing, was even more fascinating, like a fairy in the human world. The head of Shichui Mountain couldn't help but feel regretful. This flower was picked by his third brother, who probably wouldn't let go. It was rare for him to take advantage of her. What a pity. Lu Qian didn't pay attention to the head of Shichui Mountain, nor did she comfort Lu Yeye. Instead, she ran to see Zhang Xiaolong, who had fainted. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She endured the burning pain in her body, clenched her teeth, and didn't let her tears fall. She walked step by step towards her eldest brother. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had no other thoughts. The seed that had been brewing in her heart for a long time had bloomed. She had made up her mind that she would no longer live a life of being at the mercy of others. If she survived today, she would only choose one path in the future, which was to practice martial arts. She would use absolute force to protect herself, her family, and the people in the world who needed to be protected. She would no longer allow others to trample on her dignity and the happiness of her family. At this moment, our Xiaohua had transformed, matured, and found a goal in life. However, the crisis was not over yet, but Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about this. He knew that no matter how tragic the ending was, time would always pass and the end would come. He would face it bravely even if he lost his life. The people of Shitsui Mountain naturally didn't know that they had added fuel to the fire to promote the development of the martial arts world. At this time, they were arrogantly riding back, ready to snatch the fat meat in their mouths. Lu Qian ran in front of Zhang Xiaolong and knelt down. She looked at his blood-stained chest with heartache. She carefully picked up his head and placed it on her chest. She used her nails to pinch Zhang Xiaolong's philtrum. Lu Qian did not cry. She knew her situation. Any helpless action would only make the villain more arrogant. Perhaps her fate had been determined. She also had to say goodbye to her lover. When Zhang Xiaohua staggered to Zhang Xiaolong had slightly opened his eyes. He looked at his bride helplessly and was extremely indignant in his heart. Although the other party heard him without talking, he, who had woken up, naturally knew the other party's intention. However, how could he resist? He looked around with difficulty. By the side of the road, there were only things left on the ground. There was not a single person. He sighed inwardly. The shoulder of the hand that had just recovered was dislocated by a kick. He could not move it. He used his other hand to hold the hand that was pinching his philtrum. He did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other. There was only deep love and endless resentment. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his beloved elder brother and his favorite sister-in-law. Such a scene made his heart ache. Lu Yeye, who was beside the sedan chair, saw Zhang Xiaolong wake up and quickly ran over. It seemed that it was safer here. The boss of Shitsui Mountain did not stop them and slowly rode his horse over. The other people also drove their horses and slowly surrounded them. The third brother of Shitsui Mountain waved the horsewhip in his hand and stared at Lu Qian, who was wearing a wedding dress. He felt extremely refreshed. This trip was really worth it. He got such a beautiful woman without any effort. In the future, he would have unlimited happiness. The second brother of Shitsui Mountain stared at Lu Qian. His heart was full of jealousy. He secretly regretted letting the third brother get the upper hand. However, when he looked at Lu Yeye's pale face, he felt a little comforted. He stole a glance at the greedy look of the eldest brother and could not help but feel lucky. The bride was so beautiful. After returning to the mountain, he did not know who she would belong to. It was better for him not to get involved. When Lu Yeye saw that everyone was surrounding them, she could not help but hug her shoulders and asked with a trembling voice, what do you want to do?" The second brother of Shitsui Mountain said with a lewd smile, "We don't want to do anything. It's just that when we see this little brother being the groom today, our hearts are also itching. We want to be the groom and have a taste. How about it? Seeing your sister as the bride, do you also want to have a taste? Let's enter the bridal chamber together tonight." In fact, she already knew what the ending would be. At this time, when she heard the other party's affirmative answer, Lu Yeye was speechless. She just said in fear, you. Lu Qian's face was also as white as paper. She was very scared. But she held her lover's hand in her hand, so she did not tremble. Zhang Xiaolong said weakly, "Heroes, there are countless beauties in Lu Town. How can my wife enter the eyes of heroes? If you can let us husband and wife go today, we will definitely go bankrupt and send all our property to Shitsui Mountain in the future." The third brother of Shitsui Mountain laughed and said, "Your wife's beauty is very good in our eyes. It's your blessing to take a fancy to her. If you know what's good for you and let her go with us, we can still spare your lives. Otherwise, all of your heads will be chopped off. You won't be able to marry a wife even if you want to." The second brother of Shitsui Mountain also laughed and said, "You don't look like a son of a rich family. What gold and silver jewelry can tempt us? It's better to obediently give them away." At this time, from the distance of the main road, another person riding a horse rushed over. The people of Shitsui Mountain heard the sound of horse hooves from afar. They all looked up and saw that it was a person, so they did not care. Only the eldest brother frowned and said, "Why are you being so long-winded with them? Take them and leave. From time to time, there will be people passing by on the main road. Don't run into a large group of people. If they don't let go, chop off their heads." The second brother and the third brother heard this and their expressions turned cold. They immediately agreed and jumped off the horse. They each rushed to Lu Yaya and Lu Qian. Seeing the bad guy rushing to the eldest sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaohua immediately blocked in front. The third brother of Shitsui Mountain reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's neck like lightning. He shook his hand and threw her to the side of the road. Then he reached out and grabbed Lu Qian's hand and pulled her onto the horse. Zhang Xiaolong pulled Lu Qian's hand hard, but he couldn't pull away the third brother of Shitsui Mountain. He watched Lu Qian's hand fall away from his own hand. His hand fell weakly on his chest and touched something hard on his chest. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He seemed to think of something. He shouted, "Heroes, my family has relatives from Misty School. I have a token here as proof. We are all Jianghu people. Can you give me some face?" Misty School? The people of Shitsui Mountain were stunned. The second brother and the third brother let go of their hands. Lu Qian and Lu Yaya quickly returned to Zhang Xiaolong's side. The man riding a horse on the main road just passed by them at this time. He was concentrating on the road and didn't pay attention to the movement on the side of the road. When he heard Misty School, his ears couldn't help but twitch and then he slowed down the horse. However, the people of Shitsui Mountain were focused on Zhang Xiaolong and didn't notice. The eldest brother of Shitsui Mountain jumped down from the horse and walked to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Where is the token? Let me see." Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly used his good hand to take out the token that he accidentally put in his arms with difficulty and handed it over. The eldest brother of Shitsui Mountain carefully took it and looked at both sides carefully. His face was a little gloomy. He then handed it to the second brother and the third brother. The two of them also looked at it very seriously. Then they also handed the token to the eldest brother with a gloomy face. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were fierce and they didn't speak anymore. Then, the eldest brother put the token into his arms and said with a sinister smile, "What kind of bullshit token is this? The firewood picked up from the pile of firewood dares to be called a token? Do you know what Misty School is? You still dare to say that you have relatives? Forget it, I originally wanted to spare your lives. Now, I'll do you a favor and save some food for your family. I'll send you to the underworld to rest." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had stood up from the ground and walked to the eldest brother. She gritted her teeth and said, You want to kill us to silence us?" The third brother of Shitsui Mountain said with a grim smile, "Misty School is far away. If we kill you, who will know that it's us? You'd better tell them in their dreams." After that, he waved his hand and dragged Lu Qian and Lu Yaya over with the second brother of Shitsui Mountain. The other four people held weapons and were about to kill. At this critical moment, a voice came from behind, "Who said that Misty School is far away? There is an ancient poem that says it well. Far away is close at hand." The people of Shitsui Mountain looked back. It was the person who came from afar. They thought that he had gone far, but unexpectedly, he still stayed on the roadside. They saw that the man was tall and handsome. He was wearing gray clothes and there was a sword hanging on his waist. When the eldest brother of Shitsui Mountain saw the man coming over, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He said, "I'm Shitsui Mountain's third wolf. I'm here to do something. May I know your name?" The man smiled back and said, "I'm Misty School's Lu Yueming. Nice to meet you. I heard that I sent relatives here, so I came to see. Where is the token? Please let me take a look." The eldest brother of Shitsui Mountain said, "Xiao Lu is mistaken. How can this person be a relative of your sect? Just now, he took a fake token and wanted to impersonate it, but I put it away. Xiao Lu doesn't need to see it." Lu Yueming still smiled and said, "Whether it's real or fake, my Misty School has the final say. Please let me take a look. I promise that as long as it's not an ethereal token, I'll leave immediately. Chapter 55. Seeing that he couldn't find an excuse, the boss of Shitsui Mountain said with a charming smile, "No problem, Xiao Lu, I will take it out for you." After that, he fumbled in his arms for a moment, took out the token, and carefully handed it to Lu Yueming. Lu Yueming stared at the boss of Shitsui Mountain and didn't say anything. Seeing that the token was handed over, he reached out and took it. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. After the boss of Shitsui Mountain gave the token to Lu Yueming, he didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he suddenly sped up and handed it forward again. But this time, it wasn't a token in his hand, but a small dagger. The tip of the dagger emitted a blue light under the sunlight. Needless to say, it was quenched with poison. The dagger wasn't aimed at Lu Yueming's throat or chest, or other vital parts. Instead, it was aimed at his hand that had just received the token. It seemed that the boss of Shitsui Mountain was very confident about the poison on the dagger. He only hoped that it could make a wound on Lu Yueming's hand. The hope was beautiful, and the goal was very close. But how could a disciple from the Misty School be compared with a martial artist from the wilderness like Shitsui Mountain? Lu Yueming turned his wrist and the token in his hand changed direction. The edge of the token swept across the boss of Shitsui Mountain from top to bottom. The boss of Shitsui Mountain only felt his wrist go numb and the dagger fell from his hand. But Lu Yueming didn't stop. He waved the front of the token at the handle of the dagger. The poisonous dagger was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly shooting towards the boss of Shitsui Mountain. The distance between the two was close, and the speed of the dagger was very fast. Before the boss of Shitsui Mountain could react, the dagger was inserted into his forehead with a pop sound. He looked at Lu Yueming in disbelief, turned over, and fell into the dust. The black color on his forehead quickly covered his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and spread to his neck and body. But at this time, the boss of Shitsui Mountain's body had gradually become cold and had lost consciousness. When Lu Yueming saw that the poison on the dagger was so strong, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then he looked at the rest of the people. Things had developed to this point, so it didn't matter whether he looked at the token or not. In fact, as early as when the boss of Shitsui Mountain reached out to take out the token, the other two wolves also took the opportunity to take their weapons from the back of the horse. They were all padeos. Now that they saw that their boss was killed, they were furious. They shouted at the four guards beside them and rushed forward. Lu Yueming didn't panic when facing the attacks of the two men. He calmly used his body movement to fight. From time to time, he glanced at the other four people who were hesitating whether to attack or not. Those four people were the personal guards of their boss. They had always listened to their boss's orders. Now that they saw that their boss was dead and the opponent was so strong, they naturally wanted to retreat. However, the second and third leaders of the mountain stronghold were still alive. They also asked them to attack, so they hesitated. Lu Yueming saw that the four guards didn't have the intention to attack for the time being. He was overjoyed. Although it wasn't too difficult for him to fight against 7 people with his martial arts, if someone suddenly used the poison just now in the chaos, he would be very scared. Therefore, he no longer moved around. Instead, he pulled out his sword and used the tip of his sword to display the unique skill of the Misty Seven Swords. He strived to defeat the opponent in front of him in a short time. The unique skill of the Misty School was really extraordinary. In just a few moves, he forced the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain to the point that they couldn't fight back. When the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain saw that there were no helpers, they were exhausted and immediately shouted, "Why aren't you attacking? Otherwise, you will be served by the family rules of the mountain stronghold." When the four guards heard the family rules, they had no choice but to take their weapons and come forward to help. At this time, they heard Lu Yueming laugh and say, "It's too late to come now." After that, he tightened his sword and the tip of his sword raised the blade of the second wolf of Shitsui Mountain. The long sword rushed forward and the tip of the sword went straight to the second wolf's throat. When the second wolf came to his senses and dodged, it was already too late. The tip of Lu Yueming's sword touched the throat of the second wolf of Shitsui Mountain and then withdrew, leaving only a little red there. The second wolf of Shitsui Mountain looked stunned and fell to the ground. When the third wolf of Shitsui Mountain saw that Lu Yueming's swordsmanship was so exquisite, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He no longer moved forward and ran away. How could Lu Yueming let him escape? He displayed the misty steps and arrived behind him like a shadow. He raised his hand and stabbed the back of the third wolf of Shitsui Mountain. The sword didn't pierce very deep, just right into the heart. Then, he withdrew his sword and the third wolf also fell to the ground. Lu Yueming looked at the blood on the sword and shook his head. The other 4 guards didn't want to intervene. When they saw that the 3 wolves of Shitsui Mountain were killed by Lu Yueming, they immediately threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. They kept kowtowing and shouting, "Hero, spare our lives." Lu Yueming looked at the 4 people kneeling and ignored them. Instead, he walked to the front of Zhang Xiaolong and the others and stared at them for a while. Then, he took out the token from his arms and looked at it carefully. His brows wrinkled. Then he asked Zhang Xiaolong, "Which one of you is junior sister Shue's relative?" Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Yueming and said with difficulty, "Sorry, Xiao Lu, none of us is heroine Shue's relative." Lu Yueming's brows wrinkled deeper and asked in a cold voice, "Then where did you get this token?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that her brother was having difficulty speaking and Lu Qian and Lu Yeye were still in shock, so she said, "Hero Lu, it's like this." Then she told him in detail what happened in Lu Town during the New Year. After listening, Lu Yueming smiled and asked, "Then you've seen junior sister Shui?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We've seen heroine Shui, but she was wearing a veil. We didn't see her real face and didn't know that her surname was Shui." Lu Yueming nodded after listening. He knew about Wenhai and Shui Qing's trip to Lu Town that day, but he didn't know about the episode with Zhang Xiaolong and the others. However, according to Zhang Xiaohua's description, it should be true and credible. The Misty School's token had always been strictly managed. Shui Qing was able to leave the token with the intention of being thorough. Since he was able to encounter this matter, he could go back and tell junior sister Qing about it. Maybe he could even get her favor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Thinking of this, Lu Yueming walked forward and carefully examined Zhang Xiaolong's injuries. First, he reconnected his dislocated arm, then he took out some medicinal pills and let Zhang Xiaolong swallow them. The poor Zhang Xiaolong was injured the last time he saved Lu Qian. This time, before he could marry Lu Qian, he was gloriously injured again. Each injury was more serious than the last. This time, although he didn't injure his muscles and bones, the kick from the horse caused him serious internal injuries. He wouldn't be able to recover without resting for half a year. Of course, Lu Yueming didn't know about the well water, so he could only tell Zhang Xiaolong to rest well for half a year. After taking care of Zhang Xiaolong's matters, Lu Yueming turned his head and looked at the 4 guards kneeling at the side. He seemed to be thinking about how to deal with them. The 4 guards looked at Lu Yueming and knew that this was the moment to decide their fate. They immediately kowtowed again. Some of their foreheads even bled. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch from the side. Lu Yueming seemed to see Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, how do you think we should deal with them?" Zhang Xiaohua saw Hero Lu ask him and his expression was a little uneasy. He whispered, "Since they didn't hurt us or anyone else, I think it's better to let them go." Lu Yueming looked at him with interest and said, "Are you pitiful because they are kowtowing?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "Yes, looking at them kneeling there and kowtowing non-stop, they are really very pitiful." Lu Yueming put away his smile and said, "Xiaohua, you have to remember. Pitiful people must have a hateful side. Just now, it wasn't that they didn't want to hurt people. First, their fort master didn't give the order to kill people. Second, this is the Great Tao. Killing people will cause a lot of trouble. They probably can't afford to provoke it. If the one being killed now wasn't their fort master but me, do you think they would be so pitiful? Do you think they would spare your lives? Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yueming continued, do you know what it means to eradicate evil completely? It means to eradicate evil completely. Don't leave a trace of evil behind. If I let them go today, they might come looking for trouble tomorrow. At that time, you will want to cry but have no tears. When the four people heard Lu Yueming educate Zhang Xiaohua like this, they all raised their heads and looked at each other. They immediately fled in all directions. How could they be in such a sorry state just now? Lu Yueming looked at Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression and chuckled. He seemed to have been prepared. First, he picked up the padao of the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain. One in each hand, he pulled it out from the left and right. The padao was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It pierced into the back of the two people. Pucci, the remaining force didn't decrease. It rushed forward and was firmly nailed into the ground. The moment Lu Yueming threw out the padao, he immediately used his lightness skill to chase after one of them. In the blink of an eye, he was behind that person. Lu Yueming stretched out his hand and stabbed his sword into the back of the person's heart. After pulling out the sword, he didn't check and immediately slanted to chase after the other person. The last guard seemed to have good lightness skill. By the time Lu Yueming chased after him, he was already dozens of feet away. Lu Yueming took a deep breath and sped up his pace. His body seemed to fly as he quickly floated towards that person. Not long after, he caught up behind him. That person seemed to have felt Lu Yueming's pursuit and shot a hidden weapon at him. Lu Yueming didn't dare to catch it. He used one foot to flip into the air and avoided the hidden weapon. Then, his body stretched out in the air and his sword pierced the top of that person's head. This place was very far away from Zhang Xiaolong and the others, but Zhang Xiaohua still clearly saw the moment the sword pierced the top of that guard's head. After Lu Yueming killed the last guard, he didn't stop. He turned around and returned to the original place. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, he shook his head. He wiped the bloody sword on the clothes of the dead person and put it back into the scabbard. Lu Yueming walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong and the others who were also stunned. He handed over the Misty School token and said, "You should keep this token. It's hard to guarantee that it will be useful in the future." Chapter 56. Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly and carefully placed this thing that had saved his family's lives into his arms. Lu Yueming didn't wait for Zhang Xiaolong to speak and ordered, "You four ride the original horses and go quickly. Don't touch the things of these thieves. Leave the corpses and horses where they are. I heard that there are 3 leaders in Shitsui Mountain. It seems that they have been killed by me. It is estimated that Shitsui Mountain will scatter in the future. You don't have to worry about their revenge. In addition, you don't have to hide the fact that I saved you, but remember not to say my name or the name of Misty School. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaolong didn't quite understand, but he nodded deeply. Then, the 4 of them rode on one horse and moved forward. Lu Yueming also jumped on the horse and was about to leave. But looking at the mess on the side of the road, he frowned and thought for a while. Then he jumped off the horse and put the 7 corpses on the remaining 7 horses. He loosened the reins and let the horses run on their own. Then he got on the horse again and galloped away. The road was quiet again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the people who were hiding nearby stealthily snuck over. Seeing that there were no bandits by the roadside, they tidied up the bridal sedan chairs and other things, thinking that the bride and groom had already been murdered. Feeling sorry for them and lucky for their own luck, they slowly returned to Guizhuang. In the small courtyard of Guizhuang House, since Zhang Xiaolong led the wedding procession out, the people in the family were busy. They not only greeted the neighbors in the village and asked them to sit down, but also prepared all the things needed for the wedding ceremony according to the countryside. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei ran in and out almost without touching the ground. They kept muttering something and looked here and there, for fear of missing something. When the sun was high in the sky, the couple was slightly relieved and sat down tiredly. This poor family was so tired to marry a wife. Wouldn't the rich family be tired to death? But they forgot that they had special servants. How could they do it themselves? Everything was prepared at home, and the necessary ceremony had been entrusted to the people in the village who were familiar with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Seeing that it was still early, the two of them went to the head chef to get some food and hurried to fill their stomachs. After resting for a short while, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei arrived at their grandmother's hut. Their grandmother had woken up early. Guo Sufei had made a new set of clothes for her mother a few days ago. She had just put it on today. When her grandmother heard someone coming in, she asked, "Guo Sufei? Xiaolong and the others are back, right?" Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Mother, not yet, but I think it will be soon. Please come with us to the central room and wait." Grandma was also very happy and agreed repeatedly. The couple carefully supported their grandmother to the central room and sat down in the chair in the middle. His grandmother's health was extremely poor, and she was usually lying in bed. On Zhang Xiaolong's wedding day, he needed to kowtow to his parents and elders. Today, his grandmother forced herself to stay awake, waiting for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to kowtow to her. Her lifelong wish was finally fulfilled. However, after sitting for a long time, they didn't hear the sound of firecrackers and musical instruments at the entrance of the village. Seeing that it was time, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei couldn't help but feel anxious. Even their grandmother seemed to be unable to hold on. Just when everyone was guessing, suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, it's Lu Er, the Suona player." Why did he come back? Sure enough, across the low courtyard wall of the Zhang family's courtyard, a person could be seen running here from a distance. Wasn't he one of the people in the wedding procession? Zhang Kai's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew something was wrong and immediately rushed out of the central room. Before he reached the courtyard, he heard Lu Er's hoarse shout, "Not good, Xiaolong and his wife encountered the bandits of Shitsui Mountain." This sentence was like a ladle of water dripping into a pot of oil. The Zhang family's small courtyard immediately exploded. Some timid people immediately patted their buttocks and ran away like a wisp of smoke, as if the horse thief was right in front of them. Most of the people were talking to each other. Some of their faces were obviously gloating, and some of them were regretful. It was not clear whether they were regretting Zhang Xiaolong or Lu Qian, but most of them were sympathetic. Before Zhang Kai rushed to the gate of the courtyard, he heard a cry behind him, "Mother!" Zhang Kai's heart thumped. He quickly turned back and ran to the central room. Sure enough, he saw his grandmother lying on the ground with a pale face. She had fainted. Guo Sufei was crying and rubbing her grandmother's chest in a hurry, trying to help her grandmother get the thick phlegm out of her throat. Zhang Kai also hurried forward and kept knocking on her grandmother's back. Fortunately, her throat squirmed for a while. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, followed by a mouthful of blood. She said, "Xiaolong," she was already on the verge of death. At this time, Guo Sufei had no time to think about Zhang Xiaolong. She cried and carried her mother to the bed in the small room with Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. The husband and wife had time to look at each other. They really didn't understand. How could a happy event turn into a funeral in a blink of an eye? The husband and wife looked at their grandmother whose face was pale gold. They felt like a knife was being twisted in their hearts. Zhang Xiaolong's life was uncertain, and their mother was going to go far away. What should they do? Zhang Kai left Guo Sufei to take care of her grandmother. He and Zhang Xiaohu then went to the central room. Some of the people in the courtyard had already left. Many people had also entered the central room and were listening to Lu Er. Seeing Zhang Kai come in, Lu Er started talking from the beginning. This Lu Er's mouth was also very nimble. He actually described Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua's archery to how they solved the difficult problem vividly. He also remembered Zhang Xiaolong's poem without missing a word. Hearing this, the people praised Zhang Kai for having 2 good sons. At the same time, they also felt sorry. These 2 good children were probably in danger now. Zhang Kai was even more distressed when he heard this. He was anxious to know what happened when they encountered the bandits, but Lu Er's description was so detailed that he wished he could tear his mouth open and dig out the last words. When Lu Er said, 4 fiendish bandits with weapons in their hands chased us away, he stopped talking. Everybody was startled and asked, and then? Lu Er said innocently, no, I don't know where they went. But I was worried about Brother Zhang, so I quickly came to report. Zhang Kai seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. He asked, then, you didn't see how the bandits dealt with Xiaolong and the others? Lu Er said, no, the bandits drove us away. Xiaolong and Xiaohua, as well as the 2 girls in the sedan, stayed behind. Zhang Kai felt lucky and said, Xiaolong and the others might not be dead yet. Everyone nodded in agreement. But they were thinking the same thing as Zhang Kai. The bandits had left them behind, so the chances of them surviving were not high. Even if they could survive, the delicate bride and bridesmaids would have been eaten by the wolves. No matter what, the Zhang family's wedding today would be ruined. Sigh, good people don't have good karma. The Zhang family's good deeds usually turned into good karma, but in the end, they didn't have any good karma. Fate really made fools of people. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he couldn't sit still. He said, Father, I'll go take a look now. What happened to big brother and third brother? When he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Before Zhang Kai could say anything, everyone immediately pulled him back and said, Lao Er, you're the only male in the family right now. We can't let anything happen to you. You can't go by yourself. Wait a moment. We'll organize the strong men in the village. It won't be too late to go after we get weapons. Thus, everyone in the courtyard quickly went out and mobilized the young laborers of the Guozhuang house. They held hoes and other tools in their hands and prepared to go to the place where the incident happened to see what happened. But just as the group of loose people walked out of the Guozhuang house's village entrance, they saw a horse coming towards them, carrying 4 people on its back. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized them and shouted loudly, It's Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua. Ah, they're back. They're still alive. Everyone cheered and rushed over. Zhang Xiaohu rushed at the front of the crowd. When everyone received Zhang Xiaolong and the others, they saw the tattered clothes on the 2 brothers and the blood on their bodies. A few people carefully carried Zhang Xiaolong down. Zhang Xiaohu also carried Zhang Xiaohua down from the horse. He looked at the marks on his shoulder with heartache. Lu Qian and Lu Yeye didn't get down from the horse. They were still in shock and their legs were still weak. They couldn't walk. Some people led the horses forward slowly. Some people with fast legs had already run back to report to the Zhang family. Before the crowd reached the center of the village, Zhang Kai and Guosufei, who had received the news, had already rushed over. When they saw their sons and daughter-in-law were alive and well, they couldn't help but cry. They only used their hands to carefully touch their sons' wounds and said, Good, good. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Zhang family's courtyard that Guosufei woke up from her dream. She said, Xiaolong, Qian, come over and meet your grandmother. At this time, she didn't care whether Lu Qian could walk or not. She went forward to help her get down from the horse and helped her walk into her grandmother's house. Grandmother was already a little delirious at this time. When she heard that her grandson came back alive, she couldn't help but feel refreshed. There was a flush on her face. Her gray eyes seemed to be able to see her beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law. She muttered, Bow to heaven and earth, bow to heaven and earth. Hearing her mother's words, Guosufei also woke up. The custom in the village was that when a happy event met with a funeral of an elder, one had to step back. Grandmother didn't want to delay Zhang Xiaolong's wedding because of her departure. Therefore, Guosufei also gritted her teeth and hurriedly asked Zhang Kai to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Grandmother was also energized at this time. She insisted on going to the central room to accept the kneeling of her new daughter-in-law and grandson. Guosufei and Zhang Kai had no choice but to carry their mother to the central room. Please collect, thank you. Chapter 57. The wedding ceremony of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian was carried out in a hurry in the central room of the Zhang family's small courtyard. On the chair in the middle of the central room, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was reclining there with a flushed face. Zhang Kai and Guosufei were holding her arms on both sides. When Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian kowtowed to her, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother smiled very brightly. However, the blush on her face was fading visibly. When the villagers who specialized in etiquette shouted, "The ceremony is over," the bride and groom enter the bridal chamber. Only then did the blush fade away. Zhang Xiaolong closed her eyes peacefully with a smile on her face. Guosufei and Zhang Kai felt that their hands were heavy. Guosufei immediately shouted sadly, "Mother." This was the second time today that she called her mother in the central room, and it was also the last time. At this time, Lu Qian did not care about the rules. She tore off the red veil and carried her grandmother's body back to the small house with Guosufei and Zhang Kai. In the courtyard, the people in the central room looked at each other. They did not know whether the Zhang family was going to hold a wedding or a funeral today. Only the acquaintances who knew the situation secretly wiped their tears. Zhang Xiaolong walked into the small house with the help of Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. On the bed in the small house, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was lying there as if she was sleeping peacefully. Without the interference of the illness and the fear of disturbing her grandson's sleep, she was sleeping peacefully with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face that had been engraved in his heart. It seemed that he did not feel sad, but his heart was empty, very empty. His mother's sorrowful cry came into his ears. He himself was very puzzled. He should be very sad, but why was he not? Was his grandmother really resting? No, definitely not. Zhang Xiaohua could not feel the life that he could feel a few days ago in his grandmother's body. His grandmother was really gone. She really left him. Zhang Xiaohua silently looked at her crying mother, father, and brothers. There were no tears in the corners of her eyes, and her eyes weren't even red. In his grandmother's small house, the mournful cries of the relatives continued for a long time before most of the people in the courtyard dispersed. When Zhang Kai calmed himself down and came out, he looked at the villagers in the courtyard. He could only apologetically cup his hands and ask them to help him put away all the festive items and replace them with the black and white items used for the funeral. When they were done, the wedding procession that had escaped for their lives came back in scattered pieces. When they saw the funeral procession, they thought it was for Zhang Xiaolong and the others. When they heard the explanation, they knew the reason. The musical instruments in the village were used for both festive and funeral processions. When they saw the situation, they sympathized and hurriedly sent people to get the funeral clothes. They changed on the spot, ate some food, drank some water, and immediately played the funeral music. At this time, the people in the Zhang family also put on mourning clothes. Zhang Xiaolong was seriously injured and could only be bedridden again. It was just that pitiful Lu Qian. She had just married into the family and had to change into mourning clothes. She also had to wash and change her grandmother's clothes. It was really difficult for her. Zhang Kai looked at his busy daughter-in-law and his heart was full of guilt. When he was young, his parents died. He did not enjoy the happiness of a family reunion and married into the Guozhuang house. Guosufei's parents loved him like a son. After sending off his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Thinking about the little things that happened in this small courtyard, his tears could not help but fall again. Xiaolong had the good fortune to marry Lu Qian. He hoped that when he left in the future, he would not find trouble for them. Grandmother's coffin and clothes were prepared early. Not long after, it was ready. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, Guosufei, and Lu Qian put grandmother's body in the coffin together. They asked people to carry the coffin to the central room. The central room was not big. After the coffin was put in, there was almost no space left. According to the custom in the countryside, the coffin of the funeral had to be left at home for 7 days for the family and relatives to worship. After this time, the lid could be nailed and the coffin could be placed in a place. Funerals were not as good as happy events. There were many things that the family did not care about. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei went to the village patriarch and asked people to come and help. The Guozhuang house's family was also old. There were many people who came to help, so the funeral went smoothly. At night, the noise in the courtyard gradually faded. The swaying light in the central room pulled the shadow of the coffin, which kept swaying in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest knelt in the small space beside the coffin. Guo Sufei kept sobbing and seemed to have used up all her strength. Lu Qian also knelt beside Guo Sufei and used her hands to support her, wiping her tears from time to time. Her grandmother treated her extremely well. Although they did not talk much, her grandmother would always reveal a kind smile whenever she saw her, which made her feel endless warmth. Although she was already mentally prepared, it was too unexpected for her grandmother to pass away during her wedding ceremony. Thinking about her short ceremony, Lu Qian did not want to blame this kind and considerate elder. Perhaps this was all fate? Unfortunately, after trying, he could not carry him. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The child had grown up, and he was also old. He could not be carried when he was young. He called out to Zhang Xiaohu, who was also kneeling in the shadows. The two of them then lifted Zhang Xiaohua up. When they were about to leave the room, Guo Sufei spoke. She wiped her tears and said, "Tonight, let's put Xiaohua in Xiaolong's room. If the child wakes up in the night and thinks of his grandmother, he will be scared." A mother's love was so attentive. Guo Sufei was mourning her mother's death, but when she saw her son, she could still think of her son. Zhang Xiaohu interrupted, "Mother, Xiaohua is asleep. He won't wake up even if you water him." "Don't worry." Guo Sufei said, "That won't do. He's still young. If he wakes up, he will be scared. It's better to put him in Xiaolong's room. I can watch over him." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu then gently put Zhang Xiaohua next to Xiaolong, who was already sleeping soundly. Guo Sufei also washed her face. Holding the oil lamp, she carefully lifted Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Looking at the whip wound on his shoulder, the scar was like a centipede lying on Xiaohua's body. Then looking at Xiaohua's childish face, Guo Sufei could not help but burst into tears again. This child was so seriously injured that he did not even tell her in detail when he came back. After changing his clothes, he went to watch over his grandmother's coffin. He did not even eat dinner. From the morning until now, he had experienced so many hardships and endured so much pressure. As his mother, she had long forgotten about him. At this moment, if he was not so tired, perhaps he would still be accompanying her in the central room. It was better to let him have a good rest. Guo Sufei came out from the inner room and let Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian go back to rest. She and Zhang Kai came to accompany her grandmother. Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian did not agree at first, but Guo Sufei insisted again and again. Only then did they go back. Zhang Xiaohu naturally slept in the inner room, so that he could take care of his 2 injured brothers at any time. Lu Qian, on the other hand, fell asleep as soon as she laid down on the Kong bed. Today's encounter was too bizarre. Please accept it. Thank you. In the works related, there is a prose of longing. Everyone, please enjoy it. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The premise of their previous discussion was to enter from the original entrance. Since the entrance was different from before, then the steps of their discussion were obviously invalid. What should they do? The three of them stood quietly, thinking while waiting for Yenming Jusher's instructions. This time, the three of them came to the five-clawed peak in the same way as the four sects did last time. They all sent their second-generation disciples, but this time they did it more secretly. As early as the leaders of the four sects returned from Mount Wudong, they frequently sent different disciples to different places to deal with affairs. They were afraid that the spies of other sects would figure out their details. These three people were just one of the operations. Only a moment before they set off, the leaders of the four sects told them the goal of this operation and secretly told them everything they should pay attention to. After they left, there were still many disciples sent out continuously. Even many of the core figures in the four sects didn't know who was carrying out what task. Therefore, these three people could hide from the spies of other sects and smoothly arrive here. The disciples who could be sent to participate in this matter were, of course, the leaders of the four sects. After knowing the preciousness of the secret plane, the four sects would not take it lightly. Moreover, these three people had all taken the secret pills of the four sects. Their profound skills were also quite powerful in Jianghu. Otherwise, Lu Yueming alone could easily deal with the 7 people of Shitsui Mountain yesterday. If it were Wenhai and Xueqing a month ago, it would not be so easy. Although they had made a mistake in their operation, the three of them were all people with calm personalities. Even Tan Feng, who appeared to be a little boorish, remained silent and focused, quietly waiting for Scholar Yenming's orders. Scholar Yenming pondered for a long time and said, since the entrance is no longer the same as before, it might not necessarily be unsafe. However, we can't just follow what we've said before and enter the forest according to the chant we used last time. Perhaps there will be a new chant this time. You all should bring your own skins. I'm sure your teachers have already told you how to use them. Now, let's see if the chant is the same. When everyone heard this, they took out their skins from their arms, cut their fingers with a knife, and wiped the blood on it. However, this time everyone, including Yenming Jusher, was even more stunned. The place where the chant was originally displayed was now blank. The others didn't feel anything, but Yenming Jusher immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even though his martial arts had greatly improved, he couldn't help but be on guard. He turned his head and looked around vigilantly. This was too strange. Yenming Jusher, who had originally been ambitious and wanted to go in and reap a harvest, was now unwilling to go in no matter what. He had roamed the Jianghu for so many years and had never heard of words written on skins disappearing. This thing had already exceeded Yenming Jusher's scope of understanding. He was timid and cautious, but as a veteran of the Jianghu, he immediately determined that this was a minefield. They couldn't take half a step forward. The best way was to obediently wait until the 15th of the first month of the next year and try their luck again. However, Yenming Jusher didn't show any signs of fear. He still said casually, since the chant isn't here, there must be 2 reasons. The first is that this time is the same as last time. The second is that the chant hasn't appeared yet because the time isn't right. Speaking up to this point, he didn't quite believe his own 2 explanations. If it was the same as last time, then the chant should have appeared just like last time. But what if the time wasn't right? In this world, there really weren't any words that could be related to the time and only appear when the time was right. This was too inconceivable. In short, no matter what the reason was, Yenming Jusher said, we don't have the chant right now. We can't guarantee that the chant we used last time can be used now. In view of this situation, I don't recommend that everyone enter the forest. What do you guys think? The 3 people in front of Yenming Jusher, although their martial arts weren't as good as his, and their seniority wasn't as high as his, they still represented their respective schools. Yenming Jusher still looked at them very patiently, waiting for their answers. Lu Yueming's eyes turned, but he didn't speak. In fact, before coming here, Peng had already explained that although the matter of the secret plane was very important, the Misty School's current strength was enough. Expanding their territory was the most important thing. Of course, it would be good to be able to enter the secret plane and obtain precious herbs. Even if they couldn't enter, they had to first keep this secret and leave it for next year. Therefore, Lu Yueming already had a plan in mind. Seeing that Yanming Jusher seemed to have the same thoughts as him, he didn't say much. Tan Feng of the Tan family frowned. Previously, the head of the family had said that safety and confidentiality were first. It didn't matter if they didn't enter the secret plane. However, he was very curious. He really wanted to see what kind of place could grow 100-year-old herbs. He weighed for a long time, then raised his head and said, when the head of the family came, he already said that everything here will be arranged by Martial Uncle Yanming. I have no objections. Yanming Jusher nodded, then looked at Lu Yueming. Lu Yueming naturally also agreed. Finally, he looked at Zhang Zhaoyang of the Wanjian Peak. Zhang Zhaoyang didn't frown and think like Tan Feng. His face was calm, his eyes looking at the Swanjajub forest as if it was a small forest where he played as a child. He seemed to have decided long ago, but had been waiting for other people's decision. At this time, seeing that Yanming Jusher listened to his opinion, he smiled faintly and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, my family's sword master has already instructed that no matter what dangers there are in this forest, the herbs inside must be brought back. I think I must explore this Swanjajub forest. Zhang Zhaoyang's words were very unexpected. He thought that he would also listen to Yanming Jusher's arrangement. He wanted to go in, but it gave Yanming Jusher a difficult problem. However, thinking back to the meeting at Wudong Mountain, Wan Qingjiu wanted to go in the most. It was not difficult to understand why he gave this order. But if the others didn't want to go in, did they let Zhang Zhaoyang go in alone? Yanming Jusher pondered for a long time, but didn't know how to answer him. Zhang Zhaoyang saw that Yanming Jusher didn't directly answer him, and naturally knew what he was thinking. He cupped his hands to Yanming Jusher and the other two and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, brothers, I have already made preparations to enter the forest this time. There shouldn't be any danger. If you all don't want to go with me, then let me go in alone. I can also help you all scout the way. What do you think? The last sentence was directed at Yanming Jusher. Chapter 59. Hearing Zhang Zhaoyang's words, Yanming Jusher knew that he had made up his mind. He said to Lu Yueming and Tan Feng, I'm going to stay here. What about you guys? Lu Yueming and Tan Feng looked at each other and said, we won't go in either. We'll stand guard here for Brother Zhang. Yanming Jusher nodded and said to Zhang Zhaoyang, then Nephew Zhang, you should go in. You know the chant, right? Zhang Zhaoyang smiled and said, go straight for 10 trees, right for 8 trees, back for 6 trees, left for 6 trees. I've already memorized it in my heart. Is it correct? Yanming Jusher said, that's right. That's the one. Master of 10,000 swords is very thoughtful. This sentence seemed to have a double meaning, but Zhang Zhaoyang didn't care. Instead, he checked his bag and took out a bundle of long, thin, snow-white string. Yanming Jusher's eyes lit up and asked, Nephew Zhang, is this string woven from snow silk? Zhang Zhaoyang smiled and nodded, praising, Martial Uncle Yanming's eyes are indeed sharp. This is indeed woven from the snow silk that can only be found in the frozen lands of the far north, mixed with other precious strands. Yanming Jusher asked again, I heard that this snow silk is abnormally tough. Ordinary swords can't cut it. Is that true? Zhang Zhaoyang said, that's right. Why don't Martial Uncle give it a try? Yanming Jusher thought for a moment and said, for Nephew Zhang's safety, I'll give it a try. After saying this, he took out the sharp dagger that he used last time and said to Zhang Zhaoyang, my dagger can cut through iron like mud. Can this string take it? Zhang Zhaoyang still smiled and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, there's no harm in trying. When my sword master obtained this string, he already tried it. Other than the divine sword guarding peak, no other sword has been able to leave a mark on it. When Yanming Jusher heard this, he picked up the dagger and used his strength to cut at the snow-white string on the ground. As expected, when he raised his hand, the string didn't leave a single mark. Yanming Jusher couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "The master of 10,000 swords is indeed a good schemer. If you don't sacrifice the child, you can't trap the wolf. To be willing to take out such a treasure, good scheming, good scheming." Zhang Xiaoyang still didn't answer. He picked up the silk rope from the ground and tied one end to the wild jujube tree where Yanming Lei's sword mark, while the other end was tied to his waist. Then, he said to Yanming Lei, "Martial uncle Yanming, this snow silk has another advantage, which is to use internal strength to shake it. It will transmit the shaking to the other side. Even if the silk rope is tied to the tree, the other side can still feel it. Martial uncle Yanming, please wait here. After this junior enters the forest, please send a message every once in a while." This junior has also replied, saying that this junior is safe. When this junior reaches the other side of the forest, I will send 4 messages to senior. At that time, if you still want to enter, please follow the silk rope's finger and lead it inside. How about it? How about it? Yanming Jusher smiled and said, "All right, then we'll have to trouble martial nephew. We'll just wait for the ready-made one." Then, Zhang Xiaoyang took out the leather from one Jian peak and handed it to Yanming Jusher, saying, "Martial uncle Yanming, if I encounter any mishap in the forest, please return this leather to my family's sword master." Yanming Jusher stared blankly and frowned, saying, "Such a precious item, how can your family's sword master be at ease with giving it to me?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Since martial uncle is in an alliance with my family's sword master, naturally you're not an outsider. I can entrust it to you." Yanming Jusher stretched out his hand and received it, saying, "Martial nephew, feel free to enter." Chapter 60. When the 3 of them used their qinggong to return to the Thumb Peak, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Yanming Jusher casually sat down on the crouching ox rock and asked, "Nephew, you haven't finished speaking yet, right? Let's hear it now." Lu Yueming said, "There are no birds in this forest." According to this junior's guess, there are only 2 reasons. The first is that there are fierce beasts in the forest that the birds are afraid of, so they don't dare to rest. However, this junior doesn't know what kind of fierce beast it is. In this junior's impression, there are no fierce beasts that can drive away birds. The second is that this forest is originally a formation. Does this formation also have the effect of isolating birds, preventing them from building nests here? Yanming Jusher pondered for a moment, then said, "Nephew's words have a certain degree of truth. However, this formation has long been lost in Jianghu. Its specific power is not something we can speculate about. Alas, in short, this forest has too many mysteries that we can't speculate about. It's better to wait until next year to enter. This time, we were able to keep our lives because we weren't greedy. Man proposes, God disposes. Don't force things that don't belong to you. The ancients didn't cheat you." At this point, Yanming Jusher's tone was unexpectedly very bleak, completely different from the spring of life when all things were revived. Lu Yueming and Tan Feng also looked at each other. In their eyes, besides panic, there was also luck. Just now, when they saw Zhang Xiaoyang's imposing manner, they almost wanted to follow him into the forest. However, at the last moment, they didn't let their hot-bloodedness cover their heads. Now that they thought about it, they were really lucky. However, the sect had a death order. These 4 hides definitely couldn't all fall into Yanming Jusher's hands. This was also the key reason why the 2 of them didn't choose to enter. The 3 of them were silent for a moment. Yanming Jusher said, "This mission ends here. Although we didn't enter and lost a disciple of Myriad Sword's Peak, our goal has been achieved. The 2 nephews can return to report. I still have to make a trip to Myriad Sword's Peak to give Myriad Sword's master an explanation. You 2 can go first." When Lu Yueming and Tan Feng heard this, they didn't stay any longer. They first saluted Yanming Jusher, then the two of them cupped their fists at each other, chose different directions, and flew off in different directions. Yanming Jusher looked at the backs of the two people getting farther and farther away. He didn't know if they were going back directly or if they were going to do something else. Yanming Jusher didn't care anymore. He took out Wan Jianfeng's piece of leather and rubbed it for a moment. Then, he put it back and carefully hid it. He looked around for a moment and listened carefully. Then, he used his qing gong and slipped away. The crouching ox rock was still calm, waiting for the bustle of the next year. In the middle of the night, Sword Master Wan Qingjiu received a message from the evil tiger gang's Chu Xiangfeng. Senior brother Zhang Zhaoyang is missing. Wan Qingjiu's face was ashen. His hands were clenched into fists. His eyes were full of regret. He didn't know if he regretted the fate of his disciple or that he didn't get the herbs in the secret plane. In the Zhang family's small courtyard, it was still solemn. People came and went with sad expressions. The Zhang family's reputation in Guozhuang House was very good. Grandmother had been warm-hearted all her life, so there were many people who came to pay their respects. The Zhang family's central room wasn't big. There wasn't much space for Zhang Kai and the others to kneel. The people who came took turns to see grandmother and then left in a hurry. Most of them didn't stay. On the day grandmother passed away, Lu Yeye was sent back to Ba Li Go by a reliable person. When Mr. Lu received the news, he was not only worried about his daughter who had been married off, but also mourned for the funeral of his in-laws. He also came to the Zhang family the next day. Butcher Lu also came with him. After the two of them finished paying their respects, they stayed and temporarily stayed in grandmother's old hut. It was convenient for them to help the Zhang family. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua was stiff. He knelt in the corner all day, his eyes staring straight ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. When it was time to eat, it was Zhang Xiaohu who passed the bowl to him and waited for him to eat before taking it away. At night, he knelt until midnight and fell asleep on time. Zhang Xiaohu carried him back to the Kong bed to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window in the morning, he woke up on time again. After taking a deep breath unconsciously, he knelt in the corner again. He really looked like a walking corpse. Mr. Lu was the first person to notice his abnormality, but anyone who thought with their heels knew that this child missed his grandmother. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't cry at all. Guo Sufei also fainted from crying a few times. Naturally, she couldn't comfort her son. Zhang Kai and the others were also clumsy with words and didn't know how to comfort him. Everyone felt that Zhang Xiaohua would walk out on his own in a few days and return to normal. Happy days were short-lived. Sad days were the same. Very soon, 7 days had passed. Grandmother's body was about to be placed in the coffin. The grave had been chosen long ago. It was right next to Guoshan's grave. At noon that day, the Zhang family kowtowed to grandmother again. Someone next to them was preparing to close the lid of the coffin and nail it. Guo Sufei was reluctant. He cried and clung to the coffin, unwilling to let go. He looked at his mother's smiling face over and over again. Under the persuasion of Zhang Kai and the others, he finally let go of his hand and collapsed to the side. The helper quickly closed the lid. He picked up the big nail and raised the hammer to nail the lid shut. Dang, dang, dang. The hammering sound was like knocking on Zhang Xiaohua's heart. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be living in a dream. He kept thinking back and regretting. He thought that if he knew martial arts, he would be able to protect his elder brother and sister-in-law early. They would be able to return home smoothly. Their wedding ceremony would be held smoothly. Then, grandmother wouldn't have left him so soon. He hated himself for not having martial arts and for not being able to protect his family. From the New Year's Lutown to the wedding, he was always bullied and trampled on by others. He hated that he didn't have powerful strength. He hated that he didn't choose the right direction in life. He hated that he couldn't accompany grandmother for a while. Even in its sleep, the breathing flicker seemed to have sensed his remorse, and it flickered even more vigorously. The hammering sound shook him. He felt a burst of pain in his heart. He raised his head and found that grandmother had been nailed in the coffin. Grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua growled. His tears fell like rain, blinding his eyes. Xiaohua rushed over and pushed the person away. The person who was not short was pushed by a 13-year-old child. He staggered and sat on the ground. He held the hammer in his hand and was stunned. He still couldn't believe it. The nail had been nailed in more than half. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. He pinched the tail of the nail with his fingers and pulled the nail out slowly. Then, Xiaohua pushed the heavy lid aside. Grandmother's peaceful smile appeared in the dark coffin again. Zhang Xiaohua murmured, "Grandmother." Tears flowed down his cheeks, his clothes, and fell into the coffin. The tears that had accumulated over the past few days were like water that broke through the dam. They could no longer be controlled. The people in the room who were surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's strength were also crying secretly at this moment. They were witnessing this tragedy. According to the village's custom, there was a time limit to the burial. If it was too late, it would not be auspicious. It would affect the deceased's rest. So after crying for a while, everyone looked at the time and stopped. They only wanted to let the old woman pass away peacefully. However, Zhang Xiaohua was sad and no one could persuade him. Some people from the village came to forcefully pull him away, but they did not expect that Xiaohua's strength was so great that several people could not pull him away. Everyone could only look at Guosufei for help. However, although Guosufei was not very sad, it was impossible for her to persuade her son. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Lu Qian walked out. She walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and softly called out, "Xiaohua." After calling out 4 or 5 times, Zhang Xiaohua finally reacted and said, "Sister Qian, grandmother is really gone." Lu Qian hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head in her arms. She touched his hair and said, "Xiaohua, do you still remember what you said to me by the river outside the village?" Zhang Xiaohua was still crying and said, "I remember, sister. At that time, I knew that grandmother was going to leave me." Lu Qian said, "Yes, Xiaohua. There is no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Everything has an ending. Grandmother has been busy all her life. At this time, she finally has time to rest. Look at grandmother's face. She is smiling so happily. She left so happily. We also have to send her off happily. Aren't you disturbing grandmother's rest and making her angry?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, I know this. But I won't be able to see grandmother in the future. I don't have a grandmother anymore. I don't want her to leave me." Lu Qian continued, "Then how long are you going to accompany grandmother? Half a day, 1 day, 2 days, or 10 days? Grandmother will be buried in the coffin eventually. You know this. You can accompany her for a while, but how can you accompany her for a lifetime? Come, Xiaohua, quickly get up. Let's send grandmother off properly. Let's send her off on her last journey." Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face reluctantly. That familiar face that was engraved in his heart was gradually covered by the darkness and drowned in the pitch-black coffin. He weakly closed his eyes and let the tears roll down his face. He kept asking in his heart, "Why can't grandmother leave me? Why can't we live forever?" Grandpa and Grandma's graveyard was at the back of the village. It was quite a distance away. The villagers carried the coffins and walked in front. The Zhang family walked behind, crying. The villagers also followed to send off this familiar person. The grave had been dug. They carefully put the coffin in and covered it with soil. Not long after, a small new grave was formed. After the villagers who helped saluted and left, only the Zhang family and the Lu family were left in front of the grave. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu carefully repaired grandmother's grave and added a lot of new soil to grandfather's grave. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian then carefully put away the incense and candles. Everyone stayed in front of grandmother's grave until dusk. Only then did they leave slowly. Chapter 61. The next day, Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu left. When Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Lu Qian saw them off at the village entrance, Zhang Kai promised to find the patriarch of the Guo family as soon as possible to discuss Mr. Lu's relocation. Mr. Lu said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after the Zhang family's matter was settled. Only then did everyone part. The following days were very dull and lonely. Everyone was not used to life without their grandmother. From time to time, they would think of their grandmother and look at their grandmother's hut with tears in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua moved to their grandmother's hut. They were not afraid at night. Their grandmother had left, but there was her scent in the house. This scent only contained love and nostalgia. How could they be afraid? Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian lived next to the central room. It was originally used as a bridal chamber and had been renovated from the inside out. Now, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and could only lie in bed to be served by Lu Qian. It was already the beginning of March. The spring plowing of the Guozhuang house was already nearing its end. The Zhang family had delayed a lot of progress because of the wedding and funeral. Now, it was just the beginning. Zhang Xiaolong could not work, so the others could only work harder. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not small now. Although it could not last long, it was more than enough to plow the fields. After turning over his small field, he rushed to help Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. In the end, the three of them worked on Zhang Xiaolong's field together. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian were also busy cooking, washing, and taking care of Zhang Xiaolong. Grief was slowly eroded by time in the busyness, leaving only deep thoughts in people's hearts. Perhaps the Misty School's medicine was effective, or perhaps the Zhang family's well water was magical. In short, Zhang Xiaolong's injuries healed rapidly, and his complexion improved day by day. When the spring plowing and planting were almost done, his injuries were almost healed. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and did not go to the veterinarian Old Lu. Otherwise, Old Lu would be amazed by his medical skills again. When all the seeds in the field were sown, the Zhang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. The busy days were a deliberate avoidance of sadness. Now that they were relaxed, they couldn't help but think a lot. From time to time, the family members would go to their grandmother's grave to take a look. Even their grandfather's grave was unusually clean and tidy. In fact, this person was also strange. Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather had passed away for many years. The Zhang family only took time to visit the grave during the annual sacrificial ceremony. They rarely thought of him. However, the sudden departure of Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother made the family members miss him dearly. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's words, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather. Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother had loved him dearly for more than 10 years. It was inevitable for her to favor one and discriminate against the other. Every time he took the time to visit his grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of remorse and guilt. The feeling of kneeling in front of his grandmother's coffin did not ease because of the passage of time, but became heavier and heavier. Perhaps, he was doomed to be unable to return to the carefree rural life before. However, he did not know what to do next. Could the martial arts be learned as long as one left home? The weather had already warmed up, and Zhang Xiaolong's injuries had also recovered. When Lu Qian saw this, she couldn't help but think about the matter of her father's relocation. Thus, she dragged Zhang Xiaolong along to look for Zhang Kai. At this time, Zhang Kai remembered that he still owed his in-laws a thing. During this time, the family's affairs and the field's affairs were related to the survival of the family. He had to do his best, so he forgot about it. However, counting the days, it was not too late. So, he quickly prepared a gift and went to find the patriarch with Guo Sufei. It was a matter that was thought to be easy, but it became difficult. The reason was very simple. There were not many literate children in the village. People who came to teach children could not be found. The school and the clan had not been used in recent years, so the school was simply disbanded. The house of the school was also given to the people in the clan to live in. At this time, when Mr. Lu came, there was no place to settle him down, and there were no students to teach. Zhang Kai was speechless. The patriarch was really old and dim-sighted. There was no school in the village, so how could the children be literate? In the past, he was short-sighted and did not let the children learn to read. These few times of contact with Mr. Lu, he was illiterate and did not know much. When they chatted, he felt that he was inferior to others. He deeply regretted that he had scrimped and lived frugally to let the children go to school. This patriarch was really good. He cut off the villagers' thoughts. Even if they wanted to study, they had to go to other villages. This made him even more determined to let Mr. Lu come to the Guozhuang house. Since there was no house, Zhang Kai could only settle for the next best thing. He asked if Mr. Lu could move to the Guozhuang house. He would let Mr. Lu settle his own living arrangements. All the affairs of the Guozhuang house were managed by the patriarch. If someone wanted to move in, they naturally needed the patriarch's approval. If the patriarch did not agree and moved into the village rashly, then life would not be normal. The patriarch had seen Mr. Lu at his grandmother's funeral. He had a deep impression of Mr. Lu's style. Thinking about it, how could there be so many women like Lu Qian in the world who could see the ways of the world so clearly? Moreover, there were also many coincidences that allowed her to marry into the Zhang family. Otherwise, with such good conditions, why would she find a farmer's leg? Who didn't want to find a richer, more handsome man to live a rich life? What was love? It was just a picture of a pie. It could be used to look forward to, but it could not be used to fill one's hunger and live one's life. Zhang Xiaohu suffered a setback and could not help but feel gloomy. Thinking about the girls around him in the past and then thinking about Lu Yeye, he felt that his future life would be colorless. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, he also had the idea of changing his life. If he continued to work in the fields and find a woman he did not like to marry and have children, wouldn't his life be as tasteless as plain water? Wouldn't that be very boring? However, he usually worked hard at the house and did not notice anything strange. Lu Qian thought that he might have given up, so she did not tell Guosufei about this matter. She only thought that if he met a suitable girl or a girl he liked in the future, as his sister-in-law, she would definitely do her best to help Zhang Xiaohu forget Lu Yeye and live a good life. The weather gradually became warmer. With the help of the villagers, Mr. Lu's house and small courtyard were built. Mr. Lu moved here alone and did not make a big fuss about it. He packed his necessities and his favorite calligraphy and paintings and drove a big cart over. He left the rest of his things for Lu Kai. Lu Kai and Butcher Lu also accompanied him. Lu Qian, who received the news, was naturally very happy. She pulled Zhang Xiaolong over to help. Zhang Kai and Guosufei also rushed over. Mr. Lu did not have a lot of things, so they were quickly packed. Looking at his simple and crude courtyard, Mr. Lu could be considered to have vented his anger. He had an indescribable feeling that he would have to spend the rest of his life here. Looking at his reluctant son and then looking at his happy daughter, Mr. Lu's eyes were somewhat moist. Chapter 62. Dinner was naturally eaten in Mr. Lu's small courtyard. Although the cutlery in the courtyard was not complete, it was still close to the Zhang family's residence. It only took a few steps for him to bring everything over. Guosufei was busy in Mr. Lu's kitchen. Looking at the small and exquisite room, she was very envious. As expected of a scholar, he was so particular about the place where he cooked. It was unlike her own house, where the entire stove was placed in the courtyard and there was only a shed built to shelter her from the wind and rain. Now that she thought about it, it was not a simple and crude kitchen. She would find some time to discuss with her old man and ask her sons to help as well. They could also build a small house like this in their own courtyard. After all, it was not a very expensive thing. The result of this idea was that in less than half a year, all the outdoor stoves in the Guizhuang house were changed into kitchens. This was also a trend that Mr. Lu brought about. The Guizhuang house's population was less than Balagu's, and the things sold at the village entrance were also less than Balagu's. Therefore, even if Mr. Lu wanted to use the first meal to reward everyone, he was powerless to do so. The dinner at night was still simple, but there were many people eating. Mr. Lu's spacious central room could not hold all of them. Fortunately, the weather was already hot, so everyone simply moved the tables and chairs outside. Farmers did not pay particular attention to eating without talking when eating. Everyone ate while chatting. Mr. Lu, Zhang Kai, and Lu Kai only took a small sip of wine. However, they could not withstand Butcher Lu's frequent toasts and they were all drunk. Mr. Lu squinted his eyes and looked at the lively crowd. He also had a different feeling in his heart. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a happy and harmonious scene. Perhaps it was because his daughter liked this kind of environment. Suddenly, it seemed to have touched the weakness in his heart. He could not help but think of his late wife who had passed away early. Then, he looked at Lu Qian's face, which was very similar to his late wife's face. A kind smile appeared on his face. He hoped that his daughter's choice was not wrong and that he had also been pulled into the boat by his daughter. He also hoped that he could change his way of life and accompany them for the rest of his life. After dinner, the night wind was a little cold, so everyone returned to the house. Lu Qian boiled water in the kitchen and made tea for everyone. Mr. Lu tasted the tea and sighed in his heart. There was nothing better than this. To be able to drink this tea every day, he wouldn't mind being a Guizhuang house member for a long time. Lu Kai also took a sip of his tea. Looking at Zhang Xiaolong, he asked with a smile, "Xiaolong, how are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother. My injuries have healed a long time ago. Now, I don't have any problems working in the fields." Lu Tufu also spoke up, "Xiaolong, what happened on the day you married Xianxian? You didn't explain it clearly at that time. Now, tell me about it and let me hear about your adventures." Zhang Xiaolong frowned a little, but he still recounted what happened that day. However, according to Lu Yueming's instructions, he didn't mention his name or the name of the Misty School. Of course, he didn't mention Xue Qing's token either. The process sounded simple, but the danger of that day could be heard clearly. When Butcher Lu heard this, he couldn't help but fall silent. Mr. Lu saw that the scene was a little quiet and interrupted. "I heard that the bandits of Shichui Mountain have dispersed. Xiaolong, you can rest assured that they won't come looking for trouble with you." Zhang Xiaolong replied, "Yes, at first, I was busy with my grandmother's funeral, so I threw this matter to the back of my mind. Later, when I was free, I was afraid that the bandits would follow the clues of the marriage and come looking for me. It was only later that I heard that they had dispersed that I was relieved." Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "The bandits of Shichui Mountain are just a motley crew. Without a leader, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. No one will think about avenging the leader. Moreover, you are just ordinary farmers. They won't have the heart to come looking for you." Lu Kai said, "That's not necessarily true. The bandits of Shichui Mountain have a long history. In the past 10 years, there have been countless groups of people. This time, after dispersing, it won't take long for someone to raise the flag again." Butcher Lu yelled, "So be it. Don't tell me they're looking for us to avenge the previous head of the thieves." Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaolong. He knew that the Zhang family had the Misty School's token. Their escape from danger this time was probably related to the token. In Jianghu, there were people who helped the weak. When they saw injustice on the road, there were also people who pulled out their swords to help. However, most of them were wise to protect themselves. No one would kill the leader of Xiqui Mountain for an unrelated person and offend the power behind Xiqui Mountain for no reason. However, Zhang Xiaolong didn't mention this. There must be a reason. Mr. Lu wouldn't expose it. He just said, the possibility of them looking for us is not big. If they want to take revenge, they will look for the murderer. However, they will also ask questions. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, these are all our guesses. We can't run away because of these. Even if we move, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be found by others. It's better to remain unchanged and live our lives peacefully. Lu Kai applauded and said, Xiaolong's words are good. Hehe, by the way, let me ask you. Last time, you made that thing in 8 Li Groove. How did you come up with it? No matter how I think about it, I don't think you can make it. Zhang Xiaolong blushed a little. However, no one saw it under the oil lamp. He said embarrassedly, well, I don't know myself. I've never made a poem. That day, I was forced to do it. It appeared in my mind for no reason. Maybe it was given by God. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong like this, Lu Kai didn't ask further. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting next to Zhang Xiaolong, suddenly spoke. He asked, Mr. Lu, do you know where Pingyang City is? Mr. Lu smiled and said, of course I know this. Pingyang City is a big city near Lu Town. It's about 600 miles northeast of Lu Town. Why did you suddenly mention Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the chair and drinking tea to sober up. Then, he said something that shocked everyone. I want to go to Pingyang City. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai, who was squinting, also opened his eyes. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai again and continued, I want to go to Pingyang City to take a look. I've only been to Lu Town since I was young. Even the name Pingyang City is something I heard from others. Zhang Kai seemed to be relieved when he heard this. However, Mr. Lu asked again, you're just going to take a look? After some time, Lu Kai will probably have to go out for some matters. There's no harm in you all going to take a look. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said firmly, no, I don't just want to take a look. I want to walk out of this village. I want to change my life. Xiaohu wants to walk out of the village. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian had just finished cleaning up the kitchen and walked in one by one. Guo Sufei happened to hear Zhang Xiaohu's words and couldn't help but feel that it was strange. When Zhang Xiaohu saw his mother enter the house, he quickly got up and asked her to sit down. Guo Sufei sat on the chair that Zhang Xiaohu had just sat on. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked curiously, Xiaohu, why do you suddenly want to go out? Facing everyone's surprised gazes, Zhang Xiaohu sorted out his thoughts and said, Father, Mother, I've been thinking a lot recently. I feel that if I live like you, I can only face the earth for the rest of my life and my back to the sky. I'll live off that little bit of land of ours. Every day, I'll go from home to the fields and from the fields to home. Maybe in a few years, Mother will find me a wife who also works in the fields. We'll take care of this piece of land together and then have children. We'll teach them how to farm. When I'm old, I'll be buried in the soil behind the village like my grandmother. Wouldn't my life be very boring? I don't want such a monotonous and boring life. I want to live a colorful and interesting life where I can see many people and many things. Only then will I not regret it when I'm old. Everyone was silent for a while. Only Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting in the corner, had a glint in her eyes. Mr. Lu coughed and glanced at Zhang Kai, saying, I can roughly understand what's on your mind. When I was young, I also had such a dream. I also tried to realize it. However, when I went out, I realized that everything in the world was beyond my imagination. I encountered many setbacks and realized that some lives were not what I wanted to pursue. Thus, I returned to 8 Mile Valley. However, it wasn't like I didn't gain anything. Qianxian's mother also came back with me. Lu Kai also added, Father is right. However, Without going out and taking a look, how would you know what the outside world is like? How would you know if it's suitable for you? Didn't your son have the same thoughts as Xiaohu a few years ago? I think that Xiaohu should go out and take a look. When he sees the cruelty of the outside world, he might come back. Butcher Lu complained, "What's there to see in Pingyang City? Isn't it just Lu Town, which is a few times bigger? It's hard to even find a place to use the toilet. What's the point of going there? I don't recommend Xiaohu to go there." When Lu Qian heard this, of course, she knew the reason why Zhang Xiaohu wanted to go to Pingyang City. However, she was now the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Hence, she looked at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei first. Seeing that both of them were frowning and looking unwilling, she pondered for a while before saying, "Pingyang City is very big and it's also very far from us. However, it's precisely because of this that there are many people. If Xiaohu goes there, he will definitely meet many people. Who knows, he might even meet a girl that he can hit it off with and bring back for us to see. It's better than here in the remote countryside where you can reach the neighboring villages after a few steps. You can count the number of girls in the surrounding villages with your eyes closed. It's very difficult to pick one." When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Lu Qian had read his mind, he chuckled and did not explain further. At this moment, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's frowns finally relaxed. So this was what their son was thinking. Pingyang City was so far away and Zhang Xiaohu had not been out much. Although he was not young anymore, it was not appropriate for him to go so far away all of a sudden. However, thinking about it, they had spent so much time looking for a suitable wife and still could not find a suitable one. If they had not met Lu Qian, they would not have been able to solve this problem. This Zhang Xiaohu had reached the age of marrying a wife and this was a big problem for the family. If Zhang Xiaohu could bring back a wife from this trip, wouldn't that be a great thing? At this thought, Zhang Kai was about to agree when he heard another voice. "Please vote for me. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 63. I want to go too. A voice rang out from the corner. Everyone was stunned again. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting in the corner. Guo Sufei said angrily, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? Your second brother is going to find a wife. You are still young, why are you going to Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohu could not take it anymore and said angrily, "Mother, I am not just going to find a wife. Look at what you are saying." Guo Sufei looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. She was about to say something when Zhang Xiaohua's answer surprised everyone. "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Learn martial arts? Why? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out from the corner and stood at the door. He looked up at his small face and said to everyone, "Actually, since Lu Zhenmet's sister-in-law, I have been thinking about why we were bullied but had no strength to fight back. It was not until this time when I was injured by the bandits during the wedding ceremony that I knew the answer. It was because we did not have martial arts. We did not have enough strength to make people fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people would definitely not dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There is no guarantee that we will always rely on others' protection. Only when we have mastered martial arts can we truly face the bandits." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua looked back outside. The courtyard was already dark and there were faint stars in the sky. He said again, "Only when I learn martial arts can I protect myself and everyone." After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, everyone's reaction was different. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai looked at him in surprise. Last time at the wedding ceremony, Zhang Xiaohua's handwriting had already made them admire it. Now, after listening to his words, they could not help but reevaluate this young man who had just turned 13. Butcher Lu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Zhang Xiaolong's face was filled with shame, but looking at this younger brother that he had brought up since he was a child, there was a faint pride in his heart. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, had a look of joy on his face. He seemed to have been enlightened and found his direction again. He happily looked at his younger brother who was a head shorter than him. Guosufei and Zhang Kai looked at each other and frowned again. They were not thinking about their own safety, but the safety of their son. Only Lu Qian looked calm, as if she had expected Zhang Xiaohua's words. It was Mr. Lu who spoke first. He said, "Xiaohua, I think this idea of yours is very correct. However, I've never learned martial arts before, so I can't give you any advice. I only heard that learning martial arts is very difficult, and it's not something that can be learned overnight. Moreover, learning martial arts has a lot of risks. If you're not careful, you'll be injured, and if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Besides, you're a smart kid. Why don't you learn from me in the future? You'll be able to bring honor to your ancestors if you pass the imperial examinations in the future." Lu Kai also advised, as the old saying goes, the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Learning martial arts is not something that poor people like us can do. Xiaohua's handwriting was so good the last time. Learning from my father is also a very healthy path to success. Guosufei and Zhang Kai still did not speak, only frowning. Zhang Xiaohu said, "That's true. Xiaohua, why don't you stay at home to learn your literature? I'll go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. I'm already grown up now, my parents won't be worried." "You're just a kid, how can they let you go so far?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and asked, "Learning literature can protect one's family from being harassed by mountain bandits? Learning literature can eliminate violence and bring peace to the people?" Everyone was speechless. Zhang Kai asked, "How are you going to learn martial arts in Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Isn't Hero One, who saved us in Lu Town, at the Misty School in Pingyang City? If I look for him, I might be able to learn some martial arts." Guosufei said, "Xiaohua, you're still young. Can't you go when you're older?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to her mother, "Mother, one's ambition is not determined by age. Moreover, I'm not young anymore. I should be like second brother and find my own path. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a suitable wife." Zhang Xiaohua's words made Guosufei burst out laughing. She said, "You're still so young and you're already thinking about a wife." Zhang Kai thought for a while and said, "Xiaolong, Qianxian, you two bring Xiaohu and Xiaohua back to sleep first. Your mother and I will think about it again." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong got up and went home with Lu Qian, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua. Only the 5 adults were left in the main room. Zhang Kai asked Mr. Lu, "What do you think about the matter between the two of them?" Mr. Lu smiled and said, "No matter what the matter is, I still have to congratulate you for having 2 promising children. At such a young age, they can worry about family matters and have the courage to face it and think of their own ways. It's really a blessing for you." Zhang Kai was very happy in his heart, but he still waved his hand and said, "These are all children's crazy words. You don't have to take it seriously." Mr. Lu said with a straight face, "I'm not flattering the in-laws. How many children from the countryside have this kind of knowledge and experience, to be able to say such words? However, he is indeed still young and doesn't know the dangers of the outside world. Going out to gain experience is also a good thing." Moreover, there's still Xiaohu. With Xiaohu taking care of him, you can rest assured. When he knows the dangers of the outside world, he will definitely miss the warmth of home. You don't need to say anything, he will come back on his own. Maybe Xiaohu will meet a suitable girl at that time and it's not impossible for them to come back together. Lu Kai interrupted and said, "Uncle, I don't think it's a bad thing for Xiaohua to go out. I feel that Xiaohua isn't a simple child. Staying in a small village like ours all day might bury him. Maybe he will have an opportunity when he goes out and can do big things." Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "What big things? I don't hope for him to be successful. As long as he marries and has children and lives a stable life, we will be satisfied." The big things are done by the people in town. We, the people in the countryside, only need to take care of the crops. Guosufei was unhappy and said, they are all nobles and generals. I still remember when I gave birth to Xiaohua, the sky was filled with flying flowers. Maybe my son will do big things. However, she then said in puzzlement, but Pingyang City is too far away. Why don't we let him practice martial arts in Lu Town? It's near. When I miss him, I can go and visit him. If it's too far away, it won't be convenient to go. Butcher Lu said, that's right. Isn't there an evil tiger clan in Lu Town? He can go there to practice martial arts. Hearing the words, evil tiger clan, Zhang Kai and Guosufei's hearts jumped. Weren't the bodyguards of that evil tyrant from last time also from the evil tiger clan? Looking at them helping the tyrant, they weren't good people. Moreover, they had so many banknotes of unknown origin at home. How could they let Xiaohua go to the evil tiger clan? Guosufei asked Mr. Lu, then in-law, do you agree with them going? Mr. Lu nodded and said, yes. We scholars have a saying, read 10,000 books and you can travel 1,000 miles. Only by going out and broadening your horizons can you truly learn the things in the books. I think it's the same for practicing martial arts. However, in this small mountain village, even the most talented person will be short-sighted. I agree with them going out. Lu Kai also nodded with a smile and said, I've been to Pingyang City before. At most, I'll bring them there. However, this doesn't seem to be in line with their original intention. I'll tell them the details later. Xiaohu is all grown up. There won't be any problems. Butcher Lu said, why go? It's so relaxing to stay at home. I don't agree. Zhang Kai and Guosufei looked at each other and said, let's think about this again and come up with a suitable solution. Then, the few of them chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, they bid farewell and went home. At night, Guosufei and Zhang Kai also discussed for half the night. They only went to sleep when the sun was about to rise. Butcher Lu and Lu Kai could not stay in the Guozhuang house for too long. After breakfast, they hurriedly bid farewell. Before leaving, Lu Kai told Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua about the route to Pingyang City and the things to take note of in detail. Both of them memorized it carefully. Looking at Lu Kai's expression, they could tell that their parents had been convinced last night. Both of them could not help but smile. After sending Butcher Lu and Lu Kai off, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were preparing to go to work in the fields. Only then did they realize that if both of them left, what would happen to the family's fields? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have noticed something. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, who were walking together, seemed to know what they were thinking. Zhang Xiaolong said, the two of you can go ahead and see the outside world. As for the family's fields, I've already discussed it with your sister-in-law last night. The original plot of land at home will be planted by father. The plot of land by the river and the plot of land on the slope will be planted by me and your sister-in-law. Together with mother, how can the four of us not take care of these 2.5 plots of land? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked at their elder brother and sister-in-law. They did not say anything, but their hearts were filled with warmth. For the next few days, Zhang Kai and Guosufei did not mention this matter again. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that if they did not agree, this matter would fall through? Both of them even thought of sneaking out on their own. After dinner that day, Zhang Kai stopped both of them. Both of them could not help but feel their hearts thumping wildly. It seemed like it was time to reveal the truth. As expected, Zhang Kai said, I've discussed with your mother about the matter of the two of you going to Pingyang City. We still feel that we should listen to you. Your mother has already rushed out some clothes for the two of you. Take them with you. With that, Guosufei took out a few sets of new clothes from the inner room. It seemed like they had been rushed out in the past few days. Zhang Xiaohua felt a lump in her throat. The elderly were really worried about their children. They had thought of everything. She, on the other hand, had thought that they would not be allowed to go and had other ideas. Looking at Lu Qian's smiling face, she thought that her sister-in-law must have put in a lot of effort to get the clothes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, since you knew that father and mother wanted us to go, why didn't you tell us? Why did you make us anxious for nothing?" Lu Qian said, "When you're outside, you have to be scheming. You can't be anxious about anything. You have to face it calmly and steadily. Isn't this a test for you? Please collect it. Thank you." Chapter 64. Zhang Xiaohua listened to Lu Qian's words and couldn't help but be silent in her heart. That's right, in the past, no matter what she did at home, she had her family to take care of her. Now that she was far away, she had to do everything herself. Even if her second brother was by her side, she still had to take care of everything. Lu Qian saw Zhang Xiaohua's thoughtful expression and felt very gratified. She went forward and touched Xiaohua's head and said, "Take your time. I think Xiaohua will definitely be able to adapt." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and smiled brightly. She firmly said, "I will, sister-in-law. I definitely will." Zhang Xiaolong also walked over and took out 2 banknotes. He handed them to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, these are the banknotes we got in Lu Town last time. We haven't used them yet. You should take 2. No one has come to take them in such a long time, so they probably won't come." Zhang Xiaohu didn't take them. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei and said, "Father, mother, we shouldn't take these banknotes. After all, they don't belong to our family. If someone comes to take them, won't we have no money to give them? Won't we just cause trouble for our family?" Guo Sufei sighed and took out a handkerchief from her bosom. She opened it and there was some scattered silver inside. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, this is our family's savings. When you go out with Xiaohua, don't be too thrifty. Everything has to be for your health. We don't need this much at home, so take it." Zhang Xiaohu took the handkerchief and wanted to take out a few to give to his mother, but Guo Sufei put the handkerchief back. Only then did she carefully wrap it up and put it in her bosom. Zhang Xiaolong saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't take the banknotes and took out the Misty School token from his bosom and said, "Xiaohu, it's fine if you don't take the banknotes, but you must take this token. Otherwise, if you go, the Misty School won't recognize you. You'll have a better chance of finding swordswoman Shui with the token." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "Big brother, this token was given to us by heroine Shui to protect ourselves. We shouldn't use it for other purposes. Relying on heroine Shui's relationship to enter the Misty School isn't our own ability. I think it's better to rely on our own strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if heroine Shui misunderstood us. What's more, the bullies of Lu Town and the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come looking for us one day. It's highly likely that we'll have to rely on this token to tide over the crisis. The purpose of me and Xiaohua going to Pingyang City is to practice martial arts and protect the safety of our family. There's no reason for us to take away the life-saving item at home." Before Zhang Xiaohu could finish his words, someone outside praised, "Good ambition. Little Tiger said it well. Everything is good if you rely on your own ability. Relying on others will never be true." Everyone turned around and realized that Mr. Lu had come to send Zhang Xiaohu and the rest off. Mr. Lu walked to their side and touched Zhang Xiaohua's head with one hand and patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with the other. He said with satisfaction, "You're all good children. You must be careful when you're outside. You must remember that the amount of effort you put in will be the amount of return. Don't do things that are opportunistic and don't do things that endanger your lives. Remember that you're not alone in this world. You have your parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, and other relatives watching and waiting for you. When you're outside, you must think through everything first and think carefully. Don't act blindly. It's good to be hot-blooded and impulsive, but it must be within the scope of your own abilities." After he finished speaking, He took out a banknote from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "This is a bit of my savings. Uncle doesn't have anything to give you when you're outside. Take this in case you need it." Zhang Xiaohu still didn't dare to take it. He turned his head to look at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei. Zhang Kai said, "In-law, there's no need for this. The money has already been given to Little Tiger. It should be enough to spend. We appreciate your kindness, but you should take the banknote." Mr. Lu chuckled and said, "In-law, it seems that you still treat me as an outsider. I'll be living with you from now on. Why do you still treat me as an outsider? I have no use for this banknote. It's better to give it to Little Tiger and let them take it. If they don't use it, they can return it to me when they come back." Lu Qian also said, "Father's words are reasonable. Little Tiger, just take it. At worst, you can return it when you get home." Zhang Kai didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohu thought about it and raised his hand to take the banknote. He put it in his chest and said, "Then thank you, uncle." Only then did Mr. Lu smile with satisfaction. That night, everyone sat in the central room of the Zhang family. Under the flickering oil lamp, they talked about a lot of things. Mr. Lu told them everything he knew and heard about when they were outside. Guo Sufei also told them about daily life. She told them so many things that Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had calluses on their ears. It wasn't until everyone was yawning that they dispersed. In her grandmother's house, Zhang Xiaohua talked about her grandmother and slowly fell asleep. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He originally didn't have any motive for going to Pingyang City. It was only because he felt that he was lacking in the matter of Lu Yeye that he wanted to explore the outside world and find his own path. After being disturbed by Zhang Xiaohua, he felt that practicing martial arts was a bright path. However, he didn't have a clear idea of how to do it. His family members had never been on a long journey and naturally didn't know. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai were both literate and didn't have any opinions on this aspect. Other than the bandits of Shichui Mountain and the evil tiger gang, there was no one else he could ask about. Zhang Xiaohua naturally could sleep soundly. He had to consider it carefully. Otherwise, when he reached Pingyang City, he would be in the dark and would have to return home after spending all his money. Suddenly, he quivered. Could it be that his father and mother had the same idea? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual. He washed his face and went to the hillside to fetch water to fill the water tank at home. He wanted to do more work for the family before he left. Guo Sufei woke up and found Zhang Xiaohua working. Her heart felt warm and her eyes reddened. While she thought about how her son had grown up, she really couldn't bear to let him go. After breakfast, Zhang Kai brought the family to pay their respects at his grandfather's and grandmother's graves before returning to pack their luggage and get ready to leave. In fact, their luggage had already been packed. They just needed to check it again. Everyone took their luggage and went out together. Mr. Lu also followed along. Most of the people in the village had gone to work in the fields. As they walked, they occasionally met some people. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, they knew that he was going out and came over to greet him and give him some instructions. Just like that, they slowly walked to the entrance of the village. It was time to part. Zhang Xiaohu carried the slightly bigger luggage on his back while Lu Qian carried the smaller one for Zhang Xiaohua. Guo Sufei tidied up Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. However, her tears had already flowed down. She kept telling the two of them, "Be careful when you go out. If you can't handle it, come back early." Zhang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the two of them lovingly. His eyes were also red. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were a little impatient. They said, "It's nothing, mother. It's just going out. Although we haven't been to Pingyang City, we have also grown up. It's time for us to see the world. Don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves." Seeing the children like this, Guo Sufei was even more worried. She said, "Son, don't be too careless. You have to be careful. Xiaohua is still young. Xiaohu, you must take good care of your younger brother. Don't let Xiaohua suffer any grievances. Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly promised his mother that he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaohua suffer. Guo Sufei didn't mention it. Zhang Kai looked at the sky and said, Mother, don't say any more. Let them go quickly. They still have to go to Lu Town to catch the carriage. Don't delay the time. Guo Sufei thought about it and agreed. She let go. Zhang Xiaohu, Lu Qian, and Mr. Lu also went forward to give instructions. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua then carried their bags and set off. After walking a few steps, when they turned back to look, the mountain breeze blew Guo Sufei's white hair. Zhang Xiaohua's calm heart was suddenly disturbed. He, who had always felt that he was very strong, couldn't help but cry. His tears flowed down uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua threw down his bag, turned around, and ran back. He threw himself into his mother's arms and hugged Guo Sufei tightly. Guo Sufei also hugged her youngest son and cried. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua let go of his hand. Guo Sufei said tentatively, Xiaohua, how about you don't go? Stay at home with your mother, okay? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and wiped his tears with his hand. He said, No, mother, I must go. This is the last time I will cry. I don't want to cry anymore. I don't want to see my family cry. Even if I bleed, I don't want you to bleed. Believe in my mother, I will do it. Just you wait and see your son's efforts. Guo Sufei wiped her tears and nodded. She said, I believe in you, Xiaohua. You will do it. You won't let us down. Zhang Kai's tears also quietly flowed down. However, he quickly wiped them away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his family again. He wanted to remember them deeply in his heart. Then, he turned around to leave. At this time, Zhang Kai said, Wait. Zhang Xiaohua stopped in his tracks and looked at his father strangely. Zhang Kai stepped forward and looked at his son. He opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Zhang Xiaohua smelled his father's scent and his heart was very excited. Since he was sensible, his father didn't hug him anymore. He didn't give him any face. He used to think that his father didn't like him. Now, he knew that his father's love for him was no less than his mother's. It was just that the way he loved him was different. After a while, Zhang Kai released his arms and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Go, child. Father and mother are waiting for you at home. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Father, you also have to take care of your body. Then, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left. He picked up his bag and turned around. He waved to everyone and walked away firmly. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's figures turned around a hill and disappeared, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were still reluctant to leave. They looked for a long time, hoping to see their son again. However, they were disappointed. The familiar figure didn't appear again. Guo Sufei asked Zhang Kai, Child's father, do you think the children will suffer outside? Zhang Kai said, Don't worry. When they go out and suffer, they will come back. Maybe soon, they will just go out and play. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua's step was not a simple step out of the mountain village. It was a big step that affected the entire Jianghu. Chapter 65. It was already the middle of April and the weather was obviously hot. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were already drenched in sweat after walking for a while. At first, both of them were thinking about their families and did not speak much. They were very quiet throughout the journey. After walking for a long time, their moods were slightly relaxed. Looking at the bright and beautiful scenery, their state of mind gradually became more open. More smiles appeared on their faces and they became more talkative. Looking at the horses galloping past them from time to time, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but ask Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, it's a long journey from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City. How long will it take for us to walk there? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, saying, "That's a distance of a few hundred miles. If we walk on foot, it will take at least 70 to 80 days. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Why so long? Won't it be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course we can't walk on our own. Didn't you hear what Mr. Lu said? There are horse carriages from Lu Town to Pingyang City. When we reach Lu Town, we will first find a horse carriage to Pingyang City and pay them. Otherwise, it will really be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City. Our clothes are also not good enough, not to mention the shoes on our feet." I know that you didn't listen carefully when Mr. Lu said it. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and muttered, "I don't know when Mr. Lu said it. Why didn't I know?" The two of them talked as they walked and did not feel lonely. By noon, they had already reached Lu Town. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time in Lu Town since the new year. Looking at the bustling streets, his mind was filled with thoughts. He did not know why, but he was a little distracted. His state of mind was empty and there was a slight twinkle in his eyes. The events that happened in the past half a year flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His originally tender heart gradually matured and his youthful immaturity gradually faded. Zhang Xiaohu walked a few steps and saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow. He turned around and patted him on the shoulder. "What are you standing there for? It's not your first time here. It won't be too late for you to stare blankly when we reach Pingyang City." This slap woke Zhang Xiaohua up. He laughed at himself and said, "I haven't been here for a long time, so I missed it. I don't know how those two bullies are doing. I don't think I'll run into them." Zhang Xiaohu carefully looked left and right, saying, Who knows? This Lu town is only the size of a palm, so it's very likely that we'll encounter it." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's expression and said, "It's all right, second brother. Don't worry. Even if we meet them, they may not be able to recognize us. After all, their attention is on eldest sister-in-law and hero one." Zhang Xiaohu also felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill by being so careful. However, he still said, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Let's hurry and find a carriage. The earlier we leave, the safer we'll be." They asked someone by the roadside for the location of the carriage. The two of them hurried to the Biaoqi carriage which was located in the west of Lu Town. After asking the people there carefully, they found out that the carriages in the morning had already left. The last carriage would leave in an hour. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked for the price and booked 2 seats. Only then did he feel relieved. Although the price of a few taels of silver made his heart ache, he still took out his money pouch from his waist and paid carefully. The two of them didn't dare to walk far. They opened their bags under a tree at the side and took out some dry food prepared by their mother. They hurriedly ate to fill their stomachs and asked for some water from the carriage. Then, they sat quietly under the tree and waited for the carriage to depart. Not long after, it was time for the carriage to depart. Those who were going to take the carriage to Pingyang City had all arrived. Including the Zhang brothers, there were a total of 7 people. There was an elderly couple, a middle-aged woman with a girl, and a young scholar. When the carriage arrived, Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked. He had never traveled far before and had never taken such a large carriage. It was actually 5 to 6 times the size of the donkey cart used by the Guozhuang house and had to be pulled by 2 horses. After parting the curtains and entering the shed, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look around curiously. There were 8 small square tables placed in a staggered position. There were small cushions at the side which were probably meant for people to sit on. There were 2 windows in front and on both sides of the shed which were blocked by curtains. They could probably be opened. Other than that, there was nothing special. The cushions looked a little shabby. However, why would Zhang Xiaohua dislike these? He found a cushion by the window and sat down. Xiaohu also sat down beside him. Everyone else also found a place to sit down. Only the scholar frowned and looked around for a long time. He carefully took out a white cloth from his bag and spread it on the cushion before sitting down with ease. However, he quickly felt uncomfortable and looked around. When he saw Xiaohua's small square table by the window, his eyes lit up and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, after the carriage leaves later, I would like to read for a while. The lighting here is not good. Can you change seats with me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any objections. She didn't read and chose a table by the window only because she could see outside. Seeing that the scholar was sitting at the furthest end and had lifted the curtain behind him, she thought that he would be able to see outside. Therefore, she smiled and nodded. She stood up and changed seats with him. The scholar happily cupped his hands and sat down. After everyone was seated, the carriage company staff opened the curtain and invited a strong man with a saber hanging from his waist to sit in the last seat. The carriage company staff said to Zhang Xiaohua and the others, "This gentleman is our carriage company's Master Wang. He is responsible for the safety of everyone during the journey. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell him." The strong man cupped his hands towards everyone and said, "This one is Wang Qisheng. Please take care of me during the journey." Then, an old man with a slightly hunched back and a face full of wrinkles came out from behind the carriage company's staff. He held a long whip in his hand and smiled at everyone, saying, "This old man is the coachman. I wish everyone a safe journey." After saying that, he didn't say anything else and left with a flick of his whip. The carriage company's staff smiled and said, "This Master Wang has such a temper. Please don't take offense. Have a safe journey." After saying that, he put down the curtain and the carriage slowly moved. Zhang Xiaohua looked through the curtain that was lifted by the wind and looked at the receding ground. She felt that the carriage was getting faster and faster. She knew that she was getting further and further away from home. Her previous life was far away. What about the future? She was at a loss. Although she had already left home during the journey from Guizhuang House to Lu Town in the morning, she still felt that she was in her own circle of life. Once the carriage moved, she would be going to a strange world. The feeling in her heart was different and she couldn't help but feel a little blurred. However, Zhang Xiaohua kept encouraging herself in her heart. She had already said in front of her mother that this was the last time she would cry. She couldn't be a child anymore and couldn't cry. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to see the clear changes in his younger brother. He reached out and held his hand. He smiled and didn't say anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua could read the content in his eyes and her heart calmed down. Although the familiarity and peace in her heart were getting further and further away as the carriage sped along, Zhang Xiaohua also had a trace of expectation. Her heart that had just matured was becoming more and more complete. Then, what was waiting for her in front? Because they weren't familiar with each other, they didn't talk along the way. Zhang Xiaohua, who was leaning against Zhang Xiaohua, didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He just held his hand. However, as the carriage jolted along, he didn't sleep well last night and slowly closed his eyes. His body leaned against the small square table and he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her hand out of second older brother's hand. She wondered if she should cover him with something. However, the afternoon weather was still very hot. There was only a slight breeze coming in through the window, so she didn't think about it. The driver of the carriage seemed to be very skilled. He was able to control the two horses very well. The carriage sped along the road, but the people inside the carriage did not feel much of a bump. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, everyone else was like Zhang Xiaohu, feeling drowsy. Zhang Xiaohua actually also wanted to sleep. On such a boring journey, they couldn't keep looking at the scenery outside. However, he was also very strange. Other than sleeping at night, he almost didn't sleep during the day. He remembered that he used to like to sleep at noon. Every afternoon after eating in the fields, he would sleep for a while under the tree. He didn't know when he had lost this habit. It was a pity that there was a big stone on the slope. He thought that it would be cool to sleep on it in the future. Alas, what was there to think about? He wouldn't go to the field on the slope in the future. He would leave it to Big Brother to sleep. Why was he still thinking about sleeping? However, Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. He heard from Big Brother that he wouldn't wake up until dawn. What was going on? Thinking about it, it was really strange. He remembered that he used to wake up often at night. Now, it seemed that he hadn't woken up in the middle of the night for a long time. Was it because he slept too much? Moreover, there was also that dream. It was really strange. It was the same dream every day. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head as he thought about it. He couldn't understand. Right, and his strength was really not small now. Although he didn't compete with Big Brother and Second Brother in strength, he was definitely not smaller than them. He was happy just thinking about it. He was only 13 years old. When he was the same age as his brothers, his strength would definitely be greater. It would be better to help Daddy work. Alas, why did I think about working again? It was better to learn martial arts. Protecting the safety of my family was the most important thing. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about it, the carriage ran for an afternoon. When it was dark, the speed of the carriage slowed down slightly. Everyone in the carriage woke up at this time. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes, stretched, looked out the window and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, are you asleep? Where are you now?" Zhang Xiaohua said depressingly, "I didn't sleep, but I don't know where I am." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "That's right. If you knew, you would become an immortal." At this time, the scholar sitting next to Zhang Xiaohu said, "We're almost at Bao Town. It's a town the same size as our Lu town." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, "Bao Town, this name is good. Has there been any treasure?" The young scholar was surprised as well, then he laughed out loud and said, "Brother Tai, you are quite humorous. I have never heard of any treasures coming out of this town. This name is because a great character with the surname Bao came out of this place a long time ago, thus giving it this name." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Please collect, thank you." Chapter 66. Even though they were already close to Treasure Town, the sky was already dark by the time they reached it. The horse carriage stopped in front of a horse carriage shop and the guard jumped off the carriage first. While Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were still confused about what was going on, the rest of the people in the carriage also alighted. The young scholar saw that the two of them were still in the carriage and said with a smile, "Since you're not alighting from the carriage for a meal and a place to stay, are you going to spend the night in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Aren't we going to run all the way to Pingyang City? Why do we still need a meal and a place to stay?" The scholar smiled and said, "Even if we don't need to rest, the horses that pull us have to rest as well. Otherwise, the horses will die of exhaustion before we reach Pingyang City. Moreover, it's very dangerous to travel at night. Unless there's an emergency, no one will travel at night. This gallop horse carriage shop has branches in every town. The route they take and the time they use are all fixed. We'll be resting here today, quickly alight." Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai finally understood. They secretly blamed Mr. Lu and Lu Kai for not explaining things clearly and making a fool of themselves. When the two of them alighted from the carriage and walked into the shop, the rest of the people had already found their seats and asked the waiter to prepare the food. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were just about to find a seat when they saw the scholar waving at them from a corner. The two of them looked at each other and walked over. When the two of them sat down, the scholar poured 2 cups of water for them and said, "Thank you for giving up your seat in the afternoon. I'll be the host tonight and treat the two of you to dinner. How about it?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it's just giving up your seat. It's not a big deal. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat separately." Seeing that the two of them did not agree, the scholar did not insist. He called the waiter over and ordered his own food. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had never been to a restaurant before. However, Mr. Lu had already instructed them beforehand and they knew the general situation. They ordered some simple staples and looked at the price. Even though it was not very expensive, they still felt a little sorry for their money. While waiting for their meal, the scholar and Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai chatted for a while. They found out that the scholar was called Li Jinfeng and was a student from a certain academy in Pingyang City. He went there to study. When Zhang Xiaohua asked about the Misty School, Li Jinfeng had heard of it before. He also knew that the Misty School was very influential in Pingyang City. However, he was not too sure about the exact location. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's disappointed look, Li Jinfeng patted his chest and promised that he would help them find out about the Misty School when they reached Pingyang City. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel happy. After the meal, there were ready-made guest rooms and shared beds at the back of the carriage. The prices were different. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu naturally chose the cheapest shared bed. The rest did not see them. They had probably found a quiet guest room. The bedding and other things in the shared bed were not very clean and the smell was very unpleasant. There were already many people snoring inside. However, these were not things that Zhang Xiaohua could be picky about. He was indeed tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Only Zhang Xiaohu was left to pack carefully before lying down to sleep. Pingyang City, in the meeting hall of the Misty School. Large candles the size of children's arms lit up the entire hall as if it was daytime. Oh Peng sat majestically on the chair in the middle. The 2 rows of seats below him were not only occupied by the 6 ethereal tigers. The other chairs were also filled with people. There were also many people standing behind the chairs with their hands clasped behind their backs. There were also countless sect members standing upright outside the hall. It seemed like a big battle. Everyone in the meeting hall was discussing something in low voices. The buzzing sound was incessant. Oh Peng frowned and coughed. The hall immediately quieted down and everyone looked at Oh Peng. Oh Peng looked around at everyone. His eyes landed on Shangguan Laosi and asked, "Junior brother Shangguan, have the preparations for the attack on the Audiobook sect been completed?" Shangguan Laosi stood up and said, reporting to Sect Master, "After nearly 2 months of careful planning, our sect's elites are already guarding the key areas of the Audiobook sect. We are just waiting for Sect Master's orders to launch the attack. I believe that our sect will definitely succeed." Oh Peng then asked Zhang Qingyue, "How's the recruitment of disciples?" Zhang Qingyue hurriedly went forward and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, "We have recruited about 400 children with talent for martial arts in the past 2 months. They have been handed over to the specialized brothers for training. Uncle Master Shangguan is mobilizing the sect members and the sect is a little short on manpower. I have already transferred a large number of people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to fill in the gaps." Oh Peng nodded in satisfaction and said, "We still have to pay attention to the safety of the sect. Don't play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In addition, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is short on manpower. Quickly fill in the gaps." Zhang Qingyue continued, "This disciple understands. We have already begun recruiting at the beginning of this month." Oh Peng said, "Not bad, you have done well. Qingyue, while we are away, you will temporarily take over the sect's affairs. We will leave your Uncle Master Hu here. If there are any questions, we will ask him." Zhang Qingyue lowered his head and agreed. Oh Peng turned to Boss Hu and said, "Big brother, how about you stay here and watch over the rear for us?" Boss Hu laughed heartily and said, "All right, these old bones of mine should also rest." Then, Oh Peng stood up and said to everyone, "All right, since everything has been arranged, let's issue the order. We will now begin the attack on the Audiobook sect. Once we take Luo Shui, our Misty School will be able to join the ranks of the top sections." After saying this, he waved his hand and everyone in the meeting hall began to get busy. The same order was sent to different places, and that was just one sentence: "Begin the attack." Then, Oh Peng smiled and said to his fellow disciples and second-generation disciples, "Let's go. We will also take a look at the Luo Shui sect's trump card. Let's see what they have to resist the Misty School." After saying this, he led the way out of the meeting hall. In the square outside the meeting hall, horses had already been prepared. Everyone followed O Peng onto the horses, and under O Peng's lead, the group set off under the cover of the night. In Bao Town's galloping horse carriage, everyone who had been on the move all day was sleeping soundly. The sound of snoring rose and fell one after another. It was a spectacular sight. Suddenly, in the silent night sky, there was the sound of scolding, weapons clashing, and the faint sound of fists and feet hitting each other. The group of people who had been disturbed from their good sleep were very angry. Their sleepy eyes hadn't even opened the window when someone with a fiery temper started to curse, "That little bastard is so restless. He actually dares to disturb our sleep. Does he not want to live anymore?" This curse was very loud in the night sky and traveled very far. Zhang Xiaohu was also startled awake. Before he could sit up, he heard a "so" sound, followed by a "peng" sound. Something was nailed to a pillar in the room. Everyone used the bright moonlight to take a closer look. It turned out that an arrow had been shot in through the window. Everyone quivered and no longer felt sleepy. At this time, a shout came from outside, "The brothers of the evil tiger sect are doing something here. Those who have nothing to do with it, don't interfere. Those who should sleep, sleep. Those who don't sleep, shut your stinky mouths." In an instant, many people quickly covered their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fear. The sound of fighting continued outside. In the end, everyone couldn't hold back their curiosity. Some people secretly leaned on the window sill and stuck half of their heads out. Some people looked through the hole in the wall and saw the scene outside. On the street outside, there were two groups of people fighting. Some had weapons, some were bare-handed. The fight was very intense. From time to time, screams could be heard. Although there was moonlight, it wasn't very clear. After fighting for a while, perhaps because one side couldn't hold on, someone whistled. The group of people scattered and fled the street. There were also a few people who used their qinggong to run over the horse carriage. Everyone was so scared that they shrunk their necks and hid in the darkness. Only when they were far away did they stick their heads out again. At this time, the street was already quiet. However, there were many scattered shadows in the middle of the street. It seemed like they didn't have time to clean up the corpses. However, no one dared to ask for confirmation. A timid person whispered, "It's fine now. Hurry and close the window. Let's go to sleep." There were also bold people who said, "Let's see if someone will come to clean up the corpses." Zhang Xiaohu also saw this through the hole in the wall. He silently walked back to the bunk and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still sleeping. He secretly thought, "The ignorant are really fearless. Is this Jianghu? Learning martial arts and entering such a cruel Jianghu? Is this what I want?" Zhang Xiaohu thought like this and slowly fell asleep. The other people on the bunk were talking about something. They were very excited, but they didn't know when they quieted down. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was gloomy, but Zhang Xiaohua still woke up on time. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's red eyes and the dispirited expressions of the other people in the room, she asked carefully and found out what happened last night. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others went out to the street to look, the street had been cleaned up, leaving no trace. Only the arrow on the pillar of the bunk could prove that something unusual had happened last night. The people who stayed in the carriage came from all directions. After breakfast, they still went to all directions. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua got on the carriage, they found that the two old people who sat in the carriage yesterday didn't sit in this carriage. Instead, they were replaced by a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly clothes. Under the control of the horse, the carriage ran very smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua chatted idly and continued to look at the scenery outside. The man dressed in scholarly clothes was chatting happily with the young scholar, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't really understand what they were talking about. Zhang Xiaohu, who was very excited yesterday, was unusually quiet today. Zhang Xiaohua thought that second brother didn't sleep well last night. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu was thinking about everything that he saw last night, thinking about his and Zhang Xiaohua's future. The spacious carriage sped along the road to Pingyang City. The people on the carriage changed a few times. Only Zhang Xiaohua and his brother, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, and the guard didn't change. This afternoon, they went to another town to rest. According to the guard, this town was the last place to rest. In the afternoon, the carriage would finish its last journey and reach Pingyang City. Chapter 67. When the carriage started moving again, two people boarded it. One of them was a young man dressed in a brocade robe with a folding fan in his hand. He looked very dashing. The other was a plump young man with his small eyes darting around. Obviously, the two of them did not know each other and found their own seats. It seemed that birds of a feather flocked together. Not long after the carriage started moving, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, started chatting with the young man in brocade robe. The people around them also knew that the young man's surname was Shengguan and his given name was Yun. He came from Su town. However, they did not know each other well and did not tell him why they were going to Pingyang City. Shengguan Yun seemed to be very arrogant. He only talked to Li Jinfeng and ignored Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. Sometimes, he would even frown when he saw Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu might be thinking about something and did not notice it. However, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was also very puzzled. He even lowered his head to look at his own clothes and his second brother's clothes. There was nothing special about them. They were all new clothes that their mother had made for them before they left. This made Zhang Xiaohua very confused. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. From his and Zhang Xiaohu's clothes and manners, anyone with a little bit of knowledge could tell that they came from the countryside. It was probably their first time traveling. At first, the few people who came before them were from ordinary families. Although they looked down on them, they did not show it on their faces. As for Li Jinfeng, a scholar, he was particular about self-restraint and would not show it on his face. However, Shengguan Yun was different. He came from a rich family. Although he was not a foppish playboy, the servants in his family dressed better and behaved better than Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. This time, he did not use his own carriage and took the carriage of the horse and carriage company to gain experience. As soon as he got on the carriage, he saw two people who were obviously from the countryside sitting in front of him. Naturally, he would show his impatience. In fact, it was not out of malice, but it made Zhang Xiaohua confused. Fatty, who was sitting at the side, saw Shengguan Yun's expression and also looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown who he was pursing his lips for. However, seeing that he wanted to interrupt a few times to talk to Shengguan Yun, his face was probably mostly for Zhang Xiaohua. Shengguan Yun chatted with Li Jinfeng for a while and suddenly asked, "Brother Li, you have been studying in Pingyang City for a long time. Do you know of the Lotus Escort Agency?" Li Jinfeng was stunned and said, "I do. Almost everyone in Pingyang City knows of this escort agency. It is located in the west of Pingyang City and occupies a large area. It is said that it is very powerful and has opened many strongholds in the Yu nation." "Brother Shengguan, why did you suddenly mention the Lotus Escort Agency? Could it be that you have business to take care of?" At this moment, Fatty at the side finally found a chance to interrupt. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask if young Master Shengguan is also going to take the exam for the Lotus Escort Agency?" Shengguan Yun looked at Fatty in surprise and asked, "May I ask, are you going as well?" That Fatty said, "I am Yuluan. I am heading to the Lotus Escort Agency." Shengguan Yun smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there would be a comrade beside me. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I wonder if brother Yu has been to the Lotus Escort Agency before?" Yuluan said, "I have been to Pingyang City before. Unfortunately, I was busy playing and didn't have the chance to go there." I heard that the Lotus Escort Agency is recruiting, so I came to try my luck and see if I can be selected. However, Brother Shangguan's family background seems to be good. Why are you here at the escort agency? Shangguan Yun smiled bitterly and said, I sneaked out secretly. My family forced me to study, but I feel dizzy when I see those books. A few days ago, I heard the guards under me talking about the Lotus Escort Agency and felt that it was good, so I came to give it a try. I thought that since I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, there shouldn't be any problems. When I have learned real skills and returned home, I won't have to look at my old man's face anymore. After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had gone overboard and hurriedly said to Li Jinfeng, Brotherly, it's not that you scholars are good. It's just that I have no interest in studying. Please don't take it to heart. Li Jinfeng smiled and said, I won't. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no harm in saying it. However, he was cursing in his heart. A bunch of reckless martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua asked timidly, May I ask, does this Lotus Escort Agency have anything to do with the Lotus Escort Agency in Lu Town? Shangguan Yun looked at him and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Yu Luan who said, This little brother must have come from Lu Town. That Lotus Escort Agency is a very large escort agency and has bases in various places. Lu Town naturally has one. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Oh, I know this. I still want to ask more. Yu Luan smiled and said, Little brother, there's no harm in saying it. I will definitely tell you what I know. The fatty's puffed up cheeks made him look like a good teacher. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Then, what does the escort agency do? Bang! Fatty Yu Luan fell down on the carriage, his head hitting the roof of the carriage. Li Jinfeng and Shangguan Yun also had their mouths wide open. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Xiaohua was very puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? You guys don't know what an escort agency does either. At this moment, the guard at the side said, Little brother, this is your first time going out. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The guard said, This escort agency is a group of people who know martial arts. They escort ordinary people's belongings or protect other people's safety. Zhang Xiaohua nodded as if she didn't understand, but thought in her heart, Hero Lu said that if our family needs something, we can take the token to Lu Town's Lotus Escort Agency. That Lotus Escort Agency must be related to the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua asking these questions from the side. His face was a bit red. He didn't really understand these questions, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Since Zhang Xiaohua asked, it was a good opportunity for him to listen. At this moment, Fatty Yu Luan sat up. Shangguan Yun and Li Jinfeng also closed their mouths. However, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, Then do Big Brother Shangguan and Big Brother Yu go to the escort agency as guards? The three people once again lost their composure. Yu Luan laughed and said, Little brother, it's like this. The Lotus Escort Agency not only provides guards for others, they also teach people martial arts. We go to the Lotus Escort Agency to learn martial arts. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. They looked at each other, already having a plan in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, Big brother Yu, how does the Lotus Escort Agency choose people? Yu Luan said, It's nothing more than strength, fists, and weapons. I'm not too sure about the specifics, we'll know when we go. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and secretly remembered it in his heart. Shangguan Yun was already impatient and said, Why are you asking so much? Don't tell me you want to go too. Yu Luan said, Little brother is too young, so they probably won't accept you. You, as the older brother, can go try. Zhang Xiaohu said, Really? Yu Luan blinked and said, Really, you have no problem. Zhang Xiaohu was happy and asked, Then when you go tomorrow, can you bring me along? We don't know how to get there. Yu Luan smiled and said, That's not a problem, we'll go together tomorrow. Following that, Yu Luan and the other two began to talk about culture and customs. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get a word in edgewise. Both of them looked outside happily, as if they could see the light of tomorrow. It was a pity that as it was their first time out, they didn't see the disdain between Shang Guanyun's brows and the sneer in Yu Luan's eyes. Only the guard saw this, but he also knew that it was their first time out and they would definitely hit a wall. Since it wasn't a big deal, he didn't specially remind them. The horse carriage arrived at Pingyang City at night. The Zhang brothers had originally wanted to see what Pingyang City looked like, but when they saw the pitch-black night sky, this idea had long been extinguished. They could only look at the huge city gate in the dark, like a monster swallowing the horse carriage whole, and the lanterns in front of the houses by the roadside swaying in the wind. The horse carriage traveled a long distance into the city before stopping at a secluded place. Everyone alighted from the carriage. As expected, there was a sign of a Gallop Horse Carriage Company. It must be the Horse Carriage Company of Pingyang City. It was already late at night. The staff of the Horse Carriage Company invited everyone into the store. Everyone ate hastily and went to rest. The Zhang brothers naturally stayed in the shared bunks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Yu Luan and the other two were staying. Originally, she wanted to remind them about going to the Lotus Escort Agency together tomorrow, but seeing how tired they were, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth but didn't call out to them. The shared bunks of the Horse Carriage Company in Pingyang City were cleaner than other places and there weren't many people. The Zhang brothers couldn't care less. After a tiring day, they couldn't wait to go to bed. Zhang Xiaohua even fell asleep immediately on the bunk. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, carefully placed the bundle under his head before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the two of them woke up very early. After breakfast, they waited at the entrance for Yu Luan and the other two. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Yu Luan and the other two. The two of them panicked and went inside to inquire. It was only then that they found out that after young Master Shengguan had checked in last night, he had felt uncomfortable staying in the inn and had asked Yu Luan and Li Jinfeng to look for another inn together. This scholarly Jinfeng patted his chest and fatty Yu Luan's promise immediately turned into bubbles. The two brothers couldn't help but look at each other. Why was this person so untrustworthy? The two of them were contemplating whether to go to the Misty School or the Lotus Escort Agency. In the end, they decided to listen to Zhang Xiaohu and still go to the Misty School. However, where was the Misty School? The two of them went to look for the staff of the Horse Carriage Company to inquire. Fortunately, the staff's attitude was good. That Misty School's reputation was also prominent. It was easy to find out that the Misty School wasn't in Pingyang City, but in the Ethereal Heights, which was 10 miles east of the city. This horse carriage company was in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. They needed to pass through Pingyang City and exit from the east gate. They only left the horse carriage company after they had ascertained the route. The horse carriage company was in a remote area in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. Although the sun was high up in the sky, there weren't many people in the vicinity. After the two of them had walked for a while, they passed through an alley and turned a corner. Both of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Zhang Xiaohu looked at everything in front of him and asked Zhang Xiaohu in puzzlement, "Second brother, don't tell me it's the new year again?" Chapter 68. In front of the Zhang brothers was a wide road that was 2 to 3 times wider than the streets of Lu Town. Countless shops lined the sides of the road and the streets were bustling with activity. The sound of hawking was incessant and it was extremely lively. It was practically a replica of the streets of Lu Town during the New Year. It was no wonder that the Zhang brothers misunderstood. They had never seen such a scene on a normal day. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and said, "It's already a hot day. Where did the new year come from?" Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "That's right. This Pingyang City is really lively. If we didn't come and take a look, we wouldn't have known." Although the things in front of them were very fresh, the two of them had been out for a few days and knew that they had not seen much in the past. Many things were kept in mind and they slowly digested and accepted. They had gotten used to such a lively scene after a while. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua did not realize it himself. The speed at which he accepted new things from the outside world and his vision had slowly surpassed that of a 13-year-old child. Perhaps this was maturity. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was old. He had heard about the prosperity of the outside world from others. He had also imagined it in his heart in the past, but it was all based on Lu Town. Although what he had seen today was bigger than what he had expected, he was still able to accept it very quickly. The two of them walked among the crowd curiously, looking here and there from time to time. At first, they were still a little reserved. However, they soon realized that although many of these people were dressed in bright clothes, there were also many who were dressed plainly like them. The crowd's gaze did not linger on them for too long. Even the shop assistants at the shops along the street were attentively inviting them. Hence, they soon relaxed. However, after walking for a short while, the two of them were stunned again. Why? They were lost and did not know where to go. It was as if they had long deviated from the route that the carriage assistants had given them. Since they were lost, they naturally had to ask someone for directions. The two of them wondered who they should ask. At this time, a young man came from behind and squeezed between the two of them, saying as he walked, excuse me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he casually turned sideways to let the person pass. However, when the person passed by, he suddenly reached out and touched Zhang Xiaohu's waist. He immediately took Zhang Xiaohu's small money bag. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu was still looking around, looking for the person who asked for directions. Zhang Xiaohua's senses were very sensitive now. He saw this situation from the corner of his eye and quickly stepped forward to block the person. He raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist that was holding the money bag. He said sternly, "What are you doing?" The young man's age and height were about the same as Zhang Xiaohu's. Looking at the child who was a head shorter than him and the hand that grabbed his wrist, he said casually, "Nothing." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then why are you holding my second brother's money pouch?" The young man sneered and said, "How is this your family's money pouch? It's obviously in my hands. It's mine." After saying this, he forcefully shook off Zhang Xiaohua's hand and tried to pull his hand away. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him do as he wished? He exerted a little force on his hand. Ouch, ouch. The young man immediately cried out and begged for mercy, "Young master, please have mercy. Be gentle, be gentle. My wrist is going to break." Zhang Xiaohu also noticed the abnormality. He snatched his money pouch from the man's hand and opened it to see if there was any money missing. Seeing that her second brother had taken the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua naturally let go of her hand. At this time, a few people ran from behind and passed by Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, bumping into them. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. Why were these people so reckless? What was so urgent? But when they ran over, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The people who had stolen the money pouch just now were gone. The Zhang brothers looked at each other again. It seemed that the people behind them were in cahoots with the thief in front of them. They carefully checked again. Fortunately, they didn't lose anything, so the two didn't take it to heart. But because of this, they developed a sense of distrust towards the people here. Even when they asked for directions, they found a very friendly-looking old granny. After asking for directions, the two brothers continued to move forward. This Pingyang city was really big. After walking for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they still hadn't reached the east gate. The two of them weren't tired, but the weather was too hot and crowded. Both of them were thirsty. When they reached a corner, they happened to see a shed selling herbal tea by the roadside. It was a big bowl of thirst-quenching herbal tea that cost 1 copper coin. The two of them were overjoyed. They hurried over and drank a big bowl each. After paying the bill, they asked for directions in detail. The two of them were about to leave when suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xiaohu back. She pointed to a person in front and said in a low voice, "Second brother, look at that person in front." Is he the one who stole our money pouch just now? Zhang Xiaohu looked carefully and shook his head, saying, I can't see clearly. When the money pouch was stolen just now, I didn't pay attention either. I didn't see what the person looked like and was taken away. Zhang Xiaohua said with certainty, there should be no mistake. It's him. Zhang Xiaohu was a little doubtful, are you sure? Don't accuse him wrongly. Besides, we don't have any evidence now. There's no way we can catch him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Second brother, why are you looking at him? He's staring at the girl's money pouch in front of him. Zhang Xiaohu looked again. Indeed, a girl was walking in front of the young man. She was holding a pot of unknown flowers in her hands and a small emerald green money pouch on her waist swayed continuously as the girl walked. Wasn't the young man staring at the money pouch? As he looked, the young man quickened his pace. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly threw the small bundle in her hands to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Help me hold it, second brother. Watch how I catch the thief. At this time, the young thief had already run to the girl's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the money bag in his hand. Then, he ran away. The girl also felt it and shouted anxiously, My money bag, you hateful thief. However, she was holding the flower pot in her hands. How could she chase after him? She could only stomp her feet and secretly say, I'll let you hold it first. Later, I'll let third uncle take care of you. The girl was vexed. Zhang Xiaohua, who was brave for justice, rushed over and said, Wait a moment. I'll help you get it back. After saying that, she chased after the thief's back. While running, she shouted, Catch the thief who stole something. When the thief heard someone shouting, he turned around and saw that it was the person who grabbed his wrist. Thinking about the bruise on his wrist, he immediately quickened his pace, wanting to get rid of Zhang Xiaohua's pursuit. In the thief's mind, Zhang Xiaohua was just a little brat. Although he was strong, he could run faster than an adult. It wouldn't take long for him to run away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the exception. After chasing him for a few streets, the thief was a little tired. When he looked back, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still chasing him. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Then, he looked around and saw that because he ran far away, his brothers who were covering for him didn't come over. The thief couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and threw the money pouch in his hand into an alley. Then, he ran in the opposite direction. Zhang Xiaohua chased him to this place and had to pick up the money pouch first. When he came back, the thief had already disappeared into the alley. However, Zhang Xiaohua's purpose was just to get the money pouch back. He didn't want to catch the thief, so he went back the way he came. Fortunately, the girl who chased him wasn't too far away. Zhang Xiaohua could go back according to his memory. He saw that the girl was still waiting at the same place. Taking the money pouch that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, the girl smiled and said, Thank you. Looking at the girl with braided hair and wearing red and green clothes, Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and hurriedly said, It's okay. He wanted to steal our things just now. However, this person is very cunning. We didn't catch him and let him run away. The girl said, It's okay. It's okay to get the money pouch back. Thank you. I'll go first. There are still people waiting for me over there. After saying that, the little girl smiled at Zhang Xiaohua again, turned around, and walked east. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu also came over and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, Xiaohua, you're really good. You can even get the money pouch back. However, you're still young. If there's a fight, you won't be a match for him. Next time, let me chase him. Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and said, It's okay, second brother. I think I'm very good now. I just chased him for so long, but I'm not tired. Zhang Xiaohu thought that his brother was bragging, but he didn't expose him. He also smiled and said, That's right. Xiaohua has grown up. Of course, you're very good. While talking and laughing, the two also walked to the east. Coincidentally, they were just behind the girl. After walking for a while, the girl looked back and saw that the two were also walking behind her. She stopped. When the two were close, she asked, "It seems that we're on the way. Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to go to the Ethereal Heights." Ethereal Heights? The girl was stunned. "What are you going to do there?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to learn martial arts." Learn martial arts? To the Ethereal Heights? The girl was even more stunned. "I haven't heard that the Ethereal Heights is recruiting disciples." However, the girl said, "It's still far from the Ethereal Heights." "How are you going to get there?" "Walk there?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, "Yes, it's our first time here. We don't know how to get there." The girl smiled and said, "How about this? I'm on the way as well. Follow me. I'll send you there as a thank you for helping me get my purse back." "How about that?" Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Okay, then I'll thank you too." Indeed, there was a horse carriage parked by the roadside not far ahead. There were already many flower pots on the carriage, but there was still some empty space in the carriage. After the girl and the Zhang brothers sat down, the carriage then moved slowly. Sitting in the carriage, the three of them had a simple conversation and knew each other's names. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that this girl was called Xiu Tong. She was a servant in a villa. She came out to buy some bonsai for the villa and didn't talk much about other things. She only listened to Xiu Tong's introduction of the situation in Pingyang City and the surrounding places of interest. Chapter 69. The Misty Mountain Villa was indeed far away. The carriage left the city gate and traveled east for nearly the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before arriving at a straight road. The carriage stopped and the three people got off. Xiu Tong pointed to the road and said, "If you go further, you will reach the Misty Mountain Villa." "I can't send you any further. I live in the Huanxi Mountain Villa. If you have the chance, you can come and play with me." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu said some words of thanks before Xiu Tong got on the carriage. The carriage turned around and slowly went back. Xiu Tong waved goodbye to the two people in the carriage. The Zhang brothers looked at the wide and straight road and the huge trees beside it. They couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. The two people took a deep breath and strode forward. After walking for a short while, they saw the tall archway in the distance. When they got closer, they could clearly see the big Misty on the archway. Wasn't that the two words on the token? The two brothers' hearts beat faster. They could see hope in front of their eyes. Below the decorated archway stood a few men with sabers strapped to their backs. Another man was patrolling on the left and right. He should be the leader. It was noon, and the Zhang brothers were the only ones walking on the main road under the sun. Naturally, they had seen them long ago. Seeing that the two of them were still moving forward, the man walked up to them. He raised his right hand and stopped the two of them from moving forward. His eyes looked at the two of them for a long time before he said, "Please wait a moment. Up ahead is an important place for our gang." Zhang Xiaohu came forward and asked with a fist salute, "Excuse me, is this the Misty Mountain Villa?" The man looked at Zhang Xiaohu suspiciously and replied, "It is the Misty Mountain Villa." Zhang Xiaohu said happily, "Great, we are looking for the Misty Mountain Villa." The man took a step back warily and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you, friend?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "We came to the Misty School to learn from a master." That person stared blankly, as if he had seen something funny. He looked at Zhang Xiaohu, and the guards who had been standing upright a moment ago also looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why?" "We're from Lu Town, and we're here to learn." That person couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed while clutching his stomach. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Apprenticeship? You?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The guards also bent over in laughter. Some of them even sat on the ground as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The Zhang brothers didn't understand why everyone was laughing, so they could only stand there obediently. When everyone was done laughing, they carefully asked, "What are you laughing at?" This sentence caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. However, when they stopped laughing again, the leader said, "Another two pitiful creatures attracted by the legends of the martial world." Then, she waved at them and said, "The Misty School has been recruiting disciples for a while now. You guys should go home." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and said, "We came here from Lu Town and spent a lot of money. How can we go home?" Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He didn't think about it before coming. He thought that he could learn martial arts by coming here. Who knew that they were not recruiting disciples? What could he do? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and said to the leader, "Brother, I know your school's Wenwen High. Can you take us to see him?" The leader looked at him and said, "Our Misty School has a person called Wenwen High. However, many people know his name. This doesn't mean that you know him." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt that there was hope and said, "Just say that you are the Zhang brothers from Lu Town. I believe he has some impression of you." The leader said, "Unfortunately, even if you know Wenwen Hai, I can't take you to see him because he is not in the villa." Zhang Xiaohu was disappointed. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said, "Then, what about Lu Yuming?" The leader said, "Hey, you know a lot. However, Lu Yuming is not in the villa. There is no other way. Alas, in fact, even if you know them, they will not let you apprentice to a master. You should go back quickly and live a good life farming at home." The leader's eyes were sharp. He had already seen through the identity of the two farmers. The Zhang brothers still wanted to say something, but the leader said, "This is the entrance of Misty Mountain Villa. It has always been forbidden for strangers to approach and make noise. It is still a sensitive time. It is wrong for me to say so much to you. You should stop pestering and leave early." When the two heard this, they were very depressed. They had no choice but to slowly walk away dejectedly. At this time, one of the guards standing guard whispered to the leader, "Leader, these two people said the names of several of our core disciples. Could it be that they really know them? Although it is a joke to apprentice to a master, if we let the bosses know that the people they know were looking for them and were driven away by us, wouldn't that offend them?" The leader could not help but ponder. Another guard next to him said, "I heard that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is recruiting people. Let them try. If they fail and go home, the bosses will know. It can be considered as us pointing the way. They can't blame us." When the leader heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "These words make sense. You are still the smart one." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly caught up with the Zhang brothers who had just walked away and shouted, "Brothers, take care." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua were walking forward dejectedly. At this time, the sun was still very strong and there were not many people in the area. The people practicing martial arts should still be resting. That manservant brought the Zhang brothers to a row of houses on the right side of the area. He walked to the second door and carefully knocked on the door. After a while, a hoarse voice asked from inside, "Who is it? Come in." The manservant pushed open the door and brought the Zhang brothers into the room. The room looked like a study. Behind the desk sat a man in his 40s. He was dressed like a scholar and his eyes were hazy. It looked like he had just taken an afternoon nap. Of course, this person who was disturbed from his good sleep was not very happy. He sized up everyone and asked unhappily, "Shao Si, what's the matter?" That manservant quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Master Wen, these two are here to learn from a master. Can you make the arrangements?" When Master Wen heard this, he waved his hand and said, "I know. You can go." The manservant smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Wen. I'll go out now." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "This is fourth Master Wen of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He's in charge of recruiting people. You can listen to his arrangements. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists in thanks. That manservant left and closed the door behind him. Fourth Master Wen looked at the two's attire and frowned. However, he still took a book from the left side of the table and flipped it open. He asked for the two's names and wrote them down with a brush. Then he asked, "Do you want to live in the escort agency or outside?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course we'll live in the escort agency." Fourth Master Wen nodded and said, "That's good. The tuition fee for a year of martial arts is 50 taels of silver. Food and lodging is 30 taels of silver. The two of you will be paying 160 taels of silver. Bring the banknotes over." When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua heard this, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 70. Silver? The two brothers asked in unison, "We need to pay silver to learn martial arts?" Hearing this, Fourth Master Wen's expression changed drastically. He slammed the brush in his hand on the table and said angrily, "If you don't pay silver, who will teach you?" "Looking at you, are you trying to fool me?" The Zhang brothers said that they didn't dare. Then, Zhang Xiaohu told him about how the ethereal villa's guards had asked them to come over. Only then did Fourth Master Wen's anger subside slightly. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank some water before speaking. "Looks like the guards made a mistake. You can't be blamed for this." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "May I ask, Fourth Master, where exactly did you make a mistake?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's respectful manner, Fourth Master Wen cleared his throat and said with the air of a good teacher, "Seeing that you've come from afar, I'll explain it to you briefly. There is usually a martial arts school to learn from. You have to pay tuition fees, eat and stay at the martial arts school, and of course, you have to pay for food and lodging. Our Lotus Flower Escort Agency is the largest agency in Pingyang City, so we don't have our own martial arts school. Our agency also functions as a martial arts school and usually recruits people to learn martial arts. However, it's wrong for you to go to the ethereal villa to learn martial arts. Martial arts schools recruit people regardless of age. They look at the foundation and comprehension of martial arts and usually accept people. However, the best age to start learning martial arts is 5 or 6 years old. It's very difficult to become successful in martial arts in the future. The martial arts school recruits people to teach normal martial arts routines, while the villa recruits disciples from the Misty School. Usually, they only recruit 5 or 6 years old children. They definitely won't accept you if you go there." At this point, the Zhang brothers' expressions changed drastically. They originally thought that they would stay at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for a while and still want to join the ethereal villa. It looked like they had thought too simply. Zhang Xiaohua asked nervously, "Then Fourth Master, why did the villa's guards ask us to come here?" Fourth Master Wen smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "Other than recruiting people from the martial arts school, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's main business is of course the escort agency's business. During this period, the agency is short of manpower and needs to recruit some escorts and bodyguards." I guess that's what he meant. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Do we need to pay?" Fourth Master Wen said, "The bodyguards and armed escorts work for the escort agency. Of course, they don't have to pay money. They are paid every month." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Can I learn martial arts?" Fourth Master Wen said, "Yes, of course one must have martial arts skills to protect oneself. How can one not learn martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes immediately lit up. This was a job where they could practice martial arts and earn money. It was really too good. However, Fourth Master Wen's next words immediately caused the two of them to fall into the abyss. However, the guards and armed escorts must have a foundation in martial arts. "Have you guys practiced martial arts before?" Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "I've never practiced before." Fourth Elder Wen's face immediately darkened, saying, "How can this Misty Mountain Villa's guard do such a foolish thing? Why did he send you here without asking carefully? He should have just let you go home." Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, "Where are you guys from?" Zhang Xiaohu said, Lu Town. Fourth Master Wen muttered, Lu Town, I've never heard of that disciple's home being in Lu Town. Then he asked again, Lu Town is very far from here. How did you know about the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu only said that he knew Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming. He didn't go into detail about the rest. Only then did Fourth Master Wen's brows loosen. He understood the guard's meaning. He immediately said with a pleasant expression, since that's the case, then you should go to the armed escorts to take a look. Without a foundation in martial arts, they definitely won't accept guards. If the armed escorts are still lacking people, then there's still some hope. Let's go, this old man has nothing to do. I'll take you to old Sixth Li's place. With that, he got up and walked out with the two men, making the Zhang brothers feel overwhelmed by the favor. Fourth Master Wen brought the Zhang brothers to the fourth room next door. He had the two men wait outside while he pushed the door open and entered. There was a lean man in his 30s in the room. He was smoking a pipe with great interest. When he saw Fourth Master Wen enter, he couldn't help but smile and say, Fourth Master Wen, how do you have time to come to my place? Fourth Master Wen looked at the room full of smoke and walked to the window. He pushed it open and fanned the smoke in front of him with his hand, saying, Old Sixth Li, would it kill me to smoke less? The room is full of smoke. Who wants to come here? Then he asked, has the recruitment been smooth these past few days? You've recruited all of them, right? Old Sixth Li held the pipe and knocked it on the stool, saying, I've recruited almost all of them. I'm still short of 1 or 2 bodyguards. The armed escorts are a bit troublesome. After all, they don't pay much and still have to work hard. Those with a little bit of foundation love to be bodyguards. Even if they're not as good, they can still be guards at a carriage company. It's better than working for an escort agency. Fourth Master Wen chuckled and said, that's good. Then he turned around and let the Zhang brothers enter the room. He said to Zhang Xiaohu, this is Sixth Master Li, who is in charge of recruiting armed escorts. Let's get to know each other. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet him. Old Sixth Li looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then looked at Fourth Master Wen strangely, saying, what kind of show are you singing? You're letting him be an armed escort? Fourth Master Wen nodded. Old Sixth Li looked at Zhang Xiaohu from head to toe and asked, from the looks of it, you don't seem to have practiced martial arts before, right? Zhang Xiaohu replied respectfully, yes, I haven't practiced before. Old Sixth Li looked at Fourth Master Wen in puzzlement and said, if you haven't practiced before, why are you here? How do you want me to recruit him? Even armed escorts are dangerous. Didn't you tell him clearly that he's risking his life? Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, this time, the armed escorts are not like bodyguards. It's not necessary for him to know martial arts. I know this very well. He just wants to learn martial arts. Furthermore, then, Fourth Master Wen muttered a few words into Old Sixth Li's ear. Old Sixth Li nodded repeatedly when he heard this, but in the end, he still said, although an armed escort doesn't say that he has to know martial arts, if his body isn't good enough and he doesn't have the talent to practice martial arts, I still can't accept him. Otherwise, if there are any problems in the future, I won't be able to explain it to those people. Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, they're all farmers, so there shouldn't be any problems with their bodies. Take him to the martial arts training ground for a test. It's best if he can do it. If not, tell him clearly. He can't throw away his life just because he wants to practice martial arts. He turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohu, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. Old Sixth Li had no choice but to say to Zhang Xiaohu, all right then, come with me. With that said, he brought Zhang Xiaohu to the square outside the house. At this moment, there were already some people practicing martial arts in the martial arts training ground. Some people were practicing their punches and kicks, some people were fighting with weapons, and some people were holding stone weights to build up their strength. Old Sixth Li brought Zhang Xiaohu to the side of the stone weights. The few people who were lifting the stone weights put them down and bowed to old Sixthly and company. Standing to the side, old Sixthly pointed at a stone weight and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "This is a stone weight of 100 pounds. Can you lift it?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've never lifted it before." Old Sixthly said, "Then give it a try." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and walked forward. He grabbed the stone weight with his hand and lifted it with all his might. Then, he took a deep breath and imitated the way someone lifted the stone weight. He raised the stone weight above his head with one hand and then put it down. He turned back to look at Old Sixthly. Old Sixthly nodded and said, "It's all right. That's 150 pounds. Try again." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the slightly larger stone weight next to him and still lifted it. However, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Old Sixthly seemed to be a little satisfied. The people who were watching the show did not have the contempt from before. After all, at Zhang Xiaohu's age, his body did not look very strong. It was not bad to lift 150 pounds without training. Old Sixthly did not give up. He pointed to another one and said, "This is a 200 pounds. Try again." At this time, the people next to him were also stunned. This 200-pound stone weight was not the heaviest in the martial arts field. However, not everyone in this group of people could lift it when they first arrived. Only a few obviously muscular men could show their faces at the beginning. The rest could only lift this 200-pound stone weight after practicing and building up their strength. Old Sixthly let Zhang Xiaohu try to lift it now, either to deliberately make things difficult or to see Zhang Xiaohu's potential. Zhang Xiaohu was like a newborn calf at this time. Naturally, he was not afraid. He stepped forward and weighed it first. He felt that it was very heavy. However, when he thought about his future martial arts practice, he took a deep breath as before and lifted it with one arm. Unfortunately, when he was about to lift it over his head, his arm went soft and the stone weight fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little pale, but the people around him cheered and clapped. Old Sixthly also nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, very good." At this time, Zhang Xiaohu knew that he should have passed the test in terms of strength. Then, Old Sixthly asked Zhang Xiaohu, "You haven't practiced martial arts at all, right?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. At this time, the people practicing martial arts next to them were attracted by the applause. Old Sixthly pointed to a young man who had just come over. He was about the same age as Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Little monkey, come over and show us the Liuha fist." Then, he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Watch carefully. When he finishes, repeat it for me." The Liuha fist was a simple introductory fist technique. Under Little Monkey's hands, it was actually very impressive. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaohu watched his every move attentively. When Little Monkey finished, there was no lack of applause from the side. Old Sixthly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu closed his eyes and seemed to be recalling. After a while, he slowly started from the first move. Although there was no momentum, it was methodical and methodical. And the more he played, the more shocked Old Sixthly was. Everyone was also dumbfounded. He only stopped when he played 60 to 70% of the fist technique. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "I forgot the rest." Old Sixthly said sternly, "To be honest, you really haven't practiced martial arts before? You haven't practiced this fist technique before? Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 71. Zhang Xiaohu was baffled as he said, "Of course, I've never practiced before. This is my first time practicing." Old Li Lu was a bit excited as he said, "Amazing. Although you can't be called a genius, it's still rare. This 6 harmonies fist is very complex. For you to be able to remember 60% to 70% of it on your first try, it can be seen that you have talent. At this time, the surroundings were also filled with cheers. It made Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy for her second brother, but she was also secretly worried. It seemed that she didn't remember that much. She didn't know if she would be able to pass the test later. Old Li Lu chuckled as he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Come here. Let me see the condition of your bones and other body." Zhang Xiaohu obediently walked over. Old Li Lu touched Zhang Xiaohu's body here and there. Finally, he said with satisfaction, "Very good. This body is very suitable for practicing martial arts. If it wasn't for your age, you would probably be able to enter Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu's face bloomed with a smile as he asked, "Then I've passed. I can be a guard, right?" Old Li Lu smiled and said, "Pass, pass, of course you passed. After practicing for a year or so, you can even be a bodyguard." He turned to Fourth Master Wen and said, "Fourth Master has good eyesight. You brought back a treasure for our escort agency." Fourth Master Wen said modestly, "It was just luck, just luck." Old Li Lu said to Zhang Xiaohu, "All right, let's go. You'll come with me to register. From now on, you'll be a guard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Everyone else, disperse and cultivate." After saying this, he turned to leave. Everyone also prepared to disperse. At this time, a voice sounded, "What? You won't let me take the test?" Everyone stopped in their tracks. Old Li Lu looked and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu immediately said, "That's right. My brother hasn't taken the test yet. Doesn't he need to take the test?" Old Li Lu sized up Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "How old are you?" Zhang Xiaohua said in puzzlement, 13 years old. Li Laolu laughed, and the people around him laughed as well. Then, Li Laolu asked, "Do you know that the escort agency has an age requirement when recruiting guards?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Li Laolu smiled and said, "The escort agency is open for business. Of course, the people we recruit must be adults. Our guards must be at least 16 years old. Look around, is there a child as young as you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Sure enough, most of the people around her were in their 20s. Zhang Xiaohu and Little Monkey were considered young. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that the world was so small. The Misty School's requirement to recruit disciples was around 5 or 6 years old. She was too old. It wasn't easy to find the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, but they recruited guards who were at least 16 years old. She was too young. What should she do? Why was learning martial arts so difficult? However, she still didn't give up. She said loudly, "I'm young, but my strength isn't small. You also let me lift the stone weights. How heavy do you think I can lift?" Li Laolu still shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want you, but you're too young. You can't even take care of yourself. How can you contribute to the escort agency? The escort agency's rules are like this. How can I make an exception?" After speaking, he turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohu grabbed him and pleaded, "Sixth Master Li, look. Xiaohua's strength is really great. Take a look first." Zhang Xiaohua was so anxious that she was about to cry. If it wasn't for the fact that she swore in front of her grandmother's grave that she would never cry again, her tears would have already fallen. Seeing that her second brother had grabbed onto Li Laolu, she hurriedly ran to the stone weights. She ran to the 200 gene stone weight that Zhang Xiaohu hadn't lifted and said, "Look, I'll try lifting this." After speaking, she grabbed the stone weight with one hand and used her strength to lift it above her head. Li Laolu was unhappy that Zhang Xiaohu had grabbed onto him. He originally wanted to break free, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua lift the 200 gene stone weight, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that he didn't speak, she thought that he was too light. She hurriedly threw the 200 gene stone weight on the ground. Looking at the ground, she picked up the largest stone weight and weighed it in her hand. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Up!" She lifted the largest stone weight with one arm. In an instant, the training field was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs fell out of their sockets. Li Lao's eyes were wide open. His mouth was also wide open. You could stuff a big duck egg in it. After a long while, someone said timidly, that stone weight, is it the 500 gene stone weight? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, what are you all doing there? You don't practice martial arts properly and only know how to watch the show. At the same time, a female voice sounded, Zhang Xiaohua? Why are you here? Everyone turned to look and saw a gray-haired old man walking out from the corridor in the backyard. The onlookers said, the third Master Chu is here. Let's hurry and leave. Hence, the surrounding crowd dispersed in an uproar. Only the small figure on the stage was left holding a large stone weight. That small face was red from holding it in. The girl walking beside the third Master Chu was Qiu Tong, whom they had met in Pingyang City in the morning. The third Master Chu walked to Li Lao's side. Li Laolu and fourth Master Wen hurriedly bowed to the third Master Chu. The third Master Chu also returned the greeting. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the stone weight, he frowned and said, what are you doing? Why aren't you putting it down? Zhang Xiaohua did not know who he was and of course did not dare to put it down. Instead, she looked at Li Laolu. Li Laolu also hurriedly said, put it down, put it down. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally let go of the stone weight and threw it on the ground. The stone weight hit the ground with a bang, sending up a cloud of dust. The third Master Chu turned to ask Qiu Tong, you know them? Qiu Tong smiled and said, yes, this is the child I told you about just now. He helped me retrieve my money bag in the morning. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. This is his older brother, Zhang Xiaohu. The third Master Chu smiled and nodded, saying, good child. Then, he asked Li Laolu, what's going on? Why did you let the child lift the stone weight? Li Laolu hurriedly and respectfully explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he said, Zhang Xiaohua's strength is really extraordinary. Not many people in our Lotus Flower Escort Agency can lift this stone weight. However, he is still young and is a child. He did not follow the rules. Third Master, please make the decision. When the third Master Chu heard that Zhang Xiaohua had lifted the 500 gene stone weight, he was also very moved. He couldn't help but look at the stone weight that had been thrown to the side, as well as the short child beside it. Qiu Tong also played the drums on the side, saying, Xiaohua is a good child. If it wasn't for him, my money bag would have been taken away by someone long ago. Although I told third uncle that I would definitely return it, I still owe someone a favor. Third uncle, please let go. The third Master Chu smiled and said, you silly girl, you're too muddle-headed. You knew that the disciples of the sect were all 5 or 6 years old, yet you still brought them to the entrance of the villa and left them there. The guards that our agency recruits are all adults above the age of 16. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Qiu Tong also smiled and said, in the morning, they didn't say that they were going to be apprenticed to a master. I thought that they were relatives from the sect who came to see their loved ones. Besides, aren't you the one in charge of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Can't you just say the word? The third Master Chu said, right now, I am the one in charge. However, these rules were set by the sect leader. How can I so easily violate them? Besides, the guards are supposed to be escorts. How can a child like him go? If his life is in danger, wouldn't that be harming him? Qiu Tong lowered her head and thought about it. That was true. She could only look at Zhang Xiaohua sympathetically. The third Master Chu continued, however, I do have a way to satisfy both sides. Do you want to hear it? Qiu Tong was stunned, satisfy both sides? The third Master Chu said, didn't you just say that the family of the person in charge of the medicine fields in the villa had passed away and that there was no one to weed and fertilize the fields? You wanted me to find someone who can farm and who is also quite strong to assist you. Isn't this child in front of you a very good candidate? Doesn't he just want to learn martial arts? Can't you just find a martial arts master in the villa to teach him? If that doesn't work, he can also find some time to come here and practice. Chiu Tong's eyes also lit up. She repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Then, Chiu Tong called Zhang Xiaohua to the side and explained the matter in detail to him. She asked him if he knew how to farm. Zhang Xiaohua naturally nodded and said that he knew how to farm. What a joke. Farming used to be his main occupation. How could he not know? At this time, what choice did Zhang Xiaohua have? The Misty School didn't accept him and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency didn't want him. In any case, he could still practice martial arts at Huanxi Villa. He just had to farm. What was wrong with that? However, when he heard Chiu Tong say that Huanxi Villa would receive 5 coins a month, his heart bloomed with joy. Zhang Xiaohu only received 6 coins a month as a guard. He didn't have to work hard to farm and could earn so much money. How could he not be happy? However, in the future, he would be at Huanxi Villa while his second brother would be at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It was a troublesome matter that they couldn't be together all the time. Zhang Xiaohu also heard the conversation and asked Chiu Tong, "Where is Huanxi Villa?" Chiu Tong said with a smile, "It's right next to Misty Mountain Villa." "Why didn't I tell you in the morning that it was on the way?" Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, the escort agency isn't far from Huanxi Villa. I'll visit you when I have time. It's not dangerous to stay there. Father and mother don't have to worry. When you grow up in a few years, you can come to the escort agency to be with me." Zhang Xiaohua agreed when she heard her second brother say so. Chiu Tong was also very happy. She had hit it off with Zhang Xiaohua in the morning and looked at him as if he was her little brother. Now that she could help him and complete her mission, it was really the best of both worlds. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua parted ways at the escort agency. On the other side, Li Laolu brought Zhang Xiaohu to his room to handle the procedures and arrange a room for him. Third Master Chu had also heard about Zhang Xiaohu's test and told him to pay more attention to Zhang Xiaohu. He might become the pillar of the escort agency in the future, so of course, he had to cultivate their relationship well. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and followed Chiu Tong into the carriage. They once again rode out of the city to the eastern suburbs. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 72. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the familiar scenery, Zhang Xiaohua felt like she was in a dream. This was the 3rd time she had taken this road today. However, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was not in the carriage this time. Looking at Chiu Tong sitting beside her, she felt even more amazed by the mysteries of fate. If the thief had not stolen Chiu Tong's money pouch in the morning, if she had not run too slowly and had not recovered the emerald green money pouch, if she had not met this elder sister Chiu Tong, she would be on the carriage back to Lu Town now. After all, the escort agency and the Misty School did not want her. She could not possibly hold up her second brother's future here. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Her second brother had originally wanted to explore the world in Pingyang City. She did not expect him to be dragged here to learn martial arts. His aptitude had even been praised by a martial arts master. It was only a matter of time before he learned martial arts. Fate made fools of people. Chiu Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were blurry and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Xiaohua, are you tired? If you're tired, then take a nap. When you see the young miss later, you must be alert." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm fine, elder sister Chiu Tong. I just feel that my arms are a little sore and I can't exert any strength. I'm not tired. Usually, I work from morning to night in the fields and I don't feel tired. Of course, I won't feel tired now." Chiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua lovingly and said, "Looking at you is like looking at my younger brother. However, he is a student and can't endure hardships like you. The heavens have pity on you. You have to work in the fields at such a young age. It must be hard on you. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head disapprovingly and said, Elder sister, you don't know if you haven't worked in the fields. In the countryside, if you don't work in the fields and plant crops, you won't be able to eat. All the boys in the family have to work in the fields when they reach a certain age. I'm not the only one. I'm already used to it. However, Qiu Tong, who was overflowing with motherly love, didn't think too much about it. She felt that this Zhang Xiaohua was a replica of her younger brother. Zhang Xiaohua had suffered enough in the countryside. Now that he was under her wing, she had to ensure that he had a stable life. The love in her eyes intensified. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, That's right, Jijia, you just said that Miss wanted to see me in a while. Who is that? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? When Qiu Tong heard this, she smiled and said, Young mistress is the manor lord of our Huanxi manor. She treats us very well, so you don't have to pay too much attention to her. You just have to respectfully say some good things about her. Young mistress has always been kind. She will definitely take you in when she sees a little strong man like you. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the word, take you in, she couldn't help but feel uneasy again. After all, she was still a teenager. Although her state of mind was mature, she had been rejected again and again today. Although she didn't have the blindness of entering the world, the confidence in her heart had also diminished. However, this was a process of maturity after all. It was inevitable that she would sharpen herself in the cruelty of reality and find a balance from her uneasiness. The carriage still took the same road as it did in the morning. However, when it reached a junction, it didn't go forward to the main road of the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead, it turned to a small road on the right. There were many people living on the side of the small road. At this moment it was already dusk and smoke was everywhere. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua actually felt that she was in the Guizhuang house. The carriage walked for a while and passed through many small alleys. Suddenly, a large square appeared in front of them. There were many trees planted around the square and it was very lush. Directly in front of it was a door bigger than the one of the Lotus Escort Agency. On both sides of the door were 2 stone lions, which looked more mighty than the stone lions of the Lotus Escort Agency. The red-painted door was not open and no one was standing there. There was a black plaque above the door, just like the escort agency. There were also 4 words on it. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua only knew the 2 words, manor. She guessed that this was the Huanxi manor. Sure enough, Qiu Tong whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, this is our Huanxi manor. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, Sister Qiu Tong, our Huanxi manor is so close to the Misty Mountain Villa. Do we have any relationship with the Misty Mountain Villa? Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, I didn't expect your thoughts to be so meticulous. When you really stay in the manor, I will naturally tell you. However, I can't say it now. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't ask further. In fact, she was secretly cursing in her heart, what relationship can we have? We are so close. Hee, are you bullying me because I am a child? In fact, even Zhang Xiaohua didn't think about it at this time. Why did she think so much? And according to Qiu Tong, how did she know so much? If it was her a year ago, would she still be able to obtain as much information from clues as she did now? The carriage sped to the main gate of the manor, but it didn't stop. Instead, it turned left in front of the gate and continued forward along the high wall. After a while, it stopped at a corner gate. Although it was called a corner gate, it was very big. At least 4 carriages could pass through it. There were guards at this corner gate. The guard was very familiar with Qiu Tong. He looked at the things in the carriage and asked about Zhang Xiaohua. He waved his hand and let the carriage in. Zhang Xiaohua had never entered the manor before. She thought that she would have to get off the carriage after entering the gate. However, the carriage didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. It went on for a long time, passing by many farmlands, forests, and even ponds before stopping in front of a small circular gate. Qiu Tong gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to get off the carriage. Then, the carriage went straight away. Walking through the small circular door, it was a completely different world inside. In the courtyard, there was a huge shelf covered with green plants. The leaves were triangular and moved with the wind. Under the shelf, there was a stone table and stone stools. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a pond. Looking from afar, there were some red and green fish swimming in it. On the right side of the courtyard, there was a row of more than 10 houses. They looked even bigger than Mr. Lu's house in Balagu. On the left side, there was an empty space. There were some stone locks, weapons, and other things. It was probably the place where they usually practiced martial arts. In front of them was a circular door, but they did not know where it led to. Qiu Tong led Zhang Xiaohua into the courtyard. She pointed at the stone bench under the shelf and said, "Xiaohua, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and report to the miss now. I'll bring you to see her later." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. He placed his small bag on the stone table and sat down. Qiu Tong saw him sit down and smiled at him. Then, she walked past the small circular door in front of them. After a few turns, she disappeared from his sight. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the bench and waited. After a while, she still didn't see Qiu Tong return. She got a little impatient and stood up. She walked around, looking at the unknown plants on the shelf and the small fish swimming in the pond. In the end, she walked over to the weapons. She picked up a knife from the shelf and slashed it twice. Then, she picked up a spear and stabbed it twice. Zhang Xiaohua also fiddled with a few other weapons that she didn't know the names of. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was fiddling with the weapons with great interest, she suddenly heard a cough. Then, someone said sternly, "Put the weapons there. Don't touch them." Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that she quickly put the hammer-like thing back on the shelf. Then, she turned around and saw a tall, red-faced old man standing by the small gate. He was about 50 years old and had a white beard and hair. He stood there with an air of authority. The old man strode over and asked sternly, "Whose child are you? What are you doing here?" When he got closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the old man's left sleeve was tucked at his waist. Only his right hand was exposed. He was actually an old man with only one arm. Zhang Xiaohua quickly replied, "My name is Zhang Xiaohua. Big sister Qiu Tong brought me here. She said she wanted me to plant herbs." The old man was even angrier when he heard her. He stomped his foot and said, "What is this Qiu Tong doing? She brought a child here. How strong can she be to do farm work?" After speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to reply. He turned around and walked through the small gate. Like Qiu Tong, he also disappeared after a few turns. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left standing under the shelf, confused. But this time, he didn't dare to move around blindly. He sat down obediently and counted the ants on the ground. Qiu Tong left Zhang Xiaohua in the courtyard while she entered the inner gate. She passed through several courtyards, gardens, and corridors before arriving at a rather large courtyard with red walls. If Zhang Xiaohua had been following behind Qiu Tong, she would have gotten lost long ago. She would have been overwhelmed by the scenery. Across the courtyard was a large hall. The doors and windows of the hall were carved with beautiful patterns. It was very beautiful. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, but the hall was lit. There were a few tables and chairs in the hall. There were also some decorations, all of which were very ornate. There was even an incense burner in the corner. The smoke from the incense drifted up, filling the hall with a faint fragrance. Qiu Tong entered the hall. Seeing that there was no one, she went to the side room. Still, there was no one. She had no choice but to go out and search elsewhere. Not long after, Qiu Tong accompanied a girl in her 20s through the door. The girl was dressed in a red robe commonly seen in the Jianghu. A sword hung at her waist. Her black hair was casually curled and draped over her shoulders. Her skin was very fair and smooth. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and beautiful eyebrows. She looked very valiant and didn't have the weakness of an ordinary girl. She was probably the manor lord of Huanxi Manor. The girl asked as she walked, "What's wrong? You didn't find anyone familiar? But you can't find someone who's new here. How can you bring someone to the manor without knowing their background?" Although it was a reproachful tone, it didn't sound like she was angry. Chiu Tong smiled and said, "My good miss, are you still worried about Chiu Tong? Moreover, third Uncle Chu didn't stop me. He knows the severity of the matter. Why would he recommend someone to me if he wasn't 100% sure?" When the girl entered the hall, Chiu Tong carefully poured a cup of water for her and continued, "Moreover, his second brother is also in the Lotus Escort Agency. The Lotus Escort Agency will definitely investigate their house. If there's anything unusual, they'll naturally find out. Moreover, this little fellow is very interesting. Please add it to your collection, thank you. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.